surf, durker, turby, durden, turby, gunner, herper, turk, the birder. Turby, durden, lurch, your turn, hers, guns, turby, durden, lurch, Saturn, burger, turby, durden, lurch, driffern, hers, turby, durden, lurch, purser, dern, trauma. Turby, durden, running for governor, earth, surf, durker, turby, durden, for bird to furture. Oh, yeah. Turby, durden, Australia, Kirk, turby, durden, gonna curr, the frame, turby, durden, farts for thugger, spurl, turby, durden, gonna earn a hearse, num, yeah. Turby, durden, running for governor, earth, surf, dog, turby, durden, your kind of pun on turby, durden, dubbing on turby, durden, turby, durden, hey.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic Turby Derby, July 4th, 1776, 2026. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm wearing another day, another USA colored suit. You already know the getup. Yesterday was more burgundy. Today, colors of the USA, baby. That's right. In Turby we trust. In Derby we trust. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're cracking a fucking Miller Lite or a PBR. Well, PBR is that pussy drink. PBR is what goddamn commies drink. But on this beautiful day, July 4th, 2026, we're all cracking a cold one. Anyway, folks, it's July 4th. It's the 4th of July. It doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like America's reached his 250th birthday. It kind of feels like it's America's funeral, but it's fine. We're gonna monitor the situation regardless. You already know. A little bit of an empire in decline. No fireworks in Colorado. Canceled. That's probably not surprising. Anthropogenic climate change has rendered all public gatherings impossible. People are not necessarily feeling all that patriotic. That's another, problem for the birthday of the nation. And once again, I'm coming to you live from stolen Tongva territory here in Los Angeles, California. Does your red tie go below your D? If it does, you're a real patriot. Yeah, it does. Hollywood reporters trying to get me killed. Why aren't you at the beach? I don't know, because I never go to the beach. Anyway, this is for all the chud-ass losers who got nowhere to go on 4th of July. Myself included, of course. Can you pray for me? SFL paramedic. I have to work tonight and deal with all the drunk people blowing their hands off. I hope you have a great night, sir, madam, the emperor. But your hat tan line is sending me. Wait, what? Hat tan line? Do I have a hat tan line? I did play basketball. That's why my cheeks are so rosy, because I was outside playing b-ball this morning. Had a great time. God bless America. Yeah, this is the only way to celebrate America nowadays, with a fucking ginormous hogged with the nice little fucking piece on Captain America. HOGWATCH, baby. Made by a Chinese man. That's crazy. Yeah. A Chinese designer spent extra time on this. I'm kidding. Actually, it's probably not a Chinese designer, but it's a Chinese company. Wait, did they nerf his hog? Did they nerf his pee-pee? That's crazy that his dick moves. Look, when he moves up, his dick moves too. That's insane. They put jiggle physics on that piece? That's crazy. Please look at this. No, I'm not. Okay, dude. Jesus Christ. It's tight and loose at the same time. Yeah, respect. Anyway, I like that his dick is ripping through the stool though. Like he was just like, nope, I'm poking through it. His cock is soft and it's clipping through the stool. Anyway, happy 4th of July, folks. It's America's birthday. It's all of our birthday. Not really. Turby Derby's birthday. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. 74 degrees and partially sunny here in California, Los Angeles. Perfect weather to celebrate. Perfect weather to be outside. Go to a goddamn BBQ and get drunk, maybe. I probably won't be doing that. But who knows? Maybe I will. I haven't decided yet. In any case, we'll be doing some fun stuff. But before we get into that, let's get into my personal news, which there is not much of. I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know. I didn't do shit last night. Okay? I didn't do anything last night. Woke up this morning, did the Marxism conference thrown together by the Socialist Workers' Party. I think they're Trots. Not sure. In the UK. And that was an event. I was supposed to be in the UK in person for it, but the conference went well, I think. A lot of excitement. A lot of people interested in it. What the That's crazy. You just stare at a wall and watch paint dry? The fuck? I watched Euphoria, and it's not very good. Season 2 has been too depressing. Like, and I assume season 3 is ass. Everyone says it's ass. Yeah. Rue happy moments? Yeah, one time when she's in the fucking hospital. That's it. It annoys me. It annoys me, I'll be honest. Yeah, white supremacists were all over DC. It's nice of them to take off the ice gear and to put their khakis on. It's fucking 125 degrees in DC. They're wearing masks and shit. It's pretty funny that they won't wear the mask when they're doing their ICE duties when they're supposed to. But they'll only wear the mask when they're off duty. I find that very interesting. But yeah, we'll talk about all of that and more. Let's get into it. Trump delivered an anti-communist speech. HOGWATCH, HEATWAVE, 4th of July. Feels not like a B-Day, but a funeral. Saturday, fun day, reacts are back, and more. Get in now. Will you cover the Khamenei funeral? I don't really know what to cover about that, to be honest. Do we have a blast off meme other than the join the DSA? Join the DSA. Turby, derby, turby, derby. Turby, derby, 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 derby. Leftist humor is Ermagerd memes from 2013. Not funny. Actually, very cringe, says Brian Lewis. Former Turby for South Dakota governor. We supported Toby over Dusty Johnson, and this is how we're treated. Shaking my head. True. Sounds like a no good yellow belly cattle thief like Larry Roden. That's funny. Anyway, it's July 4th, ladies and gentlemen. Let's blast off. I watched your Smosh video. It's very funny. Thank you. Did you guys like the Smosh video? Did you watch it? I was on Smosh. After 250 years, the flag will be changed to red, white, and green. The color of our future, the reflecting pool, plays no part in this decision. Trump. Mr. HasanAbi, please watch the video for Sunday Fun Day. It's not Sunday, it's Saturday Fun Day. What is this? Brokey Dakoti 420. That's right, brother. That's how you're supposed to celebrate Turby Derby's birthday. We got a lot to talk about. I think the Hollywood Reporter wants to kill me. I feel like the Hollywood Reporter has put a hit out on me, like straight up. It's not, people aren't biting it though, for the most part, because I do think that the Swifties don't necessarily care, or rather also find it to be a little bit much. Hollywood Reporter wrote an entire article off of that age retweet. Songpiker dragged Taylor Swift insane wedding, a dramatic misuse of public resources. And it's really funny because it's like, it like they've been tweeting it on the timeline. Hasan, I'm Chinese. You are an idiot. Okay. Yeah, mainstream media couldn't get conservatives to assassinate him, so they moved on to their next best cohort, Swifties. Left-wing pundit Hasan Piker is unloaded on Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce for having taxpayers pick up the cost of security for their star-studded wedding in New York City this weekend. Media reports point to the multi-day wedding event costing around $15 million, which includes security borne by taxpayers. Straightforwardly, a flex to be like, yeah, I can do this, and I kind of think it's a little bit tacky at best. Yeah. They are, and there's like a million context notes on it too. It's like, guys, they didn't pay for the cops. Like, that's not like they blocked off numerous roads. What are we talking about? I don't know why the Swifties are claiming that Taylor Swift actually paid for the cops. Also, I'm fairly certain a lot of Swifties probably agree with me on this as well. Because, like, Swifties probably want this beautiful day, this glorious day, to be like a day that is noteworthy and not like in fucking Madison Square Garden. I suspect that the reason why she did that in MSG is because she's filming something, and she'll then present it as like being like a gift to her audience. You know what I mean? Like commoditizing and selling like her wedding day in some capacity. That could be part of it. You know what I mean? Regardless, like, no, Swifties are fucking insane. They love it. I think some of them probably love it, but not all of them. My point is, no matter No matter who it is, no matter who it is, no matter how beloved the figure is, it's just like when you're a billionaire, you're still going to do billionaire things, you know? You're still going to do billionaire things. That's my point. I saw a tweet that says she got married on July 3rd so she can call her divorce album her Independence Day, and I'm deaded, lol. I don't know. Swifty here, totally agree. Her engagement announcement was so fun, no spectacle, and a fun after the fact surprise. Hasan, you poked the hornet's nest. The rabid Swifties are foaming at the mouth for you. I don't think so. I haven't seen it as much. So, yeah, they're paying for their own security. They're not paying for the NYPD, I don't think. But yeah. They're more dangerous than Fox viewers. Dog, they're outside your house right now. I mean, who's going to be the first, honestly? Who's going to be the first to get me finally? Because it's going to happen. I just don't know who it'll be. Maybe it'll be the Swifties. Maybe it'll be the Swifties, but I think there's like woke Swifties out there, so maybe they can protect me. Yeah, but it's not lost on me that the Hollywood Reporter has tweeted about this over and over again throughout the day, and I think it's because they want me dead. Look, they tweeted about it 3 hours ago again. They tweeted about it yesterday. I feel like they're trying to kill me. I don't know. In any case, folks. HasanAbi hater on the Hollywood Reporter. Yeah. They might just be farming off my name a little bit, which is fine. Yeah, we got, look, it's America's 250th birthday. Donald Trump flew in the Mount Rushmore last night. We're going to start there. First, we're going to talk about his speech from last night, which literally was just about communism. He looked like absolute dookie. He looked like absolute shit. He sounded like absolute shit. And he spent most of his time talking about communism. Yeah, he flew into the mountain, dude. It's crazy. He flew into the mountain of Rushmore. A mountain of Rushmore. It's a very good mountain. It could be more beautiful if it had my face on it. It's missing something. It's missing a handsome face. Oh, I watched a new Larry David last night, and it was kind of disappointing. Can I say that as a big Larry David fan? The HBO comedy special produced by Burdock No Bummer. It actually was genuinely disappointing. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. It was surprising. Because I think Larry is at his best when he's more subtle. When he's boisterous and loud, Larry, which he happens to be in at least the first episode that I watched, it wasn't as good. It almost felt forced. Is jamming all the bits into a skin the worst way? Yeah. It's like, we get it. You don't like being inconvenienced. Like, that's funny. I like it. It felt like typical boomer lib humor, maybe.
Ready to celebrate the 4th of July festivities, and he got an early start last night. He flew to South Dakota to give a speech on the eve of Independence Day and to take...
Yeah. You know who was probably there? Living La Vida Loca? Turby. Turby, Durbin, Turby, Derby. Running for Gunner, us at Decatur. Turby, Derby, Turby, Derby. I bet he was there loving it, dude. Loving every moment of it. He's like, my president. You changed his mind?
When it comes to Hasan Piker and the DSA, I'm starting to change my mind on electoral politics. Hasan Piker has said openly that he's a harm reduction voter. He voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, which I don't really fuck with. I always voted for the lesser of two evils, and I never fucking liked the person that I was voting for. And this time around, I just couldn't do it. I saw too many dead children and too many horrific things. I just couldn't do it anymore. But there are people in Hasan's comments, or his chat at least, that always accuse him of not being far left enough, or that he's like a Zionist or whatever, and he always refers to those people as like Maoist third worldists. But he also says, like, you guys are just chirping, like, you're not building a coalition. He tells them, build a vanguard, and when you're ready, I'll be there to support you, because they want the needle to be pushed all the way to the other end of the spectrum, which would be great if things changed overnight, but that's not how it's going to work. The world isn't ready for that. The American people aren't ready for that in its entirety. Like, you have to meet people where they are. That's what he says a lot. And with what he's been able to accomplish with the people that he campaigns with and the people that are campaigning, winning elections, Zoran Mamdani, the entire DSA slate in New York, what's going on in Colorado, Chris Rabb, like, I'm starting to see it the other way around, where he's going out and building this DSA vanguard, whatever, and this is going to open a lot of people's eyes. A lot of people are going to show up to support it. Not only are people going to start running more because they see that it's possible, but also I think that it'll get people to start voting more, because they're actually seeing stories or reading articles about what's going on in New York and what Zoran's been able to do. Like, he's changing things materially for the better for his constituents, and that will get people to be like, holy shit, maybe we can change this. And also, like, I get,
see, if they don't get it, they'll get it after we win. It's that simple. That's why it's important to put your fucking head down and do the work. Okay? Rediscovering Lenin from first principles. I just don't even start that conversation. Everyone's going to get so fucking annoying about it. Okay? Exhaust all available options. Electoralism is only one route amongst many. Okay? It's fine. I don't want to get started with that, because everyone is going to... What do I always say? There's a diversity of tactics. Exhaust all readily available options. Electoralism through this route is only one of many. That's number one. Number two, it's a massive legitimizer. It's a massive platform. It's a massive opportunity to break through Red Scare propaganda. That's part of the reason why. You never said that? What do you mean? I say it all the fucking time. You always say Durka Durden? Okay, shut up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, it's one of many options. It's one of many options, but it's a valid one. It's a valuable one. Okay. The number one problem facing the American working class that is an impediment to progress, an impediment to building any sort of vanguardist movement, if that's your flavor, is a lack of class consciousness, is unbelievable stigma against socialism, communism. We have to break through that. We have to first foment class consciousness, make the American working class recognize their class position. Then we also have to engage in political education. Only then can you build a resilient working class movement. Electoralism is one route to achieve that. And I think while many have initially criticized these tactics, and there will still plenty See, there will still plenty. How does it feel to be a shill for the Democrats? There, yeah. See, there's still going to be guys like this. Bro is actively funneling people away from the actual left. Yeah, bro, the actual left. Where is the actual left? That's because you love the Dems? Yeah, I famously do. That's why they're actively demanding that I go to prison. Not you, that's for sure. No, where is the actual left? Did they leave America? Is that what happened? Where's your left? What have you done materially? What have you done so far? What have you done? What has your movement done? What have you guys done? Okay. No. Don't talk about MLK and stuff. Explain to me. What have you done materially in the direction of the anti-Zionist movement? Well, what about you? Well, you're criticizing my techniques. You're criticizing what I've done. I mean, I got at least enough numbers on the board at this point that I can point to. There's like, what, 8 people that have gotten elected that are out and about demanding an embargo on Israel, demanding accountability on Israel for its genocide. So what have you done? What have you done? What have you done? Exactly. I think we all know. We all know what you've done. You've done nothing. This is all you've done, okay? And this is all you got, baby. You got nothing. And it pains you every fucking day. Every day of the week, you see day in, day out, how devastating things are. And you have no power, and you recognize your powerlessness. And you know that building a movement, building a vanguard, doing true anti-Zionism is just about posting about what other people are doing and how bad their methods are. That's it. Are you projecting? Really, between you and I think there's one guy who's ineffective. Go cry about it in your Splinter Discord. That's how you foment revolutionary sentiment. You have nothing. Okay? You got nothing. That's it. All you got is this. That's the most effective thing you can do for chirpers like this is to turn around and be like, what have you done? What have you done materially to advance the cause of anti-Zionism? All they will say is, well, I don't support the Democrats at least, because they're fucking stupid. That's it. What I'm saying, what have you done to move the needle? Other than crying in your Splinter Discord server.
A lot of people's criticism, like, oh, they're not even socialists, they're democratic socialists. Like, yeah, but just look at it this way. Instead of voting these fucking, like, the blue no matter who people will be like, oh, let's vote these fucking run-of-the-mill Democrats in, and then we'll move the party left, which never fucking happens. The DSA is already further left than establishment Democrats, so get them in there just from the get-go. You don't have to move them left. You can, which we should. But I think that's part of the process, and that's something that Hasan, since I've been paying attention to him, has been advocating for, but we haven't seen that materially until the Zoran win. Things haven't really changed that abruptly, but now we're seeing all these different candidates win. And if you're still like, oh, but they're not far left enough, the one thing that I would say is, since this has happened, Zoran, the whole DSA slate in New York, Colorado, Chris Rabb, since all this has happened, both Democrats and Republicans, not only the candidates or the people that are already in office, but the fucking news outlets, they all have the same talking points. And if that doesn't tell you something is changing and that they're afraid and that we're pushing things further left, then you can't see the forest through the trees. When it comes to Hasan Piker,
when I found Hasan, I was a liberal millennial MSNBC watching Hillary over Bernie voter. I didn't know further left was even a possibility. I'm now a member of the DSA and grateful for his activism on Palestine. He's one guy, though. We need more people like him. I don't understand why people aren't seeing that what the DSA is doing, the DNC, they can do to the DSA. DSA realized it was more effective to run the DNC infrastructure to pull them further left. I'm not a harm reduction voter either. However, I'll take small incremental progress over hyper-capitalism.
Excited.
Jamal Bowman was on CNN defending Zoran. Canada lost to Morocco 3-0. Jesus. AOC with Claire Valdez and Daria Liza last night in Jackson Heights. Okay. Look at that. As a relative layman, what policies are people hoping to see that would make the DSA candidates left enough? You got a dirty reformist in chat, but so is your buddy Kalinsky. Why do you even entertain MLs instead of going full reformist? For all the MLs, where would you rather live? Sweden, Ireland, Uruguay, Cuba, and China? Are you really sincerely asking me that question? I mean, China is a country that is run by a communist party that is objectively Marxist-Leninist. Like, you can't, why would you bring up China in this conversation? It's an automatic L. It's an automatic L qualifier. Okay? It's just like it's run by a Marxist-Leninist party. We can have an argument on whether they are actually going to establish socialism by 2050 or not. But out of all those countries you mentioned, yes, China, absolutely, I would prefer to live there. What is this? America 250 going well? Yeah, this is really funny. They can't even put a fresh coat of paint on the shit, okay? It's still dookie and everyone can see it. It's so funny. Communist agenda. God, he's so fucking annoying. I hate Drew Pavlov so much. What a fucking shithead. At least he's honest enough to just straight up come out and be like, I'm right wing. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these guys, if you recall, they started off as like pro-NATO Atlanticist liberals. There's something wrong with people outside of America that hyper focus on American politics. I don't know what it is. No disrespect to the many who are watching from outside of the United States, but like many of these guys, for some very strange reason, are insanely liberal and they love American imperialism. Like they live for it. They're like, I need it. It's the only thing that keeps me going. I need it. I need it. And then slowly but surely, they, I think, lean into their more reactionary tendencies, and they drop this whole like, I'm actually a liberal NATO Atlanticist, and they become kind of pro MAGA. Like their only anger towards MAGA is that they were dumb enough to think that Trump actually was anti-NATO in any way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? When he's clearly not. Like most normal people, myself included, when I lived outside of the United States of America, paid close attention to American politics because American politics touches the rest of the world in very meaningful ways. But I don't understand how you could ride for American politics and LARP as though you are an American or care about it to such a degree where you're like, you know, there's always these like Nordic liberals for some reason on election Twitter that'll be like, you know, California 23rd actually needs a moderate Democrat. You know what I mean? And it's like, why do you know that? Like, you should not have. Most Americans, I live here and I don't have a fucking opinion. Like, I live in this state and I don't have an opinion on this. You live in Finland. Why the fuck do you care about having a moderate liberal run in some random fucking district in California? They'd be like, no, you don't understand. Like, we have to run. It's like, what do you mean we, bro? You are Finnish, okay? You are in Finland. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. Like, how did you find yourself disinvested in the minutia of American politics, but also be such an unbearable dick eater for unbearable dick eater for a dying movement, like a dying movement that gave us Trump twice, right? Backbenchers that think they're part of the play. But I know, but like, if you're a backbencher, you might as well get involved with like the fun side of politics, like this growing grassroots movement of democratic socialism or something like that. But you're instead, like, that makes sense. If you're like watching from afar, and you're looking at American politics and you're very critical of American foreign policy and you want America to retreat, you want America to no longer create refugee crises everywhere around the world that like your governments have to deal with, that like then create a unique opportunity for these unvarnished reactionaries to you know, blame everything on the migrants or whatever, while simultaneously demanding more of that militarism that ends up creating a migrant crisis anyway. Like, that makes sense. If you're anti-imperialist and you're focusing on American politics in the same way that I was when I was growing up, that makes sense. But if you just don't get it. Some of us have massive spreadsheets for the precinct level data on the Peruvian elections despite never stepping foot in the country. I mean, all of that also is irrelevant because then the Trump administration comes in and is like, just, you know, put the fascists in charge. And then they do. Eurolibs want to be a part of the liberal American elite so bad they feel like they're outside the club in Europe, I think. Yeah. For a while, woke scolds smokescreened any leftist fun from view of the rest of the world law. Anyway.
People are
Are they just races? I mean, Eurolibs, some of them, yes. But I just don't understand why you can be so nerdy about elections and also be so wrong. Like, you have precinct level data down to localities in like Arkansas, and you're still like, no, here's how liberalism must win in America. It's like, how? If you're this invested in the process, shouldn't it be better to get invested in a movement that has some motion? Very strange. Very, very strange behavior. I welcome the election Twitter autists to be on the right side. And many of them are coming. I think Zoran made huge plays with all of those like autistic election Twitter teens. Because like he speaks in a manner that is so convincing for them. He knows how to like hit those liberal tones. He knows how to dog whistle so well to those liberals that every Euroid is like, oh my God, he is literally the greatest political figure, which is true. I mean, he is a great political figure. Let's be real. European liberals usually have that strain of advanced racism in them, just how they treat their perceived outgroups? Maybe. Eurocucks suddenly forget their Islamophobia when they listen to Zoran Lamau? Yeah. Anyway, Mount Rushmore, South Dakota, greatest state and the greatest nation of all time. Last night, Donald Trump flew in to Mount Rushmore to deliver an incredible speech. Some might say the greatest speech of all time. The speech seemed like a direct response to the mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani's speech about what it means to be American on America's birthday. It was very strange. It felt like Donald Trump was directly responding to everything that he's seen on Fox News for the last week or so, for the last month or so, about the growth of democratic socialism, which is secretly actually radical revolutionary communism. He spoke about expelling and exiling communists, man. He was pressed. I don't know why. Let's take a look.
The fireworks over Mount Rushmore. Tonight, he will be making remarks here at the National Mall. CBS's Torian Small is nearby on the mall with more on the president's speech and the tight security in place here. Torian, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Happy 250, Adriana. So it was a mix of political messaging with patriotic pageantry as President Trump once again called on Congress to kill the filibuster in order to pass his national voter ID legislation. This also as he honored the nation's history in his speech yesterday.
launching in the shadow of 4 presidents.
I'm sorry. I don't think you can say that he was honoring the country in any way, shape, or form with this awful fucking speech. I mean, the speech was dookie. It was straight up dookie, man. It was dookie beans. It was bad.
Tonight, we gather on the eve of one of the most extraordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow, we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom. Nothing like it.
President Trump kicked off America's 250th birthday at Mount Rushmore Friday, a preview of the pageantry in store for the weekend celebrations. In D.C., massive military flyovers.
Just to see.
Yeah, apparently the flowers are insanely annoying. They're so loud and they're happening nonstop. It's also a waste of resources, but what are you gonna do? Hell yeah, Turby Derby, brother. We got big old planes flying overhead. I love that shit.
Very patriotic, just seeing the flyovers, and right now it's just really cool.
Reagan National Airport shutting down for hours Saturday to clear the skies. The president predicts hundreds of thousands will pack the Great American State Fair, 50 states and 50 exhibits across the national.
That's definitely not happening, I don't think. Turby Derby had a statement. Turby Derby said, God bless South Dakota, God bless America. Our state deserves to be the freest, boldest, and the best in the nation. Thank you, President Trump, for such a historic night. I love you, Mr. President, President Donald Trump. I love you. I love you so much. I love you as much as I love Mount Rushmore. I'm your special guest, Mr. President. All money ain't good money. What? But black people still put in positions to dance for their financial money. I wonder what these reporters really think when they report about our most indecent president. What does that have to do with anything? I don't know what's going on. Infant Door, I got something for you. And another I told you so moment. Infant Door, I'm going to trigger the fuck out of Infant Door. Or maybe they're going to be like, yeah, no, I already told you so. So, something that I always talk about is that nobody actually covers black people decently in this country. Obviously, our media is very white. Let's be real. One of the things that people always talk about when they reference black people is like, oh, they're kind of reactionary. They're moving away from the Democratic Party. Not only is that always overstated, it's bullshit, but also demographic reports show consistently that black people have the most progressive politics and are the most open-minded to socialism. So we have to do away with this ridiculous thing that we see on Twitter. Here are the facts. The Economist YouGov poll shows, here are some words that people might use to describe themselves. As far as socialist goes, okay, black people are at 13%, white people are 7%, Hispanic people at 8%. Okay? So, with the racial breakdown of voters, black people have the highest percentage of self-described socialists. When you ask the American public for the racial breakdown of white, black, and Hispanic, capitalism or socialism, which is the better economic system? Black people say 17% of black people say capitalism is better. 25% say socialism is better. Same with the Hispanic voter population. Okay? Only 17% of white people say that. Socialism favorability ratings. Again, do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion on socialism? When asked, do you have a favorable opinion on socialism? Black people say by 39% that they have a favorable view on socialism. The favorability percentage for white people is 30%, and for Hispanic people, it's at 34%. When was this poll taken? Literally last month. It says it right here, June 26, 29th, 2026. Ever vote for a Democratic Socialist? 44% of black people say yes, that they would vote for a Democratic Socialist. 23% of Hispanic voters say yes. Only 27% of all white voters say yes. Do you understand? So whenever people chirp about black people, oh, black people are not fucking with the DSA. DSA so white. Black people hate socialism. Wrong. Okay? Wrong. When you look at the numbers, when you look at a demographic breakdown of who is far more open-minded towards socialism, is always black people, number one, and then Hispanic voters, number two. Because of the partisan breakdown, I think this still suggests that socialism is more popular among white Democrats. Don't matter. Across the board, we're looking at the racial breakdown across the board. Okay? I wonder why the establishment Dem hacks conveniently failed to note that Daria Lisa decisively won black precincts. Yep. Daria Lisa won 55% of the plurality black precincts. She also won the plurality white districts. Why can't I talk today? What's happening? I've seen this before. The young, white, highly educated voters who recently moved into the black precincts have a very high voter turnout, which is consistent with their economic class. Prove me wrong. Prove yourself right first. Polls regularly find that black Americans view socialism more favorably and capitalism more unfavorably than any other racial group across the country. A bunch of elected socialists are in plurality black districts. Infant Dora. My point is that it's always a sanitized version of black people that make it on TV and they always speak about Trump in a neutral way. I'm 37 years old. Why do you expect me to be triggered? I was just kidding. Also, the joke was about how I know how you behave, Infant Dora, and that's, I mean, you're proving it. I was lightly ribbing you. Okay? But it turns out I wasn't that wrong with the joke. Why are you wearing suits all the time now? Who's paying you? You are. All of you. I'm paid by you, the people, for you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Services, sponsored by you, the people, and for you, the people. Support independent media by subscribing, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by gifting a sub. If we get to level 10 on the hype train, we will carry the flame as we do every single day. Anyway, we talked about black socialism or black affinity towards socialism. And that will continue to grow. I'm upset you didn't wear this. Yes, Infant Dora is the GOAT. They're the best. All right.
Mall history and a glimpse at the future with the model of Trump's.
You don't have to do a suit every day. I know, but this is America's birthday. I had to wear my birthday suit. What commie says? God damn. Thank you for the 50 bones.
Play for fairgoers.
I enjoy just being out here, going to all the states. Still haven't seen Pennsylvania yet, but excited to get over there.
Trump teased a grand finale, what he's calling the largest fireworks show in history, and the security to match. Nearly 5,000 National Guard troops, miles of fencing, and airport-style screening.
I will tell you that you've had hundreds, if not thousands, of law enforcement
Holy shit, we're already at level 5 hype train. That's not what a birthday suit means. I know, I was making a joke.
planning this event for several months.
Before the fireworks, a presidential gift. Trump Friday pardoned 6 people convicted of tampering with vehicle emission controls, calling it, quote, weaponization and stupidity.
And as we mentioned, the president set to speak again tonight, this time on the National Mall, shortly before 10 p.m. That's before that massive fireworks show. And as for his calls to kill the filibuster, Senate Republicans have already said that's a no. Adriana?
As we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack. A generation after we fought and won the Cold War against the menace of communism, there is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere. After 250 years, American freedom still rings.
This shit's catnip for boomers, I think. But that's it. And nobody else. it's not dissimilar to like constantly calling every critic of Israel an anti-Semite, but I think this has run its course, especially considering that there is not really a militant opposite pole that America is waging a Cold War against. The Cold War is over, right? Capitalism won. Most people that are under the age of 40 or even 65 really have mostly known a world devoid of communism, right? They've mostly known a world where the USSR doesn't exist and that America is the domineering force. And maybe in the early 90s, they thought, oh, it's over. This is fantastic. We won. Permanent growth. It's here. But very quickly after that period of excitement, did people realize that things were actually devastating? We have suffered from our success. Set to it run with a 250 big bones. Oh my God, we're at level 8 hype train already. What the hell is going on? I know you like the number. So you can't really make a convincing argument that we have to be terrified, especially because the major communist world power right now is China. And China, whether we find this to be appropriate or not, has been deliberately anti-militarist in its foreign policy. The USSR has actively opposed American imperialism. You know, for all of his faults and failures, Khrushchev was a lion, as I like to say. China has not done that. So from that perspective, it's much more difficult to present this like big, scary menace of communism. Because in the age of the internet, people can just look at what's going on in China and realize that the conditions in China are objectively good. The trajectory of China is objectively positive. And you look at America, on the other hand, you look at our hollowed out institutions, our ghost towns that once used to be places of industry where people could have a real single income household, have multiple children. Heck, they could have maybe 2 families, one secret and one not so secret family. That's how much money people used to make back in the day, as opposed to now. No one can own a home. All of these cities have been hollowed out, left in a state of dire disrepair, and getting only worse. Meanwhile, you look at China and their rural areas, their rural villages that may not have had working sewage systems a decade ago, now have robot delivery, unbelievable infrastructure, unbelievable development. They are on an upwards trajectory. We are not. And everyone can see it. So you can't really point to China and be like, well, don't you think we should oppose China? Don't you think we should be fearful of China? Most people are going to be like, I don't care, man. Just give me healthcare, please. What the fuck is going on? And I think a lot of people can feel it, even if they're not knowledgeable about what's going on in China, even if they are in some ways a little worried about the Chinese menace or communism or whatever. It's difficult to get people to buy in to what's happening in America, right? Yes, we're at level 9 hype train, 2 minutes remaining, almost level 10 to carry the motherfucking flame. Do you see what I mean? You can't get people to buy in to blind patriotism. You can't get most people, rather, to buy into blind patriotism if they're suffering, if they're struggling. much harder to create social cohesion of that sort. You can do it. Trump does it very well. You can do it through a cult-like understanding of the world. But the number of people that will buy in to this blind patriotism is always going to be smaller and smaller and smaller, especially when you are actively selling out your constituents, when you're building data centers in their backyards, when you're telling them, as Trump has, that they're probably never going to be able to own a home. And the reason for why is because, well, we can't hurt boomers and their nest egg. We can't actually diminish their property values for the ones that already own a home, the boomer class. So you will never get a house. When you say stuff like that, people hear it. When you say stuff like that, you are eradicating what confidence that remained in you and your governance for an entire generation of people. 30 seconds remaining at 83%. Will we lose the hype train or will we carry the flame, chat? Holy shit, 20 seconds remaining with 95%. Oh my God. Oh my God, 10 seconds remaining. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Then there it is. Wild, wise, wit. My family's racist. Please, no more Bollywood. My family's racist. They're not going to talk to me again. It's July 4th. We're doing country. I prejudge the quality of a Charlie Kirk AI Kirkification by how good Charlie Kirk looks, and this one might not be as good, but we'll see.
A voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
Hell yeah.
We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known.
This is Barnes and Noble music.
His family held near, a home built on scripture, on faith without fear.
This literally this is steady playing at Barnes and Noble while you're shopping for a manga. Straight up.
In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel.
This is playing on a United Airlines flight when you first get in and you're waiting while boarding is happening, and they played this song. This is literally playing at a low volume. You put your headphones in, but you can still kind of feel it in the background, and it's annoying as fuck.
We'll make heaven known. The battle is raging. The darkness will fall.
I think the biggest L for America, and I mean this sincerely, is that they just like they don't play We Are Charlie Kirk. I hope Taylor Swift sang We Are Charlie Kirk at her wedding. I hope that was at least one of the songs that she sang.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven
Respect. That was beautiful. And we did it. We did it. Anyway, let's get back to this guy who's not carrying the motherfucking flame.
American dream still lives, and the American flag still flies more proudly than ever before. After 2.5 centuries, we know that this is not an ending. This is only the beginning of the golden age of America.
It was a great speech. President Trump with a stark warning against communism because we've been watching what's happening in these elections. And he mentioned it yesterday at Mount Rushmore.
Well, here to discuss is New York Congressman Mike Lawler. He did a great job on the Hill the other day, standing up for Sheridan Gorman's family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What do you make of this? We heard the president last night saying communism will never happen, but you live in New York. You saw what happened last week when these 3 socialists were elected in the primary.
And America hating and Israel hating.
Yes.
No question. And it wasn't just.
Yeah, no, I can't believe they're America hating and Israel hating. Brother, y'all got to stop sneaking that into convos, okay? It's not going to work, okay? Just look, not to give you guys ideas on how to better message on this issue, but you got to drop this Israel shit because even your own families will be like, wait a minute, Israel hating? Why? They always have to sneak that in, okay? They always got to sneak that in.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
You are not slick, my man. Oh, these guys are America haters. And also they hate Israel, which is the same. Which is the same, of course. You must not.
The 3 congressional races, it was state legislative. Yes. They won over 6 state legislative seats. You know, I look right here with the Statue of Liberty in the background. That's where I proposed to my wife, an immigrant from Eastern Europe. She escaped the Soviet Union, communism, came here in search of a better life by herself. And I think of Zohran Mamdani, who I served with in the state assembly. A Ugandan-born immigrant who came to the United States of America and is now the mayor of the financial capital of the world. And instead of embracing the fact that only in America could that happen, that a Ugandan-born immigrant could become the mayor of the largest city in America, instead of embracing that, he talked down about America. He degraded America, sitting behind George Washington's desk. And basically embracing socialism and, you know, frankly, I think really desecrating America's 250th anniversary in a way that our founding fathers certainly would never have envisioned when engaging and embarking on this experiment.
Can we
of
just
freedom
play
and
some
democracy.
of the sound, Congressman, real quickly, of what he said? He talked about us being a contradiction. Here he is.
As we mark 250.
I love that they got the notes. Like, it's not even subtle. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't think these guys know what they're doing. I don't think these guys recognize what they're doing. Okay? Forcing Zoran to be the figurehead of the entire Democratic Party is an unbelievable gift. Oh my God, these guys are so bad. Oh my God. I don't want to say anything at this point. I don't want to say anything at all. But they are aggressively placing Donald Trump on the one side and then Zohran Mamdani on the other side and being like, see, this is our guy. This is your guy. Look how bad your guy is. He's a communist. Not realizing that this is only going to benefit us. It's going to benefit the DSA. It's even going to benefit the Democratic Party. It's free ball. It's amazing. Oh my God. Yeah, stop talking. Okay, well, I talk. Do not correct your opponent while they're making a mistake. Listen, everything I say, these guys think is wrong. They oppose me every step of the way, so it's fine. It's great. Hopefully they keep doing this shit. It's also strange because Donald Trump does not even dislike Zohran Mamdani, right? I mean, this is a phenomenal. This is so good because this, once again, gets even the liberals who despise Fox News to also come to terms with, liking Zoran if they hadn't liked him already or if they didn't know about him. This gets liberals on board with the program. This is basically the equivalent of Zoran Mamdani doing that kindergarten thing with Barack Obama times 10. Okay? Do you understand? Like, if you recall when Zoran did that thing with Obama and everyone was like, dude, that's a war criminal. I was like, I know. Okay? But trust me, Democrats love that war criminal. Okay? They love him. And that kind of association is good for him. It's good for us. It's good to make democratic socialism palatable for some of the demographics that might not actually like or might be negatively polarized against it because of all the residual anti-Bernie hatred. It's a fucking fantastic thing because we need those people to vote, right? This is 10x that. Positioning Zoran Mamdani being like, America's a nation of immigrants, and that's what's so beautiful about America, and I love America, and all these immigrants also love America. We love America. And then on the other side, having ugly-ass Donald Trump stumbling into this moment and being like, you know who I hate? Communism, like that fucking Zoran Mamdani, without actually mentioning him because they're lovers, right? You don't want a lovers to haters arc for Donald Trump and Zoran. It's clear. He's like, I have a special place in my heart for that one commie, but also at the same time, I just hate the movement, right? My 60-year-old mom who worked for Northrop Grumman supports literally every position of the DSA. Yeah. I mean, that's the point. That is the point. Because everybody loves the platform, but they think they hate the moniker. Everybody loves the platform. Everybody loves the agenda, but they've been negatively polarized. They've been conditioned into believing that this is scary, especially older people. Moments like this change their mentality. They change their mindset. They go, he can't be that bad. I heard his speech. I agree with it. America is a nation of immigrants. I heard his speech and I liked it. You know what I didn't like? Donald Trump's speech. I hate Donald Trump. I love everything he hates, and I hate everything he loves.
50 years. What do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands, those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few.
We're the most giving nation. What is he talking about?
It's truly mind-boggling. America has done more to ensure freedom and opportunity and prosperity for everyone, not just here in our...
Yeah, here's the problem. That argument rings hollow. Maybe for the boomers that watch Fox News, they'll be like, hell yeah, we are the most giving nation. I love Americans, love fucking putting that up. To be like, oh, we're the most charitable nation on the planet. Fuck you, brother. First of all, you literally killed U.S. aid. And you loved every moment of that. That was number one. That's been devastating for a lot of the countries that were built to rely on America's fake charitable contributions that actually eviscerated their domestic agricultural output while simultaneously making them reliant on our farm subsidized agricultural output. But then also on top of that, Zoran isn't even talking about the most charitable nation, America, and USAID. He's talking about how callous hands built the value that stays at the top of America in the hands of soft, buttery billionaires. So you're saying it's a good thing USAID got cut? No, I'm not saying that. The USAID is far more complex than that, okay? But once you build that reliance, that necessity, you can't just shut off the faucet. And what we did is the worst of both worlds, right? A big part of the U.S. aid, there's also very good things within it, right? It's a massive program. It's America's soft power tool, okay? But it's totally ridiculous to just be like, yeah, we're going to shut that. We're going to shut the medical aid, for example. That's just unbelievable. You're out of your mind. I'm never going to be on board with that. I'm also never going to be on board with designing an over-reliance on U.S. Subsidized agriculture that has gutted the domestic agriculture programs that these countries might have had, only to just leave them astray. It's totally disastrous. It is barbaric what we have done. It's also bad for, domestic big ag anyway. It's not even great for the farmers who relied on that subsidy because they were sending a lot of their yields overseas by way of U.S. aid. So in the short term, it benefits virtually no one.
Country, but around the world. When you think back to the Revolutionary War.
The only thing that I had a disagreement with Zoran on was when he said like it was farmers that did the American Revolution. Maybe you went a little too hard on the revisionism there, buddy. I don't agree with that assessment. As a matter of fact, that's just not true. It's just not true. I think the appropriate way to angle that is to say that while a progressive revolution, okay, the American Revolution had idealism baked into it that we have never been able to fully achieve, but perhaps that is a part of the American experiment, is to constantly seek out the values enshrined. The values enshrined in the Constitution, this high-minded ideal point that we have always struggled to achieve and have failed to achieve at times, but that struggle still continues. I mean, I think that's what it is. That's, at least historically, that's how people have framed it. That's how leftists have framed it. The values that we all align with, that are in that's in the Constitution, has been an ongoing experiment that we're constantly pushing towards that goal. I mean, we've never had a full-blown democracy until the Voting Rights Act, right? I mean, we did not have a real democratic process in this fucking country for the longest goddamn time. That's a part of the American project and a part of the American experiment. And we had like a good 60-year run with that. That was never fully realized. And now we're gutting it again. We're regressing. I skipped over the women's suffrage movement because I'm a misogynist. No, because black people couldn't vote, man. What are we talking about? Like, yeah, sure, women were allowed to vote, but then black people weren't allowed to vote. So what do you mean? Like that's still people that were not allowed to vote. Like, yes, you're right, but also that's just another chapter,
The Civil War to World War II, and what American blood and treasure did to ensure freedom, it's truly mind-boggling to listen to that speech from the mayor of New York City, and especially 25 years after 9/11. You think of Rudy Giuliani at ground zero, America under attack. Zoran Mamdani embraces people like Hasan Piker, and
what is going on, brother? Brother, why am I on Fox News every damn day, bro? Dude, I used to cherish these moments where I would catch a stray. You know what I mean? Where like randomly somebody would name drop me and I'd be like, whoa, that's sick. My ops. Nowadays, they bring me up. Nowadays, the Fox News brings me up every single day. Every damn day. They've developed HasanAbi derangement syndrome.
These socialists that win election that are saying America is at fault for 9/11. It's crazy.
Yeah. How about this? America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or right shade of skin. Screw you. I mean, what kind of attitude is this? What kind of message? And he thinks that will resonate with the people that put him in office.
Well,
sadly, he might be right.
For some, the politics of envy and jealousy are rising. But I fundamentally believe in the goodness of America and the American people, and they will reject this soundly in November in the midterms. But more broadly, as we move forward and embark on our next 250 years, this is the greatest country on the face of the earth. And no matter our differences, no matter the politics of the moment, the fact is we should all be grateful for living in the United States of America.
Well said, Congressman, and good luck in your election. I know every time you run is tough.
It is. It'll be a fight, but we'll win.
All right. Congressman Mike Lawler.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
My fellow Americans.
America, we need a new beginning. Interesting times with Ross Douthat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here's a guy who agrees with Trump's ridiculous anti-communist sentiment through and through. Okay. Telling us about how we need to chart a more moderate path forward. Also, happy birthday, America, to Pennsylvania. One thing that I found very interesting, July 4th, 1776, birthday of America. In Pennsylvania, it was 76 degrees. Let's take a look at how, in the 250 years, let's take a look at what the Pennsylvania climate has changed. It's 100 degrees right now. I think it was Benny Franks that wrote it down. Isn't that crazy? That they were so diligent in their note taking that they actually wrote down the temperature. 1776, it was 76 degrees. 250 years later, it is 100 degrees in Pennsylvania right now. Okay? 100. Upgrade? I don't know if that would be considered an upgrade. Okay, so the temps are going up just like the stocks. Sorry, we're winning so hard, I guess. That doesn't mean shit. Inflation, dumbass. Yeah, this is the one area where you don't want inflation. Meanwhile, it's a perfect 76 here in Los Angeles, California. Former, also known as Mexico. But Ross Douthat, my fellow Americans, on this 250th anniversary of Great Republic, I think we're unlikely to have a unifying address from any politician, so I thought I'd get a little dressed up and offer one for myself. I love Ross Douthat, man. He is such a G. What a hilarious person in his own meaningful way. Anyway, there is one guy who's aware of what we're up to, and I don't like it. I don't like being noticed by him. But he's also noticed the Zohran Mamdani thing. Steve Bannon reacted to the Mamdani speech. He said, if you dismiss the guy, you're missing something. It's not just this guy. It's the team around him. He warns Republicans not to underestimate the movement behind him. Says, you're going to have to use your agency.
Mamdani just gave you a lesson in rhetoric. And the reason I played that live, this is quite serious. If you dismiss this guy and dismiss the people around him and dismiss the money in back of him, you are missing something that's more powerful than Obama. And it's not just this guy. It's the team around him. Of course, you saw what he had in the backdrop. He also took, I mean, the part about New York City and the part about Washington and the part that Patrick K. O'Donnell and all of us will do tomorrow on the 4th of July. And then I told you starting on the 6th every day, we'll talk about it. You could have lifted the military part and the glories of the revolution. Yes, you could have lifted that right from War Room. And I'm sure they've done some of this. They took the, and this is what Marxists do. They want to take the rhetorical flourishes or take the symbology to make you feel, and particularly to make.
Dog, this is so funny to say as a modern conservative, like a MAGA Republican. That's literally all Republicans do. That's the whole point. Okay? The idea that the principled Americanism is this far right ideology is idiotic. That's why I don't cede territory to a lot of leftists who will be like, "Oh, what are you talking about? America is a nation designed by genocidal slave owners," which is true, okay? But there is also idealism baked into the Constitution that we're supposed to strive towards. There are two ways of looking at that, and historically speaking, a lot of revolutionary movements have actually said over and over again, look, these are values that we aspire to. These are values that we aspire towards, and the struggle continues as long as we don't actually achieve these values, and we have not, right? A lot of people also don't realize, for some reason, for one reason or another, that there is something unique in the American Revolution, okay? Part of the reason why I maintain the idea that it's a progressive revolution regardless of its bourgeois characteristics is because it was against the British Empire, the most successful colonial force that the world had ever seen at that moment. And perhaps that is the reason why the likes of Ho Chi Minh, Mao Zedong, Karl Marx, and numerous other theorists and revolutionary figures actually pointed to the American Revolution and saw something positive within it. Okay? That's it. The amount of Ameribus that have come, the amount of Ameribus that have become historic revolutionary anti-imperialist figures is virtually all of them, as a matter of fact. I think I'm almost certain that virtually every single anti-imperialist figure has at some point pointed to the American Revolution and the founding fathers and the principled stances that they took as good. Now, there's two reasons for it. Okay, there's two reasons for that. One is because, let's be real, a lot of the white boys were white, so they also kind of fell for the whole, black people weren't real human beings at the time mentality, where there was robust debate, right? Where they just didn't think about that aspect of it at all. They don't got internet, okay? They just didn't have internet back then. And that's a blind spot for sure. And I recognize that, right? Oh, yeah, totally. That was it. Idealism for who they deemed as people. Ugh, classically. Oh, yeah, totally. That's it. Guys, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that they were correct. I'm just trying to help you identify the redeemable qualities of not only the American Revolution, but also help you identify why so many revolutionary anti-imperialist figures actually looked at it as a positive, as something to take notes from, as a revolution to take notes from. That's it. The problem is not that the American Revolution, but the Fukuyama-ass attitude that everything was complete, no more DLC. What is this? I need a lawless something. Here's Hannity spamming, but Hasan 9/11. Wait, what? What? He was talking to Stephen A. Smith? What? I'm confused.
Party Stephen A. There we go. Mom Don. Then you get a 6-gender Tellerico in Texas. But then you got Bernie Sanders, Pocahontas, Mamdani, the Squad, AOC, all of these candidates. I want to read.
There's something so funny about constantly putting Elizabeth Warren in the brigade. Stephen A. Smith knows the song. That's crazy. Oh no, you're being nuanced. They're going to get you for this spam. Sure, whatever. I don't really care about Sean Hannity spamming the Hasan 9/11 moment.
Lower information voters, lower information people. It's what I said about what he offers. They offer free rent. They offer, cheap food. They offer this. When you're sitting...
Marx wouldn't have idealized the American Revolution if he knew more. He lived in 1940s in Germany. It's literally because he didn't have internet. I think that's part of it. But to say that Marx wasn't an Ameribu or heavily invested in what's going on in America is crazy. He wrote letters to Abe Lincoln. Did I say 1940s? I'm sorry, 1840s. Yeah, Karl Marx. And no, they did not sext one another. Abe Lincoln actually never replied to him, unfortunately. As far as we know. Yeah. Karl Marx.
There, and you're going through these economic times, and you read every day about guys taking companies public and becoming trillionaires, or you see that, 400 millionaires have been. Yes, I understand. That's I would say that's late stage capitalism. But when you have a capitalist system that has very few capitalists in it, when you have very few people that are actually hardwired into the system for the creation of wealth so that all boats rise, obviously given your efforts in at least some sort of meritocracy, or trying to be some sort of meritocracy, but you have a system with very few capitalists in it, what you just heard is very appealing. And what he does is play on the symbols of America to say, hey, we're actually more America. We represent the true narrative. This is what you're going to have to combat. This is why this is a nationwide movement. This is why it's been many years in the planning, and they have very sophisticated people in the back of it and a lot of money.
Yeah, in the Marxist understanding of history, liberal revolutionary movements like the American Revolution, the French Revolution, and later revolutions of 1848 were movements of historical progress away from a feudal and aristocratic society. Yes. That's why I say it was a progressive revolution. It's true. It was objectively a successful revolution against one of the most powerful colonial powers on the planet. Okay? A colony fighting back, a settler colony fighting back against the British Empire and winning. It's very important. And it did move the needle. In any case, Steve Bannon understands what Zoran is doing here and is very frustrated with it, very worried about it, it seems. But Donald Trump positioning himself against Zoran Mamdani in this way is good for us. It's very good for us, especially because Zoran is very charismatic. He's very nice with it, right? He's very nice with it. It's a good thing. So, shouts out to Donald Trump talking about communism in this way. I don't think this is actually going to win him any favors with a lot of liberals and a lot of people in the margins who despise him. He is a repulsive figure, and he is an odious figure He is everything that's wrong with late stage capitalism, everything that's wrong with America right now. He is so perfectly representative with everything that he does, with every breath he takes, which is precisely the reason why when he actually places the crosshairs on a political movement that he calls communism, I don't think this is going to be bad for the Democratic Socialists of America. I think it's going to be very good for us. Okay, very good for the left broadly. Because this, in my opinion, will separate the boys from the men. This will, once again, cause a lot of the establishment right-wing Democrats to chirp and say, see, you're the reason why we're going to lose. See, this odious, repulsive man is now calling all of us communists. Right? Because they're right-wing. Objectively, they're right-wing. The only thing that those people care about is maintaining their power within the Democratic Party. The appropriate measure here is to say, they call all of us communists. Who cares? There is no Cold War any longer. This kind of posturing doesn't matter. We just want insert policies. Okay? We want health care. We want health care for all, housing for all, free college education for all. And we have the money to do this. And the way to do this is through redistributive policies that are going to redesign society. We're going to take ownership over our productive output, labor, and the calloused hands of labor are the ones that create the value. So why should that value remain in the hands of the select few, the trillionaires and the billionaires? Right? You said odorous wrong? No, odious is the correct term that I'm using here. But I guess he does poop in his diapers. So,
loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist. Or
again, Karl Marx, again, massive Ameribu, loved the first Republican president. Famously. Well, not so famously in America, but he did, right? So that's real. That's a real thing. Yeah, you can only be loyal to Karl Marx or you can be loyal to America. Okay, well.
you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, who tell our children that we live on stolen land or that our heroes were oppressors, they're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen. They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and who conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors.
It's so funny to see people on Fox talk to normie Democrats and be like, you guys don't believe in open borders. You guys don't believe in abolishing the police, socialism, etc., despite spending the last 30 years saying those same things about people from Bill Clinton to Kamala Harris. Yes. But that's good. That means that the conversation is shifting to a place of normalcy. We are forcibly ratcheting back the Overton window to the left, piece by piece. Every single victory does this. Because that puts the Republicans in a defensive posture. This is what I'm trying to explain. This is what I've been trying to explain. This is part of the method, right? This was part of the theory of change that I have been defending for a decade plus, and now I'm actually seeing it in action, and it's a wonderful experience, okay? It's a wonderful thing to observe. I never really thought that we would see it. I never really thought that the seeds that I was planting would grow in my lifetime, but I'm seeing it, okay? And what's interesting about this is you are seeing Republicans for the first time ever retreat. For the first time ever, you are seeing Republicans take a defensive posture because the Democrats have not had a vision in the affirmative, right? Democrats, for the last 3-4 decades, since the Reagan era especially, have decided to play the defensive role. They are always telling you who they are not, who they oppose. They're never telling you who they are and what they stand for. Now that we have a different crop of Democrats, democratic socialists, who are coming out and saying, this is what we are for. This is the idealism that we want to represent. These are the policies that we want to implement. We are fighting for the working class, and that's precisely what we're going to do. That's the agenda that we have. That's our focus. All of a sudden, the Republicans have to play defense against that. Instead of coming out and running the gamut on a litany of different culture war issues that they have seen tremendous success on, and then have the Democratic Party in its entirety run against those culture war issues by conceding on a lot of the hysteria to say, oh, we're just going to be a little bit more, we're going to be a little bit less vicious to trans people, and that's why you should vote for us. Instead of doing that, now we're having that battle on our terms. That's what's causing the Republican Party and its messaging apparatus to all of a sudden turn around and identify that there are such things as normal Democrats, capitalist Democrats. It turns out there is a distinction, but that's a good thing. Okay? It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing.
Did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh, Midway and Normandy, just so that a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics could come in and loot, pillage our nation. Our heroes died to win, build, and to save, and to build truly a great country, the greatest country ever in the world.
This is really funny, but Republicans have been getting really ass mad about Francesca Hong. This guy, Kangmin Lee, is a Korean reactionary. I don't even know if he lives in America or not, but he's saying this is why foreigners and their children should not hold public office. Hasan Piker raised $54,000 for Francesca Hong. It was $57,000, I think. A non-citizen running as a socialist for Wisconsin governor. Most do not assimilate into America founding or love the country. They bring subversive ideologies that cater to foreigners rather than native citizens. Both myself and Francesca Hong are American born. I would go so far as to say that in a lineup where, you know, white patriots were going to decide who's more American, me or this fucking guy, I suspect that the ones that haven't seen me on Fox News would probably point to me and say, well, that's the real American, right? So it's really strange.
Okay, last thing we're talking about is Hasan Piker. So Hasan Piker, he just raised $54,000 for Francesca Hong, the Democratic Socialists of America candidate for Wisconsin governor. The Wisconsin Democratic primary is August 11th. So, yeah.
Like, who do you think white nativists would think is like a real American? You can put that cross behind you all day, baby boy. In a lineup between you and I, who do you think these irrational reactionary forces that you are so desperately caping for, who do you think they're going to look at and be like, well, we got to pick one of the two? No hat, of course. It's so funny. Why are your ops always people that would have been bullied at your school? You just identified a big chunk of, a big chunk of the resentment coming from the far right. They've always been fucking nerds. Bros, accent at points is indistinguishable from more Pegasus. I know, they got that internet accent. Yeah, failed theater kids. Representative Mike Lawler says that if Democratic House candidate Dr. Adam Hamawi is elected in November, he will demand a full congressional investigation into his connections and any links to terrorist organizations. Great. Why are you showing me this right now? This is from June. Fuck Mike Lawler. Anyway. Here's what AOC said.
Kind of struggling with patriotism right now. What do you have to say to those folks?
I have to say that no one can take America away from us. America is not, you know, whoever is in charge right now. I think that, to me, my understanding of our country is all of the great people and movements that are a part of it. To me, America is, yes, our founders and our abolitionists. They are our labor movements. They are our women's movements. They are, it's everything that makes up our country. And I think that America is such
Like, I don't think it's far-fetched to say that America both represents the slaver, but also John Brown. Okay? Am I being too idealistic when I say this? It represents the continuation of chattel slavery, but it also represents the abolition of it. Because it was Americans that did that, you know? It represents there is a dialectic. It represents the liberationists and it represents those who need to be liberated. And it also represents those who chose to keep people enslaved. That's it. America represents the slaver and the slave. And it's up to us to take accountability over the dark chapters, but then also recognize the periods of struggle to overcome said dark chapters. Right? And the struggle, of course, continues. But that's not what they're talking about. They're specifically talking about defending racism, and no, those people absolutely did nothing good for American society. I don't think that those people did anything good for American society. My point is, we shouldn't cede ground on this concept. Not that I'm not saying, oh, well, let's be patriotic socialists. That's not a real thing, right? It's not going to happen. Because patriotism is a made up concept that it demands blind loyalty to the most reactionary sentiment, right? I'm not saying that at all, but I think it's important to recognize the good and the bad. Just be honest. Seek truth from facts and always say the truth. You know? And I think it's good to cast aside some of these like anti-American tendencies that people represent as the most American tendency. The idea that like being an American is about pushing out the newcomers and acting as though they're not assimilating. Like that's unironically un-American. I mean, I hate Ronald Reagan, but the one thing that he actually nailed was that he said, like, look, you can come from all around the world and be American. That's the whole beauty of this fucking project, which is true. Which is true. That is the beauty of this project. That is the most redeemable quality. That's the reason why this is the most diverse country on the fucking planet. Think about our food. Think about our sports. Think about our cultural output. None of those things would exist if America wasn't this mosaic, this tapestry, this beautiful, diverse country, okay?
Meaningful place.
Burger. Think burger. Okay?
To the world because of precisely the kinds of struggles that we feel sometimes, right? It's about, yes, the history of our lowest lows in what sometimes our lowest nature, and it's also about the triumph of our highest nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Called it a melting pot, big ass fondue. No, the reason why I didn't call it a melting pot is because fondue is un-American. Okay? Burger, on the other hand, has numerous parts and is the most American invention that you can point to. Derek Thompson, Abundus are shitting on Elon Musk. Trillionaire celebrates America's 250 by saying poor people shouldn't vote. Sounds like tawdry satire of plutocracy, and yet, yeah. We are living through a Dickensian nightmare, but also it's like, weirdly enough, not as dark and more filled to the brim with burger and AI art, and it's lamer than ever before. Okay? This is ridiculous. The world's wealthiest guy turning around and being like, yeah, poor people should not be allowed to vote. If you let takers vote, Mamdani has built nothing. He's a taker, never a maker, says Elon Musk, the biggest taker of all time. A person whose entire net worth revolves around government subsidies, okay? I cannot begin to explain to you. Like, everything that he has done is literally because he just has money. He just has money. That's it. And with that money, he's been able to sit on top of other corporations and make other people work and take credit for it. And a big chunk of his revenue unironically revolves around government subsidies and also privatizing pre-existing government initiatives like NASA. Elon, this is the moment where you're supposed to wise up and abandon classical liberalism. If you let takers vote, they will not only take more and more, they will take more and more, rewarding to be a taker, and they will convert more and more makers into takers forever until the makers cannot carry the takers anymore. Universal suffrage leads to universal suffering. I have wised up. Yeah, you literally pay for the shit his company makes through the taxes. His job is to unironically tweet and be shitty at video games all day until the engineers and scientists he pays come up with something he can take credit for allowing to take place. Yes. I mean, I cannot think of a bigger taker than Elon Musk. That's what parasitic capital does. All they do is take. They take your productive output, they take your ingenuity, and they slap their name on it. What did you make? You didn't make anything. Someone else did. He is an unbelievable parasitic leech and also a racist of the highest order. It's mind-boggling that more people don't recognize it for what it is. Caroline Leavitt perfectly represents our government because she hates you. I am never going to afford a house. Have you considered dying in a war? Anyway, we'll talk about Patriot Prayer in a second. But yeah, America 250 doing fantastic. Oh, this is really funny. The guys that have spent every waking moment making unbelievably racist memes, crying over this. The fact that Hasan could treat people he was once on good terms with like this proves he's a complete degenerate freak with no morals. Every single one of these edgy posters that literally almost exclusively joke about like raping people. Like most of these guys, their entire output is just like doing rape jokes, right? Rape this, rape that. They're so edgy. And every single one of them, in between their George Floyd AI compilations and rape jokes, have taken the time out of their day to cry about this. Okay? Sorry, buddy. I'm carrying the motherfucking flame. Perhaps you should do the same. Okay? Yeah. It's always the same. It's like, oh, well, how dare you? How dare you not respect my in-group? Like, this is really messed up. This is really messed up. You're being really disrespectful. You're right. Only in America we could get something like this. Oh, no, he's going to eat them. Oh, my God, his titties. Oh, my God, Toby. Yum. Turby Derby has got some fucking memories on him, dude. What the hell? Bro, put a bra on. Jesus Christ. Jesus, Lord, mercy. Awooga. He's got some big naturals, dude. Respect. Wow. Low key, his waist is kind of snatched too. You know what I'm talking about? Like with respect to his massive mammaries, like his waist is kind of snatched. God, the shape of you, Toby. The shape of you, Turby. Like a upside down soft serve ice cream. I don't even know how human beings can balance themselves like this. Beautiful. All right, now let's get to Ross Douthat.
On this, the 250th anniversary of our great republic, I think we're unlikely to have a unifying address from any politician. So, I thought I'd get a little dressed up and offer one myself. A few years ago, I exercised one of my most important birthrights as an American. I drove with my wife and kids across the country, Connecticut to Seattle, 3,000 miles in a crowded minivan. One of our stops was Kalispell, Montana, a small city just outside Glacier National Park. And one of the places we thought about staying was the Kalispell Grand Hotel. And after the trip was over, a little while later, I was in my dad's house, looking at a collection of family artifacts from my grandmother's side of the family. And to my surprise, there was a picture of the Kalispell Grand Hotel. My great-great-grandfather.
Isn't he your friend? Dog, he not so subtly tried to get me prosecuted by the federal government. Okay? My friend, Ross Douthat, straight up spent the entire time on that New York Times podcast that we did together being like, well, you know, Jimmy Kimmel is not really a radical, but you, on the other hand, are. You are a violent revolutionary radical, don't you think? Don't you think you should be imprisoned for your statements? Straight up, that was literally what he said over and over again. It was crazy.
Built it. His name was Blair Bryce Gilliland, and he built all kinds of things around Kalispell. We had driven past monuments to my own ancestors without even realizing it. And the reason we didn't realize
Yeah, so less of a friend, more of a 40-month subscriber. Yeah, exactly. Exactly the type of timing you guys are on.
Was that after B.B. Gilliland helped build Kalispell, his son didn't stay there. He left and started over in Southern California. And then my own father, his grandson, married a woman who had come west from New England, and they started over back in the Northeast. That's a lot of fresh starts in 100 years. Right now, America is arguing about our national identity again. Whether the truest American is the new arriving immigrant who swears an oath, or the multi-generational American whose ancestors bled at Saratoga or Gettysburg or in Vietnam. My family, on both sides, has been in this country for a very long time. So maybe it's not surprising that I think there's a way of being American that's a cultural inheritance. But part of that American culture is also the very thing that brings immigrants to our shore. The knowledge that here you can begin again. Not just once when you leave behind an old world identity, but over and over, across multiple generations. We need that spirit of new beginnings now. I'm an optimist about America. And for most of our history, that was a normal thing to be. But these days, optimism can seem in short supply. Americans are polarized as never before. We're pessimistic about technology and afraid of various apocalypses. And yet, for all this, I don't think there's any country in the world that's better off than we are right now. Many of our problems are problems all over the globe. And here in America, we still have unique resources to overcome them. Comfort with ethnic and religious pluralism, powerful protections for free speech, an unusual spirit of patriotism, an enduring faith in God's providential care, and a spirit of why the F not that still has the power to amaze the world. One of the lessons of the last few difficult decades, I think, is that Americans are just not made for stasis and stability. Tell Americans that they've done everything important already, that the frontier is closed, and the only question now is how to divide our riches equitably or make sure that our achievements are sustainable.
Of course. Let's not talk about equity and dividing our riches equitably. That's bad. How about that be the next frontier, man? Why can't that be the next frontier? All this lip speak and he's a conservative. Yeah, I mean, that's what he is. He's always been the reasonable conservative. That's the position that he occupies at the New York Times. And the New York Times loves guys like this. They love this shit. A person who speaks for no one, okay? A person with a constituency so marginal, so tiny, that sometimes you think to yourself, who is this man speaking to? Like, I don't know. I don't know who is the audience for this. That's like, I'm a conservative, lifelong Republican voter who also now believes that, you know, the Democrats have gone too far. They're too woke. They should be a little bit more normal so I can vote for them. His constituency is Sarah Longwell. Yeah, Bulwark.
And they will tune out, turn on each other, fall into despair. But I'm here to tell Americans that a heroic age is still ahead of us. That the frontier is open.
Who believes this? Like, actually, I don't think even the most like rabid of Trump supporters unironically believe this right now. I mean, their heart's not in it. Their heart's not in it. Look at America 250. It's a perfect depiction of where we're at. Okay? Even the hogs have basically realized, like, this is not great. You know what I mean? Who is positive about the future of America right now? I mean, there's polling conducted on the matter all the time. And we're at an all-time low as far as like patriotism goes. For the first time ever, Americans feel less patriotic about their country than some fucking European countries are. And European nations have always historically never felt patriotic. It's ridiculous. Patriotism works if there's something to feel patriotic about. If we got numbers that we can point to. Especially the last 30 years has only created a downward spiral for average Americans, unlimited war and bloodshed, for blood and soil, and for coffers that and wars that yield tremendous bounty, not for the Americans necessarily, but for a handful, just a tiny, increasingly smaller number of demigods. Yep. American pride falls to 25-year record low. 43% of the U.S. say they display the American flag outside of their home. The extremely/very proud number is at 53%. The extremely proud is at 33%. It's still fairly high, by the way, obviously, in comparison to like where it probably should be, all things considered. But in the most propagandized country on the planet, yeah, post 2001 bump, post 9/11 bump, yeah. The United States of America were founded by wealthy slave owners and Arch Stewart reactionaries who rejected their monarch because he couldn't prevent Parliament from taxing their colony, whose violent settler peasantry just wanted to continue murderously expanding their frontier. They were one of the last countries to abolish slavery and didn't become a formal democracy until the 1960s. Their advantage of being a freer and more open society was short-lived, and their attempt to build anything resembling a social state crumbled. Instead of a society of mass affluence, they ended up with a barbaric carceral system of historically unprecedented proportions, a top-heavy, rapaciously extractive economy, a state thoroughly captured by oligarchic interests. The last decades have been marked by America's centrality to nearly every damaging social, cultural, and ideological trend. It continues to export its accelerating domestic psychoses to the world. Yes, this is definitely 100% true. We do export our brain rot. It has become the ultimate destabilizing hegemon, blundering around like a dying ogre, ever swelling a mountain of rotting corpses. America isn't the cause of all ill in the world, but the increasingly nihilistic zero-sum social culture of a contemporary capitalism that is ramified into every corner of society is fundamentally American. And the umbilical cord is very much still attached. There's still no post-American world, but with a little luck, there will be one day. Happy 4th of July. It's a fairly negative read, I would say. You know, we're working on it. We're working on it. Oh my God, we are the John Fetterman of the world. I mean, it's true. We really are. We really are the John Fetterman of the world, stumbling around and also exporting our brain rot to every single fucking country. Dog, when I saw those Charlie Kirk, the Charlie Kirk meetups in South Korea and Japan, and I saw the far right in Japan and South Korea wear MAGA hats celebrating Charlie Kirk, I was like, it's over. It's done. Okay? This man was doing rallies in South Korea, and the South Korean far right were like, yep, that's our guy. We love MAGA. Make America great again. It's like, bitch, you're Korean. What do you mean make America great again?
And once again, there is the high frontier of space travel, the moon within our reach again. Mars may be coming closer every day. There are territorial frontiers here on Earth that could be opened. If Albertans or Cubans or Australians would like to be...
Oh my God, he's such a nasty little freak for this. Oh, really funny, dude. I mean, this is unironically going back to the point that, you know, that other negative read on, albeit true, but negative read on America and its mark on the rest of the globe represents. This is that mentality.
Americans, maybe they should be. Taking Greenland by force is madness. Seeking Greenland in a fair exchange is as American as, well, the great state of Alaska. Then there are also internal frontiers, ways to transform our own country that technological progress might make possible, bringing more water to the arid West, planting forests in the southern plains, making cities grow and deserts bloom. The age of monuments should come again. We should complete the great statue of Crazy Horse that my children on our cross-country trip saw looming unfinished near Mount Rushmore. And we should build statues of Lewis and Clark on bluffs over the Mississippi or Missouri, like the statues of the kings of Gondor that greet the Fellowship of the Ring. And the
oh my God, brother. You are fucking... Oh my God. This is all aesthetics, bro. It's all aesthetics. He literally turned around and was like, America should do more imperialism, but this time gently. And then we should build big-ass statues. This is also the exact kind of thing that liberals like Ross Douthat would regularly criticize if China was doing it. Okay? And China does do it. And I do think that that's kind of a cool thing. I do like big statues. You guys know this, and many of you call me an L nerd for it and say it's a bad take, but I think like massive statues are kind of dope. But having said that, don't you feel like this is kind of the problem? How is this in any way, shape, or form different than like what Donald Trump tries to fucking point to? right? The idea that like things are great because I said they're great. Here, I'm doing a beautification initiative. Is the problem with Donald Trump that on America's 250th birthday that he's like focusing on beautification initiatives that are failing? If he actually succeeded in the beautification initiatives, the reflecting pool was actually blue, would you be fine with that? Or do you feel like we have other structural problems that need to be identified and solved and resolved? Now, this is the extent of liberalism. A conservative liberal, a classical liberal, whatever you want to call Ross, okay, will look to the situation and say, oh, yeah, well, the issue is we haven't done enough beautification. The optics are bad. Let's fix the optics, and that's how we fix America. The real problem is there are significant structural hurdles that we must climb. Hurdles because of the system's design, because of capitalism's design, right?
Wealth of our Tolkien-loving technologists should beautify our cities as the wealth of our industrialists once did. Finally, there is the frontier that every American can reach out toward.
Yeah, there's a reason why our wealthy industrialists don't do that anymore, because they don't need to, because they own all of the avenues of communication, and they can just tweak the algorithm to make you a servile little piggy slave to them, as Elon Musk has done on Twitter, or also known as X, the everything app. Okay, they own everything. They don't need to do that anymore. They just control our brains.
Which is the future itself, open to everyone who resists the false sense of human obsolescence. America began in revolution.
It's so funny. He's just like, why won't these titans of industry behave like the previous titans of industry at a time when there was unprecedented levels of wealth inequality that led to the Great Depression, okay? Deregulation and hyper-capitalism and an endless profit-seeking mentality from oligarchs literally led to the Great Depression. Ironically, why won't they do that again, this time with techno-feudalism? I don't get it. Perhaps it's because the mechanisms of control have become more sophisticated. Perhaps they don't even feel the need to do that. Perhaps everything is just held together by ticker tape right now, a hope and a dream that the stock market will endlessly grow and, people will continue making money hand over fist. But it is really funny to be like, well, do capitalism better, please. If only our super wealthy were to build these beautiful cities and engage in beautification initiatives where we would not harbor resentment against them. We would know them for the demigods that they are, as though that's the problem. The problem is we have a system where we continue with this unprecedented level of wealth and power gap that exists between the regular folks that generate the value and those who actually retain all of that value at the tippy top. That's the real problem. Not that they're not like giving back aesthetically. The robber barons had to spend their physical money because they were worried about it getting stolen. Not really a problem now. Yeah, there's also that.
And today, the most basic human actions can be revolutionary. Everyone who builds, who plants, who marries, who has a child, who makes a new beginning, reaches for the next American frontier. Since the 1600s, my own ancestors have begun again as Mainers, as Virginian.
There's something really funny about Ross Douthat trying to do this thing where he's like, well, you know what's our new frontier? Having children and getting married. Dog, if China can't do that with the level of social cohesion they have and the level of social control that they have, what makes you think you at the New York Times are going to be able to achieve this with, 17,000 people watching? Well, now you got 27,000 people watching in real time, but, we doubled your viewership almost. All of these problems that he is presenting could be identified by the economic organization of society that we exist under that makes it virtually impossible to have a child, makes it impossible to dream for a better future. Everyone's working, okay? Everyone's working tirelessly, barely making ends meet.
as Arkansans, as Montanans, as Californians. They have begun again as pig farmers and bicycle salesmen, as lobster fishermen and lawyers, as artists and poets, and now, God help us, as newspaper columnists. And I hope that my own children, all 5 of them, and their children, unto generations in the distant future, will always have the same chance to start afresh. This is the promise of America. And it's the reason that the future is still ours. The next 250 years and more than that, if God so wills it. And so, my fellow Americans, let us.
All right. Let's talk. Let's hear from the real president, okay? What would Ross think of this? Trump stood at the Six Grandfathers Cave Mount Rushmore last night and told America that anyone who says it was built on stolen land is spreading Marx's lies about our heritage. He said the people who tell our children that we live on stolen land are doing something much worse than slandering our past. They're attacking our future. He called them a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics. No, Trump, you're wrong. Yeah, it's kind of ironic to do that. Saying that these are lunatics, a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics. Like, oh, you mean the settlers? Like, that's kind of, you're literally standing atop the the stolen goods, if you will. So let's be direct about it since you weren't. Yes, the United States of America is stolen land. It was founded through genocide, oppression, and dispossession of the people who are already here. That's not a Marxist talking point. That's the historical record.
Moments when history speaks to us. This is one of them. My dear friends, President Trump and the people of America, today the United States celebrates 250 years of independence, 250 years of freedom, 250 years of defending freedom. On behalf of the people of Israel, I wish you all a happy and joyful Independence Day. My friends, this 4th of July carries a special meaning for me personally. Exactly 50 years ago, as America celebrated its bicentennial, Israel carried out one of the greatest hostage rescue missions in history, Operation Jonathan in Entebbe, Uganda. More than 100 innocent hostages were brought home alive by our courageous soldiers.
Oh, bro, everything has to be about you, huh? Me. Look, you guys also are fighting the same villains. They say you are built on stolen land. Well, we stole our land too, just like you did.
One commander did not, my brother Yoni. He gave his life so that others could live. This is what the brave soldiers of Israel and America.
Oh my God, brother. I mean, this is the other side of the story, right? This is the other side of the story. This is like Brian Kilmeade being like, these guys hate America and Israel. And this is the other side of it where it's like, you know, we're just like you in many ways. Remember, we're fighting for you. Really? Really? That's crazy. Doesn't feel like it.
Again and again in these 50 years. And 50 years later, we are still defending freedom. We may live in different continents, but there's a strong
yeah, when that ugly person calls you twin. Yeah.
Bond between us because we have one destiny. We know that freedom is never cheap. It must be continually purchased. It must be continually defended. America has been the greatest force for liberty the modern world has known. Israel is proud to stand beside her. Israel is proud to stand beside all of you. Because our...
Please keep giving us billions of dollars of tax money. Please keep giving us all the weapons we use to melt children in our neighborhoods. This is very good. And if you don't give it to us, I will call you an anti-Semite. and I will demand that you no longer have your freedom. And guess what? The American government will give me that gift as well.
Our alliance is built not only on shared interest, it's built on shared values. Today, those values are under attack. The tyrants we face chant, "Death to America, death to Israel." They think freedom is weak. They think democracies are weak. They're wrong about our two democracies. Because when America and Israel stand together, freedom stands stronger. Together we defend freedom. Together we defend our common civilization. Together, with God's help, freedom will triumph over tyranny. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless...
Bro, it's July 4th. Why would God bless Israel? Why are we... Like, God, he has to make everything about himself, bro. This is classic Israel. It's like, remember when we, on that faithful morning on July 4th, 1776, invented Israel? It was great. We did that. They should call it the Israeli Revolution.
Arab Square, so Revolution Square in the heart of Tehran, where they've just unveiled this new monument to the late Ali Khamenei, the late supreme leader of Iran, whose funeral begins now this weekend. That is his clenched fist with his ring on it, flanked by 2 missiles. So a symbol, if you like, of resistance and defiance after this 4-month war that has left Iran badly damaged, that took his life and the lives of many others, but has left his government still.
I mean, if I'm the guy who invented the Shahed drone, I'm a little bit bitter. Like, they put the missiles on there, but not the Shahed drone. I feel like that's the most significant image, right?
Standing. So they are preparing now for what is going to be the mother of all funerals, going to go on for 7 days. On Monday, we're going to see millions of Iranians lining the streets here of the capital. His coffin will go past here, we understand, past any number of landmarks through the city, and Iranians will come out in numbers we've not seen
So much
since
AI art.
the funeral of the first Ayatollah, the first supreme leader.
Canceling the Islamic Republic for its heavy utilization of AI art instead of relying on domestic artists.
Back in 1989. It's then going to go to Qom, south of here, big religious city in Iran. It's then going to go to 2 other religious cities in Iraq, to Kerbala and to Najaf, before he's buried in Mashhad. Now, a lot of people we've been speaking to here are coming out and will come out to send him off, pay their respects. Some of the faithful we've spoken to say they're doing so because they want to honour a great leader, but also they say they want to see revenge.
Shahid Khamenei, Imam Khomeini, Imam Khamenei, Mojtaba Khamenei,
We're all sad. He was a great and noble man, and his death caused a lot of sorrow for us.
Was he a good leader for Iran?
Yes, excellent, and we'll miss him a lot.
Tomorrow you will see the funeral. Millions will be in the streets. It was a great...
Bro, for a second, I thought it wasn't the Hezbollah flag, and I thought it was their standing with Ukraine pin. Just the one Iranian unk that's like, yep, this is a united struggle.
Streets. He was a great leader. He was a father to all of us.
He's like, I support the IRGC and NATO.
I mean, somebody just there said, no, he was a bad leader. I'm not going to go to his funeral. Another person said that she didn't like him. Do you understand that?
Well, he probably liked Trump. Someone who likes Trump and Netanyahu and Pahlavi doesn't like Ali Khamenei.
We all are sad. We are very sad. But the fight is still going on, you know? We can't just be sad. We have to fight.
Who's winning?
Of course, us.
He was very strong, and we will miss him a lot. We're mournful, but we thank God that his son is the new leader, and that now we have another strong leader.
Ali Khamenei was supreme leader of Iran for 37 years, so the authorities want to give him the send-off that they believe he deserves, but also you get the impression they want to project a sense of unity and public show of strength after this bruising 4-month conflict. Having said that, a lot of the younger people we've spoken to weren't happy to be interviewed about how they feel about him. One of them said he was a bad leader, and I think some of them said they won't come to the funeral. So there is a sense that this is a divided country, and a lot of the younger generation don't believe that.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, this is classic. It's the same in Cuba. It's like if everything that if all you've known is economic struggle, okay? If all you know is economic struggle, of course you're going to be like, yeah, it's the fault of the fucking leadership. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And then on top of that, if you get a college education, if you go to school and then you have, liberal values, which many people do, right? I'm talking about like social liberalism. Then yeah, you're going to be very frustrated with with any kind of repression that you experience, paired up with the economic hardships that you understandably attribute to the administration.
He represents a form of
yeah. I mean, low key, Iran does have a gerontocracy, just like we do. Okay, there is, I know I talk about generational politics. It's reactionary. It's like only class politics, but low key, there is somewhat of an internationalist perspective where no matter where you go, the boomers are ruining everything. Like anti-boomerism could be an interesting international unifying form of politics. Yeah, they were the gerontocracy. I say were because, America and Israel consensually eradicated the gerontocracy to a significant degree. And then look what Iran did in the aftermath of that. It turns out eradicating the boomer class of the Iranian leadership generated tremendous results, just not for America and Israel, but for Iran.
With. Having said that, we are undoubtedly going to see millions of Iranians coming out in what is going to be an extraordinary spectacle of religious and political support for this Iranian leader. Revenge, revenge, death or revenge, they chant. In the baking heat, here to honour Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, they came in their thousands. Above them, the coffins of the Supreme Leader and his family members killed by US-Israeli bombardment on the first day of the war. Mourners arriving from across Iran to pay their respects and vow vengeance on their enemies.
God willing, they will receive the punishment for what they did in this world and will make them feel a humiliation that is unprecedented in history.
American boomers went to Iran for American imperialism. Iranian boomers literally fought off an Iraqi invasion. It's true, but they're still boomers is what my point, right? My point is they're still boomers. And there's a boomer universality. A reluctance to cede power to anybody else when you're calcified in your ways, right? Boomers do that no matter where they live. You know what I mean? It's obviously adjusted to the material conditions of each individual state and their culture. But yeah, I'm not shy about saying it. I think Ayatollah Ali Khamenei demonstrated boomer mindset with the anti-nuclear arms fatwa and their investment into social modes of repression as a way to try and galvanize the base that they had. Again, it's a boomer relic. It's boomer behavior.
The world has no place for these Epstein followers, and the people of the world are finding out more and more what is the best way forward.
Millions are expected for a week of funeral ceremonies in at least 5 cities in Iran and Iraq. An outpouring of grief on a scale we haven't seen here in decades. Some of it ritualistic, some more personal.
Bidding farewell is very difficult. I cannot explain my emotions.
Ali Khamenei was the only leader many Iranians ever knew, and his rule has defined this country for more than 3 decades. These are the faithful out in force to honour the memory of their leader that they say was martyred at the start of an illegal 4-month war. Their government hopes to send them.
Oh yeah, they had there was a short recitation from the Quran for all the foreign delegations, and it was a way to dunk on different delegations and like their performance, I guess. At least that's what I saw on Twitter. They did a Quran diss track for like the Gulf, with the exception of Qatar. And then you know, they obviously glazed the Houthis. It's very interesting stuff. They love their poetry and symbolism over there. I heard Drake was on there too. Look, foreign delegations fought past copies of the slain supreme leader and members of his family. Each delegation is escorted into the hall by a brief military march, and there's a short recitation from the Quran. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence, or perhaps an intentional message from Iran to the Saudi delegation, but the verses selected for their arrival are striking. They carry an obvious pointed symbolism. The passage alludes to the Battle of Badr, fought on March 13th, near present-day Saudi Arabia. There, the Prophet Muhammad led roughly 313 Muslims against a Meccan force about 1,000. Despite being vastly outnumbered, the Muslims secured a decisive victory, which Islamic tradition attributes to divine intervention. The verses read, "There was certainly a sign for you in the 2 armies that met in battle, one fighting in the cause of Allah and the other denying him. The believers saw their enemy as twice their number, yet Allah strengthens with his support whom he wills. Surely, and this is a lesson for those with insight."
Message of unity and defiance to its enemies as this war remains far from resolved. They may have waited for an end in fighting to bury their fallen leader, but there is a strong sense here of unfinished business.
We are sad, and it's a great sorrow, but our message to America is you can't do a damn thing. What do you think you've achieved by killing our leader? Our leader has grown young.
Many, though, may not join the mourners in this deeply divided country. Elsewhere on the streets of Tehran, people critical of Khamenei told us he should not be honoured, but wouldn't speak on camera. But in ceremonies and prayers across Iran, millions will be paying their respects to only the second supreme leader to be buried in almost 4 decades, whose death, his supporters believe, has only strengthened their country. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Tehran.
This is the Grand Musalla of Tehran, which is today hosting the first day of public farewell ceremony to the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed.
What was the verse they chose for Turkey? Does anyone have the different verses? There was a summarization I read about the different verses that they chose for the different countries. Oh, here. Saudi Arabia received a verse about two armies meeting in battle, one believing, one not. Turkey got a verse elevating those who fight over those who sit. The Lebanese government heard a verse about people refusing to sacrifice if asked. Hezbollah was told, do not weaken or grieve, you are superior. Hamas receives the verse honoring men who fulfilled their covenant with God. Some have died, others are waiting. Yemen's Houthis got a verse praising believers who fought without weakening. Qatar received a verse about forgiveness and divine favor, read as a nod for its mediating role. All right.
Also been a wave of progressive candidates winning Democratic primaries.
All right, let's skip some of this stuff. There's a JD Vance interview with Bill Maher that I want to watch, but before I do this annoying nuisance, let's do some funny business. It's over for you, big dog. What is this? The Australian e-safety commissioner wants the power to punish social media platforms for allowing ratios. These online safety regimes start out as well as for protecting kids.
That's important because the adult cyber abuse as it's constructed now is so specific. As you know, it doesn't cover groups of people or a person.
Wait, what? So if I ratio a Zionist, I'm going to prison? Like, what the fuck? What the hell is going on, man? What the fuck is this? Or nor? This has got to go. Anyway. Speaking of fucking weirdos. Speaking of weirdos. Members of the group Patriot Front ride the metro as commuter looks on during the 250th anniversary of U.S. independence. This is, I mean, you know, America. There it is. A bunch of fucking ICE agents that are now, ironically, wearing a mask. Okay. Bunch of ICE agents that chose to wear a mask on this beautiful day to go and do Fed activity on their off day. How wonderful for them. Look at how fucking sweaty this guy's head is. Oh my God. This is what they did. They did a show of... Loser ass LARPers, bro.
We claim America! 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 We of our people!
Yeah. There was a streamer that was with the group, and apparently he declared it a total Aryan victory. At first, I thought they used to wear the masks because they wanted to hide their identity because they don't want to be outed as Nazis and stuff. But honestly, I think they wear the mask because most of them are Mexican and of Guatemalan descent too, and they're just like a little bit ashamed. As we have seen thus far, the Groyper movement. Sorry, you know, this is not the majority in any way, shape, or form, but the Groyper movement is majority. Latino and Muslim too. There are Muslim Groypers as well. Indian Groypers. So I assume that a part of the reason why they wear the mask is because they're just like kind of worried that if they don't, you know, if they show their face, people are going to be like, well, this is DEI. This is like not looking real Aryan. What is this? This adds up. 1 in 3 American men were not working or looking for a job in April, nearly a 20-year low. Nice. Apparently, they intern on Capitol Hill. Want to know how quickly they got 400 makes extremists, MAGA extremists in DC? It's because many of them are Republican staffers. The most overlooked scandal in the U.S. right now. I don't know if that's true or not, but I will tell you this. Look at this man's swamp ass, bro. They're sweating. Either they're sweating or they are, you know, pissing and shitting in their pants, I guess. But that's crazy. I've never seen swamp ass like this. It's 100 degrees in DC. I hope they got swamp ass. Oh my God. Oh my God. All of their asses. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Hundreds of members of the White Nationalist Patriot Front marched in D.C. today, where a 4th of July parade was canceled for deadly heat. They struggled with the heat as well. A few members of the public yelled at them.
Every single one of you justifies the fucking right to abortion. You stand up fucking taller. You fucking pathetic pieces of fucking shit. Fuck you, scum.
Oh my God. Every booty cheek is fucking drenched, bro. Oh my God. I can smell it from over here. All the way across the nation state from California. Oh my God. I've never seen someone sweat through their assholes like that. Oh my Lord. Oh.
Yeah, that way they don't have to keep running. Get out! Go home!
Is there a list of approved groups or something? What was the correct answer?
I don't understand why they do this, because, like, so obviously the reason for why you demonstrate in numbers like this, as the Klan used to, is to show that you're a force to be reckoned with. You got numbers, like you're trying to make it, you're trying to make people insecure about their safety in the neighborhood that you parade through, the neighborhood that you march through. But like, for that to actually work, at least with the Klan, like there's also a real threat of violence associated with the Klan, because the Klan was violent, objectively. Now, the ideology that these guys represent is violent, but for the most part, their output has been just getting into U-Hauls, getting out of U-Hauls, standing in one place and being like, oh, America should be white, and then going back home. So it kind of fails to reach that, like, threatening presence, as most people just go up to them and tell them that they're fucking pathetic losers, and everybody just clowns on them and dunks on them for their ass sweat and for being feds for the most part. You know? Large crowd moving through DC towards the White House with a Declaration of Independence banner chanting 8647. Like, I feel like these guys don't even have the support of like most neo-Nazis on the internet. You know what I mean? I feel like most people don't even fucking trust them as like a sincere banner carrier for the American neo-Nazi movement. Most Nazis think these guys are feds, which, by the way, I also think they're feds. It's just not in the way that Nazis say they're feds. You know what I mean? Like Nazis say, oh, these guys are federal agents. I'm like, yeah, they're members of ICE. You know what I mean? Like, what did this accomplish? Like, nothing. You know what I mean? This didn't like threaten people. I don't think this like is a significant threatening presence. The only thing these guys are a threat to is the diapers that they sweat through. You know what I mean? Of course, notice something. The cops are protecting them as opposed to the pro-Palestinian demonstrations where cops notoriously do not protect them, allow the counter-protesters to come and beat their asses, to attack them, to deploy sometimes, you know, fireworks and things like that, putting the student protesters, peaceful demonstrators in harm's way, and then arresting them. Weirdly enough, that never happens to the Patriot Prayer for some reason. I guess that's because they're homies. Anyway, let's hear from Real Time with Bill Maher, the JD Vance interview that just came out. Yeah, I'm done with this. I can't listen to this fucking asshole talk about what Catholicism means to him, because, I mean, he is moments away. That dipshit is moments away from being excommunicated by the goddamn Pope, okay? He has duked it out with the motherfucking Pope. I'm sorry, you can't be Catholic and then do that shit, okay? It's ridiculous. If you're going to be an adult convert, you can't shit on the Pope. Like, you chose this religion. You chose Catholicism in your old ass age, okay? And then you did the one thing you can't do in Catholicism. You killed the previous Pope, and the new Pope you're arguing with all the time. It's fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Get the fuck out of here. Why would you change your Christian sect if you're just not going to follow the number one rule, you know? It's like converting. It's like reverting to Islam in your old age to be like, well, I love eating pork. That's the one thing I love doing. Okay. Well, I guess you're not a fucking real convert then. What do you mean you like eating pork? What the fuck? It's ridiculous. Some of us were born into this shit, okay? It blows my mind. What is this? New DSA swag. Fire. Finally, we got hot jackets. Twin Cities DSA. Damn. That is fire. It's very important that the socialist movement has swag, okay? It's very, very, very important that the socialist movement has swag. Obviously, it's not for today. You know, it's 100 degrees out, but we have to have swag We have to look good. We have to make people feel good. It's very, very important. None of this whole like, oh, this is body fascism. Nope, we're not doing that anymore. That's woke 1.0, okay?
Socialists are taking over American cities, and that could fundamentally change urban life and the political landscape in America. If you don't know the name Janice Louis George yet, you should probably get used to hearing it. Louis George won the Democratic primary for mayor of Washington, D.C. in June, which of course means Louis George basically won the mayorship of Washington, D.C. in June. And this was pretty significant on a local level. Louis George was younger, less experienced, and less establishment than her main opponent, and she beat him easily. The biggest reason this matters, though, is simple. Louis George is a Democratic socialist, and it's worth thinking about that on a really basic level for a second. The capital city of the wealthiest, most powerful country in the world, the country that has done more than any to spread capitalism and capitalist ideas throughout the globe, will now be led by a socialist. That's a really big deal. And it's why, if you follow politics, you're probably going to be hearing Louis George's name a lot in the years ahead. Because there is a real potential that DC and the federal government are now on a collision course. DC has had control of most of its local affairs since 1973. When Congress passed the Home Rule Act. But the federal government does still have control and veto power over a lot of the district's policies, which Republicans especially have historically been very happy to use, on issues from marijuana to abortion rights to charter schools. Even many Democrats have supported some of those efforts sometimes, like in 2023. Donald Trump himself has now called for curtailing DC's home rule.
And maybe we'll take back Washington, run it on the federal basis.
And Louis George gives him an ideal foil. It's kind of a perfect storm for conflict. And it could be a real storyline for Trump's final 2 years. But you should know about Louis George for another bigger reason. She is part of a wave of new socialist mayors in big cities. And that could remake the Democratic Party and urban life in America. Across the country, we are seeing the emergence of a real beachhead of socialist political power, concentrated in big blue urban enclaves. Of course, there is Zohran Mamdani, who leads the country's largest city and has become a genuine political and pop culture phenomenon. But it's not just him. Seattle is now led by Katie Wilson, who defeated the incumbent mayor in the 2025 election. She's since broken with decades of the status quo, aggressively going after companies like Starbucks and Amazon, which have deep roots in the city and traditionally have had a lot of political power there. In Los Angeles, Nithya Raman is in a runoff with the incumbent mayor, Karen Bass. And at least so far, early polling shows it as a toss-up, and a real possibility that Raman could win. And if she does, it would punctuate a really clear trend. A decade ago, Bernie Sanders was basically laughed out of a lot of rooms for being a Democratic socialist, and he had to constantly.
No one is watching Hasan. If they are, he's just his audience with his entitled lecture worthy for Bill Maher to joke about. Evently, Bill is going to joke about Hasan. In reality, many are enjoying themselves and not watching Hasan, worthy of Gutfeld and Chappelle jokes. The fuck? Paul Pelosi's on the run? No. Paul Pelosi, husband and Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, is facing a hit and run charge for a crash in Uteville, Napa County. Sheriff's deputies announced Paul Pelosi is accused of hitting a parked car, briefly stopping and then driving away. Oh my God, that's my goat. Oh, he's doing it again. Oh, he's doing the damn thing again. Bro, let Paul Pelosi drive, okay? I'm a single issue voter. Keeping Paul Pelosi behind the wheel. Dude, this man at his old ass age loves drunk driving. What the fuck? Many other boomers, what do they like to do? They like to vote. Okay? They live to vote. They don't vote to live. They live to vote. Okay? Paul Pelosi loves drunk driving. He loves drunk driving so much. I've never seen someone at his age consistently get caught drunk driving and then continue doing it. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know why he loves insider trading and drunk driving. And now he can't insider trade anymore because Nancy Pelosi is no longer on the inside. So now he has only one of his two hobbies, which is drunk driving. I genuinely find this to be impressive. Okay. I find this to be very impressive. Who's going to be the first DSA senator? Don't think DSA is running anyone for U.S. Senate this cycle. It's possible AES could apply to join federal SIO after he's elected. Otherwise, might be Summerlee or AOC. Why are you saying this? Why are you sending me this? this link or this response. Senator Mitch McConnell's wife reportedly traveled to China just 3 days after he received CPR following a heart attack. Oh, that's the other thing. Mitch McConnell's wife is obviously a Chinese, and not only that, but also has like direct connection to China still. She was also, wasn't she like the transportation secretary or something? Like, what the fuck was her job? Didn't they give her like a cabinet position? Am I crazy? What does she do? Dude, Republicans love getting away with it, by the way. It's crazy. They are. Am I crazy? Did I make that up? Didn't she have a position, like a cabinet position, Mitch McConnell's wife? Let me look this up. She was named as a Kennedy Center trustee. Elaine Lan Chao is a Taiwanese American businesswoman, former government official who served as the United States Secretary of Labor in the George W. Bush administration. And then, yep, he did. United States Secretary of Transportation, the first admin of Donald Trump. I was right. A member of the Republican Party, Chao was the first Asian American woman to serve in a presidential cabinet. She resigned as Transportation Secretary after the January 6th United States Capitol attack. Chao was born in Taipei. They fled China as a result of the Chinese Civil War. She immigrated to the United States when she was 8 years old. Her father founded the Foremost Group, an American shipping company based in New York. Chao was raised in Queens, New York, and on Long Island, and received degrees from Mount Holyoke College and Harvard Business School. Chinese wife, CCP winning. Yeah, she immigrated to the United States when she was 8 years old. She's the eldest of 6 daughters. Unfathomably rich, I'm pretty sure. Chao attended Tsai Sing Elementary School in Taiwan for kindergarten and first grade. Holyoke, okay. Chinese baddie. I'm not going to say anything, okay? Post-Bush administration, Secretary of Transportation. Other proposals. Controversies. In 2013, liberal super PAC Progress Kentucky tweeted about Mitch McConnell's Chinese wife, and allegedly that's why your job moved to China. The tweets were removed following the investigation by NPR that noted Chao was a U.S. citizen, was born in Taiwan, and that the PAC had failed to file required disclosures. Similar message by a Kentucky Democrat in 2014 claimed that Chao isn't from Kentucky, she's Asian. That's crazy. Critics have claimed that her family shipping company, Foremost Groups, has ties to China. From January, this is what I was thinking of, yes. From January 2018 to April 2019, 72% of total tonnage of chartered cargo shipped by Foremost Group was shipped to and from China. During Mitch McConnell's re-election campaign in 2020, his Democratic opponent, Amy McGrath, accused McConnell of making millions from China. The Washington Post called these claims spurious and then rated them 3 Pinocchios out of a possible 4. Okay. As Secretary of Transportation, Chao appeared in at least a dozen interviews with her 96-year-old father, James, the founder of her family shipping company. Some media outlets said the appearances raised ethical concerns as public officials are prohibited from using their office to profit for themselves. Remember? Guys, can you remember a time when people would make a fuss about such things? You know, ethical concerns, because public officials are prohibited from using their office to profit others or themselves. Oh my God, remember? Transportation Department's Inspector General cited instances where Chao's office helped promote the family's shipping business. The Inspector General asked the Trump administration's Justice Department in December to consider a criminal investigation into Chow, but the DOJ denied the request. Federal disclosures cited by the New York Times revealed a gift Chow and her husband from Chow's father valued between $5 million and $25 million. Anyway. Fucking laundry list of controversies. But yeah, Mitch McConnell's Asian baddie wife, Mitch McConnell's ABG wife, flew to China 3 days after Mitch McConnell was hospitalized. Oh no. Yeah. Elaine Chao, who's married to 84-year-old Republican lawmaker since 1993 and formerly served as transportation secretary in the first Trump administration, traveled to Beijing and met with Chinese Vice President Han Zheng just days after McConnell's hospitalization. What? Hey, yo! Hey, yo! She said, we're moving on to bigger and better things. That's crazy. Photos circulating in Chinese media show Chow sitting across from Zheng on June 17th, reportedly discussing efforts to strengthen China-U.S. relations. Hey, she's with us. She's with us. She's with us. The timing of the visit adds further questions to a growing list of McConnell's aides. To a growing list of McConnell's aides have declined to answer since an EMS call made public this week revealed he had been hospitalized after suffering a heart attack on June 14th, with an emergency dispatch sent to his Washington, D.C. residence. Audio of the call was first revealed by journalist Desiree Townsend. The Republican senator's team has confirmed he's in the hospital, but has offered no further details about his condition, including whether he's conscious or who is currently running his office. Senator McConnell appreciates the outpouring of support he's received while he continues his recovery in the hospital. He's dead, bro. He's dead. Jeremy Foss, an emergency physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital and assistant professor at Harvard, has warned that McConnell's condition could be more serious than his team is letting on, noting that most patients who survive CPR after a heart attack are not able to take care of their bodily needs. If it does work, we can restart their heart and their heart is beating spontaneously. That begins a long road to recovery, even for the healthiest of patients. So when you have a person who's elderly, who has other underlying medical conditions, it's really concerning. McConnell has faced several health scares during his 7 Senate terms, having first been elected to the Senate in 1985 and serving the longest tenure of any Kentucky senator, though concerns about his health have become more frequent and more serious in recent years. In February, he spent 8 days in the hospital after checking himself in an abundance of caution following flu-like symptoms. He noted that on June 22nd, when McConnell was already in the hospital, his spokesperson, David Popp, said only that he would not be voting without addressing his medical condition. Democrat Charles Booker, who's seeking to replace McConnell, has questioned whether his team is trying to conceal the extent of his condition, suggesting he may no longer be fit to serve office. Obviously, Booker is my first pick for McConnell's replacement, but I'll take Thomas Massie as a second pick if necessary. You know what I mean? Kyle Kalinske on a level of dark woke most people couldn't even imagine. Breaking: Mitch McConnell found alive. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, that is crazy. I did not know. I thought people were being maybe a little racist that she just like flew to China right after. I mean, it's suspicious that you would fly to China right after your husband is most likely dead. But she went beast mode. She beasted on him. She did a public appearance with the motherfucking vice president, bro. Dude, can you imagine a Democrat? I have traveled to China. I'm a Turkish American citizen, okay? I have no connection to Chinese heritage or to the nation state of the People's Republic of China. When I went to China, everybody said, I'm a motherfucking Chinese agent. I'm being paid by the Chinese government. Meanwhile, we paid so much fucking money for that China trip. It's unbelievable. I wish the fucking Chinese government funded that trip. God damn it. That was all fear and funds. Anyway, that's besides the point. Okay? That shit was expensive as hell. Meanwhile, the Chinese wife of Mitch McConnell flew to China 3 days after Mitch McConnell most likely died, okay, and met with the vice president publicly. Dog. Republicans get away with everything. Republicans get away with everything. What do you think they talked about? I don't know. Normalizing China-U.S. relations, which I don't have an issue with. This is the most Erica Kirk moment I have seen. Dude, I swear to God, Republican wives are also Republican operatives themselves, and they're fucking straight demonic. Okay? They're so goddamn cutthroat. It's kind of crazy. Wow, not beating the misogyny allegations by being this mad at a woman of color having upward social mobility? Yeah. I mean, straight up, dude, this is some real ass Erica Kirk ass moves right here. She's making Erica Kirk look like a grieving widow with these moves. She started at the top and now she's still there. I mean, good on her. Good on her. Al Jazeera did a whole what led to the war in Iran, but we're gonna move on to the fun. We're gonna move on to the fun
really
reacts.
Big pie that keeps growing, then everybody can get fat and not.
Okay, we're gonna do this Ben Jordan video. The richest country's pretty mid now. There's like, dude, there is a real like YouTube commentary resurgence taking place right now with a lot of like leftist and left adjacent content creators are just like popping the fuck off, putting LeBron numbers on the board. I really like it.
Too, haven't you? We've been exposed to controversies and warnings and just nonstop bad news our entire lives, but this hits different. Beneath all of these chaotic headlines that we see every single day, it just feels like something bigger is happening.
Do me a favor. Try and think of just one general thing in your life that has improved in the last 10 years. Has your quality of healthcare improved? How about your quality of education, your cost of living, your insurance coverage, your privacy, your freedom? Do you have more time to do what you want to do today than you did in 2016? On this day, 1 decade ago, the Dow Jones closed at around 18,000 points. Since then, it has skyrocketed, closing today at 51,000 points. So congratulations
congratulations, unless of course your quality of life is not 2.83 times better. In that case, I made a video for you to watch. But this video isn't about evil CEOs or how capitalism and wealth inequality are out of control. You probably already knew those things. This is a theory, maybe a conspiracy theory, but a theory nonetheless that I've been sharing and discussing and refining for years. For you, it's merely some lenses that you can try on when reading your newsfeed. It's an introduction to what comes after capitalism, something I can only call leveragism.
All my life I was looking for a sign. Wasn't sure where to find a peace of mind. Sometimes you can see things when needing time. Well, for you I'll be putting it all aside.
Capitalism on paper is dependent on economic and technological growth. On paper, the idea is that everybody gets a slice of the pie, and if we make a really, really, really big pie that keeps growing, then everybody can get fat. And not only is that example kind of a literal one when we look at the American obesity epidemic, but capitalism also led to agricultural innovation and global supply chains and wealth creation in developing countries that played a huge part in decreasing global hunger. It's worth recognizing that in 1970, 1/3 of the people on this planet were starving, and now that number is down to about 8.2%. How much of that achievement can be awarded to capitalism can be...
I mean, I wouldn't even say 1970s onward, but I would say that, and this is Marxist analysis as well, capitalism is a progressive force as opposed to feudalism. So it's true. It's just that we have evolved past the need for capitalism. To say that capitalism didn't do that industrialism did, which could be under any system, is both correct and incorrect. It doesn't matter. That's what did it, okay? Especially, obviously, the abolition of extreme poverty, the destruction of extreme poverty directly comes from the development and redistributive policies of China. But
debated, but ignoring that this drop in...
Ben Jordan is inventing Marxism from first principles by doing, ironically, exactly what Karl Marx did, which is, a reflection on the progressive trends that came out of capitalism, and then talking about how it's gone too far, and now everything fucking sucks, and is, I hope, arriving at like an accurate and apt analysis of the inherent contradictions within capitalism and how that it creates this tremendous contradiction amongst these two warring classes, the working class and the capital owners, and how much the consolidation of wealth in the hands and the consolidation of power in the hands of the capital owning class has created all of these tremendous excesses and issues.
Famine happened in a time when all but 4 countries rely on a capitalist structure would be disingenuous. Let's revisit that on paper part. So, even if we limit our examples to Coca-Cola, who I seem to frequently use for economic examples for some reason, capitalism leads to a lot of evil shit. In 1954, Coca-Cola financially and politically supported a CIA-backed military coup of Guatemala. Then, in the early 2000s, Coca-Cola was suspected to have hired right-wing paramilitary death squads to assassinate union leaders. Coca-Cola is the #1 top plastic polluter in the world, despite their constant marketing of their sustainability goals. They've caused water shortages in Latin America and India by depleting local aquifers. They have bottling partners that have been repeatedly accused of human rights violations and suppressing union organization. They have Israeli franchises that have sourced their resources from occupied Palestinian territories, which is considered illegal under international law. Is the existence of capitalism the problem here? Most progressive people would answer that question with a resounding yes. I think it's debatable. I would argue that most of these things that Coke did violate the rules written by capitalist governments. And the problem is
oh no, don't tell me real capitalism hasn't been tried. No.
Which is a byproduct of jealousy. Since capitalism is frequently associated with hoarding more resources than your neighbors, we tend to associate capitalism with being a douchebag. And that's totally fair. So much so that we even get popular memes and fake Karl Marx quotes like, "There is no ethical consumption under capitalism," which is a completely sane and reasonable thing to shout at lemonade stands and farmers markets. The reason reason I'm discussing this to begin with is to highlight what American capitalism means on paper, and how apparently nobody has seen that paper in decades.
You need to react to Louis Rossman. Louis Rossman hates me. He's like a fucking Epstein-y dick rider, isn't he? Maybe he's changed his position.
Video was what happened between the Great Depression.
Ben, on the other hand, does not, and I really like Ben. I'm joking when I say boo.
And the 2000s. Let's go back to 1933, and I think we need a whole tone scale for this. Hey, I'm in 1933. Shit sucks. Nobody has any money. I've been eating shit like dandelions and potato soup and a bunch of poorly thought out ways to eat hot dogs. All this happened because a bunch of people got really greedy and borrowed more money than they could ever pay back and invested it.
Bro, who made those, all those instruments behind you got them? I mean, I know you're joking, but that is a very common argument that people actually present. And the answer always is workers, labor. Labor made them. Okay?
In wheat? What is the deal with that? Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration was both aware of capitalism's potential to increase the American quality of life, but also its potential to cannibalize itself. And it is truly remarkable to me that nearly 100 years ago, they saw the exact same mechanism that's playing out today. And this was at a time when some of your baseball watching and apple pie eating Americans were still on the fence about communism, and they had solid representation via the CPUSA. A lot of American citizens believed that the Soviet Union was a rising egalitarian society that was immune to the Western economic crisis that they were experiencing. The New Deal took this into serious consideration and ultimately wasn't about social services or directly addressing wealth inequality like the Soviet Union, but instead about sticking to the whole freedom thing and redefining capitalism in a way that would allow Americans to organically solve these problems using their own capitalist motivations. All of this kicked off with the Glass-Steagall Act of 1933. No longer would a commercial bank that provided consumer and business loans be allowed to deal with, underwrite, or invest in private securities, and investment banks would no longer be able to take consumer deposits. So to give you an example, JP Morgan was forced to start a separate business for all the risky stuff, and that eventually became Morgan Stanley. This act also created the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC. This guaranteed that if you had money in a commercial bank and that bank failed or went out of business, you would be guaranteed reimbursement up to a specified limit. All of this, combined with a whole lot of historically progressive labor laws and a tiny little skirmish called World War II, set America up to make the most savvy financial move in the history of trade. You know those crazy conspiracy stories where the elite Illuminati members will meet up somewhere in the woods and decide how they'll control the world? That actually kind of happened. And to some degree, the economic fate of...
It still happens. All the time. It's just called Davos. It's called G10. It's called World Economic Forum to a certain degree. So... it happens all the time. Throughout the year, people get together very openly. It's not a secret. They do it all the time.
You and your family was decided in that meeting. Towards the end of the Second World War in July of 1944, delegates from 44 Allied nations met in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, with the goal of designing and negotiating a post-war financial system. At the time, pretty much the entire world was economically devastated, but due to our size and geographic isolation, American soil was mostly untouched by the war. We also held between 70 and 80% of the world's gold reserves and were easily the largest manufacturing economy on the planet. The Bretton Woods Compromise offered a way that countries could facilitate international trade with a trusted currency without having to lug literal bars of gold everywhere. The United States pegged the US dollar strictly to gold at a fixed rate of $35 per ounce, and it was guaranteed that any foreign bank could turn in $35 and receive a physical ounce of gold from Fort Knox. Then every other nation in this agreement pegged their individual currency to the US dollar, which was then used exclusively for trading commodities such as oil.
Hashtag where's the gold? Hashtag investigate Fort Knox.
With one another. Normally, if a country spends more money than it takes in, their currency and spending power would devalue, which would cause domestic inflation. But now, the world would need to use US dollars to conduct any form of trade, and over time, the US started printing more and more dollars to import commodities like consumer goods and oil from other nations without having to worry about the US dollar losing value. Another advantageous side effect of this was a unique type of stagnation. While watching America go on a shopping spree, other nations realized that their US dollars would lose value
value just sitting in a vault somewhere, so their safest option at the time was to buy US Treasury bonds. This created and inflated an
a secret camp in the West still does exist called the Bohemian Grove. Yeah, it's such a secret that you know about it. Not a secret. The Bohemian Grove is not a secret. It's just where fucking it's basically a country club where Republicans and Democrats can get together and do gay shit. That's it.
Extraordinary global demand for US government debt, allowing us to borrow money for absurdly low interest rates to fund our infrastructure and become the most powerful military in the history of the world. By the late 1960s, the world started losing confidence in this system. Economists like Milton Friedman and Robert Triffin saw this as a flawed and dangerous economic rule set. One of the US gold standard's sharpest critics was French President Charles de Gaulle, who frequently publicly condemned the monetary system, calling it an exorbitant privilege. And de Gaulle called the US out on their bluff and demanded to trade massive amounts of US dollars for American gold. Between 1963 and 1966, 24 secret boat trips supervised by the French Navy and several flights crossed the Atlantic Ocean, carrying back a total of 3,313 tons of gold from America.
They stole our gold, the goddamn French. Investigate Fort Knox.
Be worth nearly $500 billion today. After printing and spending incredibly reckless amounts of money on the Vietnam War, the American government knew that the jig was up. The wild conspiracy theory that the American dollar wasn't actually in parity with American gold was now a frequent public discussion by international leaders. Nobody knows how far out of parity gold and US dollar was, but it wouldn't exactly be a stretch of the imagination to think that if England or Japan or any other large nation decided to cash in their currency like France did, there'd be no more gold left to give them. So instead, on August 15th, 1971, President Nixon addressed the nation and told Americans that they were, in fact, the victims of the Bretton Woods Agreement.
The speculators have been waging an all-out war on the American dollar.
Does that sound similar to another grand design that America put forward in this era, ironically enough, that we now claim that we were the ultimate victims of? Interesting.
I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators.
He ambiguously villainized and referred to West Germany and Japan as international speculators and accused them of creating economic crises to rob money from Americans. He drew vague parallels between himself and Franklin D. Roosevelt, and he announced a New Deal of his own. In order to protect Americans from these international speculators, the US dollar, the currency in which...
Elaborate, please. What the fuck do you think Donald Trump is saying and doing right now? That's literally what Trump is doing currently. The notion that America has been fucked over is complete nonsense.
World trade almost exclusively took place would no longer be backed by gold or anything tangible.
If you are among the overwhelming majority of Americans, your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow as it is today.
Over the next few years, the inflation rate of the US dollar doubled, and the US and most of the Western world entered into a severe recession. OPEC, or the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, tried to price oil against gold to create international economic stability, but this led to even less stability. This made previous oil production complications much worse, and oil prices quadrupled from $3 per barrel to $12 per barrel overnight. And by the end of the decade, crude oil prices skyrocketed by roughly 1,000%. As a result, gas stations could no longer afford to resupply their storage tanks, and in many places, Americans would spend entire days waiting to fill up their vehicles. In the North, many people reverted to heating their homes with wood-burning stoves, and in an effort to save fuel, Nixon ordered that the maximum speed limit be set to 55 miles per hour nationwide. This led to truckers going on strike, and they started coordinating via citizen band radios, inventing their own slang and terms to confuse law enforcement. Many of those who were on strike spent their time slashing tires, shooting trucks, and dropping cinder blocks from bridges on non-participating truck drivers. More than a few people were killed over these disputes, and the entire country suffered enormous supply chain disruptions. And then Nixon had another one of his brilliant ideas. In 1973, he signed a bill extending daylight savings time to last the entire year. As violent crime rates rose to the highest point in recorded American history, and children walked to school in total darkness because there was not enough fuel for their school bus, Americans rightfully started wondering, wondering if the people in charge had no fucking idea what they were doing. But it would turn out that some people, like Treasury Secretary William Simon, did know what they were doing. He would take top-secret trips to Saudi Arabia to negotiate another deal that would give the American economy the asymmetrical leverage it needed to become whole again. In 1974, the US and Saudi Arabia quietly forged an alliance. It was not announced to the public or foreign leaders, but was conducted as a highly calculated and secretive economic handshake. The Saudi kingdom, who was by far the top oil producer in the world, agreed to price and sell every drop of its crude oil exports exclusively in US dollars. And because the entire world needed oil to industrialize, every nation on Earth was suddenly forced to build up massive reserves of US dollars just to continue operating. But it gets far more calculated than that. The United States now had by far the most powerful military in the world, as it was subsidized by previously printing money in excess of their own previous gold standard. And the US agreed to give the Saudi monarchy an ironclad security guarantee. The US would provide cutting-edge military hardware, training, and an implicit promise that the American military would intervene and protect the Saudi royal family and their oil fields from any—
With one exception. There's only one country. There is one country that has overturned this ironclad guarantee.
threat. And in return, the Saudis agreed to recycle their excess oil profits directly back into the US economy by purchasing billions upon billions of dollars in US Treasury bonds. And in this same decade, between 1970 and 1980, Saudi Arabia's GDP went from $4 billion to $164 billion. That's like earning $15 an hour at McDonald's, and within the next decade—
Yes, Estonia. That's the country that America places the interests above all others. It's Estonia.
Earning $615 an hour at McDonald's. The GDP per capita in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE eclipsed the earnings of even the wealthy class of people in America and Europe. If you've ever watched footage showcasing insane, tacky levels of wealth in Dubai, now you know where that wealth originated. But for the context of this video, this creation of what is now called the petrodollar put America back on their chariot of asymmetrical leverage, while the rest of the world would have to, cut down forests and mine materials and make shit to sell.
If you're on the side of bringing manufacturing back to the US, this may be the most important argument I'll ever have to give you. The aforementioned insane amounts of privilege from the gold standard and petrodollar allowed America to outsource most of the things that we don't feel like doing: mining, drilling, refining, working long hours in a factory. Instead of pilfering our natural resources and letting it degrade our citizens' quality of life, we instead adjusted our ties and thought about—
Well, we low-key kind of still do that. We still do that. It's just more invisible, but we still do it nonetheless.
As an intellectual property that other countries could make for us to consume. Like, try and conceptualize this. I live on land that has a whole lot of iron and pyrite on it, and then we have a small river with virtually unlimited water just down there. But I live in an economic reality with so much privilege that not once have I ever considered digging up these resources and selling them. I literally live on a farm. I don't grow plants to sell, and I literally give my chicken eggs away to friends and neighbors, and if I have a big surplus, I just throw them at a tree and then the chickens eat them. Let's just use copper production as an example, as it's pretty much available everywhere on Earth. In Congo, an average of 6.8 tons of copper is extracted or processed per square miles. In China, it's an average of 6.5 tons. In Mexico, it's 1.76 tons. But here in America, with our vast, enormous copper deposits, it's 12 pounds of copper processed per square mile. Instead, we import the majority of the copper we use from other places so we can keep our land looking pretty and our air smelling clean. So when I hear billionaires squawking about bringing manufacturing and mining jobs back to the US and then advocating for the removal of immigrants who are willing to do those jobs, I think to myself, did they somehow miss the last 80 years of economic prosperity? Is it fucking possible that they don't understand how any of this works? Or is it entirely possible that they do understand how this works, and the problem is actually that too many Americans are too comfortable? And that probably sounds crazy, but stick with me, because first we need to philosophically understand leverage.
Leverage is a term frequently used by economists, although maybe not frequently enough. Studying leverage on an investment is about as fun as writing down thousands of metrics and using logistic regression to predict a fight, instead of just betting against Jake Paul and then watching him get knocked unconscious and you winning $100 in the process. So you decide to rent a home in a small town where every house costs exactly $100,000, and you're saving up to buy one. I decided to move to the same town as well, but not just to live there. I'm going to try and make as much money as possible. I happen to have $100,000 $100,000 in cash, so I buy a house. A year goes by, property value increases by 10%, and I sell the same house for $110,000, making 10% profit on my equity. But then I get a better idea. I take $100,000 from the sale of my house and use it as 5 $20,000 down payments on 5 houses. Another year of 10% value increase will earn me 50% return on investment. So why don't I do this in real life? Why don't I own dozens of properties? Well, because this isn't some sort of infinite money glitch, it's a high-risk maneuver. In fact, it's asymmetrical against me, because if those properties would lose 20% of their value before I sell them, then I would lose 100% of my investment.
Well, good thing that is functionally illegal in the United States of America.
Investment and be broke. But there's a whole lot more to this. Long before George Soros was known for paying everybody in the world to be mean to Alex Jones and Donald Trump, he wrote a classic and important book called The Alchemy of Finance, which was published in 1987. This book introduced and popularized the theory of reflexivity, which is now arguably cited more in anthropology than it is in finance. Continuing with my pedantic little example here. As we all know, one of the few predictable things about housing markets is that they constantly fluctuate. And if I arrive to that town with millions or billions of dollars in capital to absorb the housing market losing value, I'd be able to tip the scales in a way where I'm not as exposed to the asymmetrical risk. If I buy enough of these houses in this little town, I'm actually not only contributing to the increase in the appraised property value, but I'm able to maneuver the local economy to my benefit. I could perform a little magic trick called the dividend recap. I could create a shadow company and then sell the houses to myself far below their actual value. Then, when this causes comparable houses to be appraised at a lower value, I can buy them and rent them at higher prices until I create a housing shortage, which will then inflate the value for when I decide to sell them. By the way, none of this is hypothetical. This is exactly what Blackstone did via Invitation Homes after the 2008 financial crisis.
And Blackstone, for example, is now the largest owner of individual houses in the United States. And then we're renting them to people as opposed to selling them. It's a good business for us. It's a new thing, but it's also good for America, and it's good to be able to provide housing for those people.
So nice. Thank you for providing housing.
Who need it.
In fact, they built a highly sophisticated algorithm to scan real estate markets and intentionally overpaid for houses to price out families who wanted to live in them. Over the years, plenty of white papers commissioned by private equity firms openly detail these theories. They describe housing as a supply-constrained asset with inelastic demand that can systematically block the working class from building generational wealth through homeownership. Instead, this guarantees that workers' income can be siphoned back into Wall Street equity. In 2026, this is now commonplace in nearly every industry. Nearly every price tag you see is partially hypothetical, obfuscating the objective value that the commodity holds. The consumer sees a product, service, company, or rental property. Private equity sees a debt service. Let's visit another painful real-world example that you'll probably remember. In 2004, Toys R Us and Babies R Us were profitable and, due to the real estate holdings, considered stable with a B+ rating by Standard & Poor. Their financial flexibility was rated as adequate, but due to big box stores like Walmart and Target, they needed to make some changes to remain that way. But then, KKR, Bain Capital, and Vornado Realty Trust smelled their favorite type of blood and took the company private. It didn't exactly take a clairvoyant to see that Amazon was going to be another big threat to Toys R Us, as they had just launched a dedicated toy warehouse, but Toys R Us had about $100 million per year to reinvest into growing an e-commerce platform that could compete against or integrate with Amazon. But instead, they used that money to leverage more debt. So much debt that nobody with a calculator could ever imagine them being able to carry it. So much debt, in fact, that the interest rates were 4 times higher than the $100 million they would otherwise be using to reinvest in growth. This massive pile of borrowed money would pay for over $470 million in management fees and dividend recapitalizations, not revitalizing the business. That's because this private equity buyout was never about making Toys R Us more profitable or selling more toys. It was about using the company as a debt service. For a long 12 years, the store downsized. Employees were underpaid and eventually terminated. Buildings once associated with children's Christmas gifts, acting as anchor stores for entire malls, now rotted as they sat vacant. And it's worth noting that these same vampiric shitbags did the exact same thing to KB Toys, Gymboree, and Sports Authority. It's almost as if they have a fetish for suffocating our child retail nostalgia. The transition from a growth-based economy to an authoritarian one is difficult when your life is part of it, but this clears up when you zoom out over a period of years to examine the business
business models. It's a play that's not dissimilar to private equity's manipulation of the housing market, but instead of robbing your family of an opportunity to build generational wealth, it robs you of the opportunity to consume information freely. And of course, an incredible example of this would be AI. But I need to make an important disclaimer here. I'm not really big on anti-AI rants. AI is a broad term covering technology that has, for example, legitimately transformed medicine and healthcare research. It's also transformed how effectively insurance companies can deny claims for people who need life-saving treatment. And in a way, I'm not even talking about AI, but about the mechanism.
Those are, by the way, on the polar opposites of like, those are on the polar opposites of like AI having to have, AI having to actually work versus AI deliberately not working. Like this can't fail. This can't hallucinate. This, the expectation is that it fails because it's fine. It's fine for it to fail. The whole point of it is to make the wrong decisions so you can just point to the AI to be like, sorry, denial of your, there's a denial of your coverage. The AI said so.
Can deny claims for people who need life-saving treatment. And in a way, I'm not even talking about AI, but about the mechanism in which it's being used to exploit multiple industries and the world economy itself. Last September, NVIDIA announced a $100 billion investment into OpenAI, which is a little weird as OpenAI, from their own optimistic projections, is on track to burn more cash than any company in history. But this starts to make a little more sense when you take into consideration that NVIDIA has monopolized the expensive hardware used in data centers, as OpenAI would be spending a whole lot of that investment buying NVIDIA GPUs. OpenAI spent investment on securing exclusive purchase agreements with top memory component suppliers like Samsung, cornering as much as 40% of global DRAM production capacity, which has now made it effectively impossible for consumers and small businesses to buy or build computers that could use AI locally. And it's nearly impossible to even buy new high-speed drives to store large amounts of data. This has caused major problems in the video game industry, as even titans like Sony and Microsoft are considering delaying console launches due to unreasonable production costs and limitations, which then gets even more absurd when you consider that Microsoft holds a 27% equity stake in OpenAI's for-profit arm valued at $135 billion. In that same month as NVIDIA's OpenAI deal, they paid $6.3 billion to purchase CoreWeave's unsold data center capacity through 2032, despite owning 7% of the company at the time and being their GPU supplier. Obviously, at this point, no visualization could possibly describe this clusterfuck, and I'm just using them because it's funny. Simply calling this an AI bubble is far too forgiving. This is, in the opinion of many economists, unprecedented and rampant investment fraud. I'm sure this isn't news to any of my viewers, but Google has deprioritized its functionality as a search engine and replaced your experience with Gemini. I suppose to an
Oh my fucking God. I know. It's so goddamn annoying. Oh my God. Everything is getting shittier and shittier. I fucking hate it.
Extremely optimistic user, this is an evolution of a search engine. Now, instead of having to look around and sort through important context, you are instead served an answer to your question whether you desire this feature or not. Here's an example, and I literally just tested this on the first try. Yesterday, The Verge published a short interview with me where I was asked, what is your happy place online? So let's just skip the chore of reading an article and ask Google. It turns out that my happy place online is a VR game for MetaQuest called Walkabout Mini Golf, which is weird because I have no idea what the fuck that is. This is because Gemini has confused me with Roger Lynn, the creator of the MPC drum machine. My actual answer to this question was a free music programming language called Strudel, and this information is literally in the metadata of the first link in the actual Google search. There are some differences between my actual life and my Gemini life. Gemini claims that I married some lady named Jackie in 2021. And approximately 7 years ago, I started bleaching my eyebrows platinum blonde to match my hair. Then I switched to shaving after reading about the chemicals in the dye. But I now really like having no eyebrows because it allows my eyes and lips to stand out more. This is all innocent and amusing until it's not. In 2025, Hasan Piker was viewing one of my videos on a stream, and someone in the chat speculated on my stance on Israel.
Stop. You guys are... No. I don't want to believe it. Shut up. You're lying.
The following day, I had received a ton of messages expressing disappointment for me having made a video detailing my support for Israel after taking a trip there to interview IDF soldiers. The problem with this is, I've never been to Israel in my life. In fact, decades ago, when on tour in the region, I would intentionally avoid Israel due to the apartheid conditions. And I've repeatedly been both a vocal and financial supporter of Palestinian state.
Thank God I didn't believe your fucking bullshit, by the way, chatters. I did literally reach out to him, by the way, after that. And
statehood for the length of my public presence.
I don't know if he'll mention it, but
Google's Gemini was, for some reason, mixing me up with the Newsmax reporter who I share virtually nothing in common with, and then prioritizing that absurd level of misinformation over the actual search results. Even after multiple news outlets covered and published Gemini's monumental f*** up in detail, searching Ben Jordan Israel didn't bother identifying that Gemini itself caused this problem and claimed that I had addressed it over a year before it even happened. So right now you're probably thinking, why is this guy not literally suing Google right now? In the case of Robbie Starbuck, who Gemini had wrongfully claimed was a sexual predator, Google's defense in a request to dismiss his lawsuit called the case misleading because there was no evidence that anyone didn't know that they were hallucinations. They even went to the extent of accusing him of misusing the platform to create the AI hallucinations as evidence because they weren't technically documented or immediately reproducible. These are not rare glitches. These types of hallucinations happen a lot, almost the majority of the time. Last October, the BBC and European Broadcasting Union published a study that showed that 45% of AI news queries produced, and I quote, erroneous answers. This is an enormous problem and liability that breaks the very thing that these AI models are supposed to be doing. These companies are enormous multi-billion-dollar conglomerates with strategists and economists and massive legal teams, so why in the world would this profoundly and confidently unreliable technology not only be recklessly prioritized, but forced on users of virtually every major technical platform? Because it's clearly intellectual property theft. The Verge.
Yeah, like, it's also manipulatable too. Not only does it hallucinate, but you can also manipulate it. One example is all of those AI written articles about my father's vast billion-dollar wealth. Okay? That is part of the reason why there's an unbelievable amount of fucking...
on LinkedIn. Okay, guys.
There's an unbelievable amount of misinformation that just fucking flies around. And because there's so many dumb motherfuckers out there who trust this shit, because there's so many dumb motherfuckers out there who trust this shit, they literally think it's real. They're like, oh, as long as dad is a billionaire. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does the thing that I did with Ben Jordan, ironically enough, when I was like, I don't believe you. And then I searched it for myself. And then I did something even better than that. I reached out to him. Okay? If you don't do that, which many people don't do, right? You'll just believe a whole bunch of nonsense. Every right-wing YouTube who deliberately runs misinfo could be training an AI to hallucinate about you. Yeah. I mean, that's the old school nonsense, though. The old school nonsense was when people would just lie about your worldview, or lie about, your past, whatever, right? Nowadays, this is already mass serialized. There are people who are deliberately lying, but then there's also a shit ton of people who don't know the truth, who are just acting on that lie and adding on to it. And then, to make matters worse, the place that you are supposed to go to figure out whether this is a lie or not is also lying to you. I'm going to look it up. Hasan Piker, father, billionaire. Oh, damn. Okay, Gemini's not lying. It says, no, Hasan Piker's father is not a billionaire. People don't realize how rich Hasan actually is. First thing that pops up, H3H3 Productions. People don't realize how rich Hasan's family actually are. His father was the vice president of a bunch of one of Turkey's biggest conglomerates. It's a $37 billion company, so it's insanely ironic when he wears an emo shirt that says make the rich pay when he himself was a 1%er, and that's putting it very mildly. Thank God the first thing that comes up when you Google this is from my mass harassment subreddit. Just fucking straight up lying. Hasan Piker's parents, backgrounds and key details. Times of India. Hasan Piker accused of lying about being dead broke. National Review. National Review. Mehmet Piker with a net asset value of $10.5 billion in 2024. DGG World. Nepo baby disowns millionaire father to prove. Do you see? We just went through the gamut. We went through literally people deliberately lying. Okay, we went through people deliberately lying. Sex Pestiny, DGG World. Okay, Ethan Klein. The National Review, a right-wing operation, of course. And then a bunch of AI articles from the Times of India. That's how it works.
Paid Terrence O'Brien to reach out to my manager and set up an interview, and then
yeah, all you have to do is make a blog Reddit post that makes a very specific statement, and with some SEO, that very specific statement, that very specific result will bubble to the top of the results and be parsed by Gemini, thus becoming truth. Now, of course, what's ironic is like even if that fake information was real, I don't know what that changes about my worldview. My worldview is my own. Who gives a fuck what my father's positions are on anything? You don't just, there is no epigenetic memories. But that's besides the point.
Write a short article to accompany it. News sites like The Verge also pay for errors and omissions insurance in case Terrence said something erroneous that would damage my career, and they pay for this with subscriptions and ad revenue. But Google said, we don't feel like paying that writer or for any of the other shit, but we do want that ad revenue, so we'll just have a bot scan the information in the article and then prioritize our regurgitation of it ahead of the actual link. And if we make a completely insane mistake that no reporter would actually make, then we'll shrug and say, we didn't do it, it's AI. That's exactly what they do with image generators. Why take photos when you can make money from other people's photography? Why bother paying a musician royalties when you can just scan their music and sell regurgitated versions of it? Why license a book and pay a writer when you can just regurgitate the text inside the book? And at the same time as this happens, the same government and Justice Department that literally imprisons people for sharing music files classifies critique of generative AI as anti-tech extremism in the most recent US counterterrorism report. When news organizations, software companies, record labels, or any type of IP-based business lose enough revenue to AI theft, then they'll have to lay off the workers who created the IP, and then they'll be incentivized to integrate AI into their company to keep things going. And if all goes to plan, then across the board, your devices will fully use AI to summarize and organize articles written by or assisted by AI. And the data centers required for this transition, even after inflation adjustment, exceed the cost of building America's railroads and highways. According to Forbes, by 2030, the cost for this expansion will exceed $1.7 trillion. This is an amount of burned cash and investment unlike anything any economy has ever experienced. It's far more than the estimated cost to permanently end world hunger. It is then, on the other end of this transition, when you cannot access media or information without their infrastructure, that you will be required to chip in and pay the debts. It is then when tech will have done to intellectual property what private equity firms had done to Toys R Us. This isn't my wild theory. That's literally the pitch. These companies are openly scaling AI to 100% adoption. That's why the investment keeps coming and the largest bubble in history hasn't popped.
Believe it or not, part of me supports and is even excited about this nuclear bomb going off. I have faith that those fighting for the exploitation of intellectual property will make people increasingly consider the absurdity of treating ones and zeros as if they were a tangible commodity. Oh no, please don't jeopardize Spotify and major labels. They've been so good to us musicians. Oh my gosh, please don't force society to reinvent how news is shared. It's been working so well for democracy. Please don't encourage us to create a completely free and open decentralized internet. What the hell are we going to do without this system you provided? Just stop playing your games and spend time with our loved ones?
I'm getting increasingly worried that there's a much more sinister plan in place to deal with this liberating ideology, though. Stick with me. If Elon Musk and his entourage of private security pulled up my driveway right now and he rolled down his window and said, "Hey, I love your channel style. I'll give you $10 million to make a video about the dangers of transgender culture," I'd tell him to get the fuck off my property. This isn't some edgy precedent either. This same situation plays out with nearly every brand that emails this channel. I know what I want in life. And I know that I'll be happier not making a video I don't want to make than I would be with $10 million. But that's a privilege that I've worked extremely hard for. But like, what if something happened? What if I had a child that had cancer and couldn't afford the treatment? Or what if I was behind on my property taxes and was expecting the county to evict me any day now? Well, then my integrity might be more compromisable and I might swallow my pride and make propaganda or insincere content for my subscribers. A really fascinating and important study called Income and Emotional Well-Being, A Conflict Resolved, zeroes in on the root of this very thing. These researchers found that money and happiness are closely intertwined, but this usually flattens out between $60,000 and $90,000 a year. This also happens to be the average income where a person or family of comparable earners can turn their income into wealth. They can own a house, they could start a business, they could save for retirement. Of course, people in this range still have to work and they would still be affected by setbacks, but for the most part, they've escaped complete financial control. They can afford to take the risk of reporting sexual harassment, or they could start a union without the immediate threat of being homeless if they're illegally fired as a result. What's fascinating, though, is that those making $130,000 per year are generally just as happy as those making $80,000 per year. They don't need to be wealthy. They can live in a small suburban home and have to keep the AC off on a warm day to keep the power bill down. They can drive a mid-range vehicle and eat generic cereal, and they're just as happy as the people who don't have to make those compromises. It's almost as if economic happiness is defined solely by having just enough income to say "f you" when you're mistreated. Each little marble here represents $1 billion, and depending on how the SpaceX IPO goes, Elon Musk's net worth will land somewhere between $800 billion and $1 trillion, so let's just say $900 billion. And this is the total purchasing power of the city of Austin, Texas, and every person who lives there, $268 billion. This includes everybody's earnings, investments, business revenue, real estate, and so on. Now, if we were to draw a line representing the point in which Elon Musk's purchasing power dipped below the amount he needed to live a comfortable life, we would quite literally need to use a microscope on a single marble. But if we go by that study that I mentioned earlier versus Austin's GDP per capita, that line for the combined people in Austin is right here. If their purchasing power suddenly dropped below this level, the average family would not be able to accumulate wealth. Their life in Austin, Texas would be spent working from paycheck to paycheck, hoping for some sort of windfall or miracle to get them past the vicious cycle of debt. So this, combined with having enough purchasing power to eclipse a major city you live in, creates a completely different mechanism of wealth. Whether it's a company or an absurdly wealthy individual, when a single actor's purchasing power is comparable to entire communities, it is more valuable to them to remove billions of dollars from here than it is to add billions of dollars to here. All of a sudden, some of the confusing and chaotic things that are happening in the world start to make sense. Capitalism doesn't work without growth. That is in its core definition, whether it's the Industrial Revolution or agrarianism or a crack dealer. Here's a question that I've been screaming for years and have not once seen it asked on any debates or news channels. Why the f would so many capitalists support closed borders and contribute to political campaigns that lowered the population? Even if they were evil Mr. Burns-style capitalists, wouldn't they want underpaid Latin Americans mining steel and aluminum and then going home and buying more groceries and prescription drugs without insurance and renting their private equity-owned apartments? I really want to believe that so many conservatives and fake libertarian billionaires are so weirdly racist that it's
I'm going to ban you for 1 second for asking, can we pin the video when the video is already pinned?
Somehow conflicts with and defeats every capitalist principle that define their entire lives. I want to believe that Trump and Elon and Peter Thiel and Bill Ackman are stupid and the ruling class is somehow exclusively filled with morons who failed upwards over and over and over again. I want to believe it because it awards me a lot of social credit to do so. I want to believe it because it allows me to roll my eyes at the last 2 decades. I want to believe that in 20 years we'll point to this page in our history books as the stupid wild ride that we can't believe actually happened. But I don't actually believe that because it makes way more sense that they're using xenophobia as a scapegoat to create a labor and supply shortage that forces the middle class to pay twice as much for products using these materials. I want to believe that things will go back to normal at some point.
but I don't think that they will. Consider that 4 out of 5 of the wealthiest people in the world attended the presidential inauguration, and the 5th, Larry Ellison, was in the White House the following day. Or consider that the wealthiest person in history spent nearly $300 million on the presidential election, illegally paying between $47 and $100 to people who promised to register to vote in swing states. He then selected right-wing registered voters at random and awarded them with $1 million checks. Then the wealthiest person in history, equipped with 0 minutes of government managerial experience,
Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
was given his own government department that fired hundreds of thousands of government employees, terminated 15,000 grants, and gutted the Department of Human Services. The administration then terminated the food stamp benefits of 4.3 million Americans and expanded work requirements to people over 55 years of age. And all of the money we saved from this is eclipsed by the amount of our tax dollars that were spent on ICE, Border Patrol, and a rapid expansion of mass government surveillance. In fact, just from the first 3 months of our involvement in the Iran conflict, the economic impact on the American economy is actually higher than what the entire country pays for food assistance programs for the entire year. So most people's retirement savings and 401ks are in things like passive index funds and ETFs. And passive index funds are traditionally safe, conservative investments for people who like dying on a mattress more than they like gambling. They're very mainstream and diversified, and they don't rely on an investment manager to make decisions. Instead, they rely on benchmarks. In fact, they're legally required to buy mainstream stocks listed on the NASDAQ 100 to diversify investments and reduce human error. So the NASDAQ 100, or NDX, has historically had a strict index methodology to try and prevent fraud. So for example, if you had a startup and you wanted to bring it public and have it listed on the NASDAQ 100, you would have to go through a mandatory 3-month seasoning period so your stock could shake out early speculators and get closer to its actual value on the market. And if you're like most people and you don't know how the ins and outs of how an initial public offering or IPO works, let's just dig into that for 1 second for some context. So before a company launches an IPO on an index like the NASDAQ, they have an underwriter, which is usually a large investment bank like Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley. IPOs tend to be a bit volatile and chaotic, and so if that stock launches and things aren't going so well, an underwriter will buy shares at a higher value to create an artificial floor to keep it from crashing. Doing this is really risky, and propping up a company's entire public market cap for a period of 3 months or more could be extremely detrimental to the underwriter. Well, with the SpaceX IPO launching at an unheard of $2 trillion valuation, last month, the NASDAQ 100 changed this 3-month safety period to 15 days. This means literally that on July 6th, 2026, your passive index funds will be contractually required to start spending your savings on buying up massive blocks of SpaceX stock to track the index. And then when your 401k is forced to buy up this brand new stock that may be artificially propped up by underwriters, the siphoning of your life savings may commence. So how's that for a real-world example of leverage being used to rob you blind? In 2020, the average monthly rent in the United States was $1,185. Now it's $1,700. The consumer price index for groceries was $254 in 2020, even during the massive supply chain shortage at the time. Now it's $320. In 2020, Americans paid an average of 13 cents per kilowatt hour for electricity. Now we're paying 20 cents. If your 401k had $100,000 in a safe, stable, bond-oriented investment plan in 2020, you may have seen a whopping 25% gain. But after inflation, your spending power right now is $96,830, and that's before taxes. The point is, if you're judging wealth by purchasing power, then you're likely working harder and earning more while getting poorer. Every single time you look at the news, when you come across yet another story that perplexes you or makes you wonder how the most powerful people in the world could consistently make such terrible decisions, it's worth asking yourself, will this directly or indirectly contribute to me working my entire life only to be left with just enough money to die on a mattress? Because for those of my viewers who are lucky enough to have accumulated some form of wealth, even if it's your 401k or a house that you're still paying off, once you see this pattern, you can't stop noticing that the majority of policies or change that's been made by the government in the last decade create a new pathway to siphon that wealth from you. The paranoid conspiracy theory that I cannot get out of my head is that this isn't happening to steal your money. It's happening to steal your autonomy. When you combine all of this with the enormous amount of...
No, it's literally... Okay, it's not even a joke. He identified finance capitalism from first principles. It's like... It's like a Michael Hudson book. Wait till you hear his conclusion. Oh no.
Tax dollars paying for unprecedented levels of government surveillance. How much more will it take to make you too vulnerable to fight back when you're mistreated? How much more will it take to make you feel like your family's survival is at risk when you attend a protest? At what point will you feel weary to attend a city hall meeting to voice opposition to a proposed data center? Or to make you scared to tell a joke about the president? Or even comment on videos like this one or share it on your social media? How far are we, right now, from the point in time when you will feel like you can't afford the risk or potential punishment for voting to replace your elected leaders? I once read a book that I expected to be really corny, The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. It was written by Bronnie Ware, who was a hospice nurse who spent years talking to people at the end of their lives. The most common regret from people who knew that their lives were about to end and they were about to leave this world. I wish I'd had the courage to live a life
Shit. I thought the answer was grind harder. Tip my landlord bigger sums of money. Increase shareholder value further.
To myself, not the life others expected of me. To put it more bluntly, when you are at your wisest, equipped with the most memories and the most context, looking back at every single thing that you've experienced in your entire life, you will not give a f about a single statistic in this video. And what you will regret is spending a single second of your life concerning yourself with it. Circling back to where this started, the things I've mentioned in this video make me miss the capitalism I grew up with, but contrary to that, they highlight the core problem that is seemingly always coupled with capitalism itself. And that's existing or being forced to exist in a constant state where you are valuing yourself by your earnings and belongings, and doing so in a way that is unfairly asymmetrical. There's simply no denying that capitalism creates a world where a deadbeat dad with a trust fund is respected more than a single parent who works 2 low-wage jobs to provide for their family. If we're to think about it logistically, the asset that everybody should be hoarding and protecting the most is time. And I don't mean this in the time is money sense. Maybe it's something that happens in your 40s, but if I order something and it requires 4 hours of my life to assemble it, I'm just sending it back. Like, sure, this cabinet looks really nice and it's worth the $250 that I paid for it, but I want to play guitar or look at stuff under the microscope for 4 hours more than I want a nice looking cabinet. And then you just realize that it's all ironically coming back full circle. Like 30 years ago, if my grandfather ordered a new coffee table and a little thin, heavy box showed up with a 22-page assembly manual, he would absolutely lose his shit. That kind of thing would be absolutely unacceptable to consumers in the 1980s. In fact, it would be seen as such an egregious scam that it would be on the evening news. This time theft isn't just some annoyance that old men bitch about in their yards. In economics and sociology, its clinical name is shadow work. It describes the uncompensated and unpaid labor that the ruling class have quietly outsourced to the consumer under the guise of convenience or innovation. In a classic market, you've exchanged money so somebody else could spend their time processing a service for you. The post-capitalist mechanism works by charging you the full price and forcing you to act as an unpaid employee. Also, at some point we have to admit that this is our own fault. We drove to IKEA and picked out the bedroom set and then searched the warehouse for the parcel number and then lifted the boxes and rented the truck to transport them and then assembled the furniture in our own homes with our own tools. Instead of laughing at the very proposal of being expected to do all these things on our own free time without compensation, we felt like it could save us a few bucks. And we were greedy about the wrong thing. We were greedy about the thing that wildly changes value without our control, the thing that is controlled by people who don't care about us, but who repeatedly, throughout history, time and time again, break our social contracts with them. Perhaps the thing that Franklin D. Roosevelt didn't account for nor could have predicted when he drew a map to make capitalism work for everybody was this inevitable phenomenon. Whether you're working 3 jobs at the same time just to keep the lights on, or literally the wealthiest person in the history of civilization, it seems like capitalism's flaw is a very abstract one. It robs us of the ability to prioritize the appreciation of living. Let me tell you about this video's sponsor.
Okay, that was I mean, fine, good message at the end, sure. I mean, this is a very good video. This is a very good video. Also, there's no sponsor. It's a bit.
Wouldn't this be like the most amazing time to do an ad read for an app-based high-interest savings account or some bullshit? Unfortunately, making videos like this tends to cost a lot of money, and traditionally getting money requires one to spend time doing things that they don't want to do, and while I do have to do that from time to time, in this case, I don't have to do that because fortunately, this video is sponsored by you, my viewers. I'm a one-man band in videos like this, but this channel not only produces YouTube videos, but this year I'm actively getting involved in using my knowledge and resources to help political campaigns that are willing to push back against things like mass surveillance and the rapid expansion of data centers. And we're off to a great start, and I think it's making a big difference in how these things will play out. So if you want to chip in and be involved in this, or if you want to join a healthy Discord community, or if you just want to play with my field recordings, audio assets, and plugins I make in my spare time, then my Patreon is for you, and you can join for as little as $1. Thanks for listening to my economic manifesto. And as always, whatever you do, keep creating. Bye.
So is he saying that capitalists on paper should want a bigger population and more people to exploit, but you do not need that when you can just invade Venezuela and steal billions of barrels of oil? Did Philip DeFranco go to the beach that makes you old? That's crazy. Funded by viewers sounds interesting. Would you ever do that? Good one. Yes, I would. I would do that. What's your feedback to the video? Sounds like you're a smidge critical. I actually don't have any criticisms of it. And the reason why I say that is because like the only criticism I guess is that it's technically it's technically an analysis that you know an analysis that is something Marxists are very familiar with. He didn't give much solutions. I mean, that doesn't matter. He's identifying what it is. He's just what the fuck? This anti-capitalist video on Ayn Rand is pretty good and really short for another fun react. You and chat would love it. It's 5 hours long. It's 5 hours and 19 minutes long. I can't believe there's a YouTube video on YouTube with 5 hours, which is 5 hours and 19 minutes long, and it's got 500,000 views. I mean, congratulations to this channel. I fucking hate Ayn Rand. Every day you read one of ZON's chats, takes an hour off your life. Do you know how long it would take me to watch a 5-hour YouTube video? On 2x speed, it would take me 8 total business days. The Failure of Victorious by Quentin Reviews. This is also 5 hours and 34 minutes long. What the hell could have happened on Victorious that is worthy of 5 hours and 34 minutes being poured into it? Wait, there's a part 2?
Well, hello, everybody. The Daily Wire, you might have noticed.
Yeah, we're going to watch Ben Shapiro's downfall instead. That's crazy. I mean, even that is jobbery, but there's a TLDR critic to Ayn Rand, the other POS Rothbard. He made longer vids. Not even his longest vid. How the Beverly Hillbillies changed everything. Wait, I'm sorry. Is this 1 day and 18 hours and 5 minutes and 54 seconds long? Bro, what the fuck is this guy doing? I've never even... Bro, you have a 9-hour video on your YouTube channel? This isn't junk food, by the way. Disarming the Content Nuke Part 1. I never did the Part 2. Okay, to be fair, that's true. I did do this. And then I never ended up doing Part 2 because it was so fucking long. And I was just like, that's crazy. Oh my God, this has 1 million views. Holy shit. Laying in my race car bed watching this. This really does solidify the quote of it takes 1 minute to tell a lie and an hour to refute it. Wake up, bro. Hasan dropped a 9-hour video and it's called Part 1. Ethan fan here. I finally understand it all now. Thank you for doing this reaction and congratulations on the fundraiser. I'm a truck driver. Today I made 3 different deliveries and drove 250 miles and still didn't make it through the entire video before the end of my shift. Joe Schmo, React Days, you were ripping long-ass videos. Finding out about Quentin reviews has been my favorite. Okay. That's crazy. I watched the Norman Finkelstein debate 6-hour video from time to time. It's a banger. Wait, is that the one with Pettarelli? Mr. Borelli, you are an absolute buffoon. Lex says like 20 words in it. I mean, it was goated. It was so goated. By the way, you guys notice something here? Wearing a motherfucking suit. I was mutuals with Quentin reviews before he was famous, and I remember everyone in Twitter chat was like, bro, these are way too long, but that was when the videos were an hour long. Do I know Quentin reviews? I feel like it's a... Who is this guy? Banger that mentions you in the end? He's a leftist? What is this? This is fucking 2 hours long. Where is the... It's a 2-hour long Disco Elysium video? I love Disco Elysium. It's not... We're not watching this, though. That's crazy. What is it? What is the mention? I still never get over how much he tried to harass you into watching it, only to admit it was a trap that didn't work. We're gonna watch Boy Boy as well. Yep, I'll be listening to Quentin's vids while doing my girl showers. What do you mean? Isn't a girl shower like super fast? How can you do a girl shower that is like... Yes, we're gonna watch Boy Boy as well. Boy Boy fucking view-mogged me. Boy Boy made a Cuba video that's such a banger, and it's much longer than mine, and it's much better than mine. He fucking mogs me, okay? He mogs me. I miss them so much, dude. I actually... No homo, I miss them a lot. Especially because it's July 4th. And if you guys remember... July 4th is usually when these guys are here. And, you know, we're supposed to be drinking and celebrating America together. No offense, but I thought you were ignoring it because you were jealous a lot. Wait, what? Why would I? Dude, what are you talking about? I love Boy Boy. Are you insane? That's my real life friend. What the fuck? But yeah, no, I miss them a lot. And it sucks that we didn't actually hang out in Cuba together because he boated to Cuba and I left by the time he got to Cuba. I'm not clicking on that, Demasius and Yubi. Y'all are ops of mine, even though you are wonderful members of the community. Okay. Reunion in China has to happen. You are in this video for 20 frames. Wait, what? Why the fuck would I be in this video? Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's do Ben Shapiro and then I'll do Cuba.
Instituting significant layoffs. There was a time when Ben Shapiro could reasonably call himself the king of all conservative media. That's all over now.
Girl, fuck you. I'm not even kidding. I'm a little worried that because the UK banned me, I'm worried that the Commonwealth is going to do the same. And I plan on going to Australia in the upcoming year. A girl shower is hours long where we wash our hair, shave our whole entire bodies, exfoliate and wash our face and every crevice. Gosh, Hasan, have you ever talked to a woman? Oh, that's the girl shower. It's the opposite. It's not short. It's long.
I can't help but notice that the online world has become increasingly intertwined with mainstream politics lately.
You will be, in the not too distant future, running for political office. And you have my complete and total endorsement.
Influencers who once had nothing to do with such polarizing issues have since flung themselves headfirst into the most contentious political matters of the day. Whether driven by clout or by ideological purposes, the fact is, more and more influencers are beginning to play a larger role in the events that shape our history.
I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn.
If you had told me 5 years ago that Kyle and Steiny of the Nelk Boys would have had a hand in whitewashing a genocide by granting a war criminal a softball interview on their Happy Dad sponsored podcast, I probably would have had some kind of severe medical episode. I mean, even now it's hard to comprehend that being a real thing that happened.
Burger King. I like Burger King more.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you Burger King. We did the double,
Whopper?
The double.
I haven't ripped Burger King in a long time.
Not,
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah. No,
the BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's? That's your worst take, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a crazy take.
Damn, such a hard-hitting journalism from the same guys who brought you Nelk picking up hot girls in Miami and taking a virgin to the club. Because as refreshing as it might sound to have more people engage directly with the governments and policies that shape our existence, I can't help but think we're sort of being led down the road to hell by some of the least qualified grifters to walk the planet.
You openly admitted you never do research or read articles outside of Twitter. How can you shamelessly tell others to read more? I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read.
This is one of the most goated Asmongold quotes where he's like, I don't need to read, bro. I know everything.
I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that. None of that stuff matters.
Yeah, somehow one of the largest political commentators on Twitch, by the way. That's not discouraging or terrifying at all, is it?
Wash hands? Why don't you shut the fuck up? I washed my hands 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm fine. What are you talking about wash my hands for?
The idea that an official Twitter account of the US military would be using words like low cortisol and lethality maxing just weeks before launching a regional war in the Middle East is a bone-chilling reality, but it's the one we're living in. Awesome. The political landscape is shifting underneath us as we speak, which can come with serious consequences, especially as online punditry moves further into the extreme.
Women are made to be literally. That is what it is. Women are either mothers, whores, or nuns. No other options.
Last time I was in Korea, I was tired of them pretending they were not Chinese. You're all slanty-eyed. You're all Chinese.
Japan, Korea.
Give me the pass. I give you the pass.
Pass.
He says that shit all the time.
We've talked a lot on this channel about these guys. The loose ensemble of kick streamers and other online provocateurs ushering in a new era of reactionary politics, united not by a single outward ideology, but by a shared desire to build and maintain a personal brand. In their quest to create viral moments that keep themselves at the top of everyone's feeds, they've increasingly resorted to saying and doing more unhinged things. These guys are mostly funded by their audiences, meaning they're far less dependent on advertisers than traditional mainstream personalities, and have little to no
Brian Kilme just called you a champagne socialist on Fox 250. That's amazing. Rather a champagne socialist than champagne fascist like Brian is. Yeah.
I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme.
Dan told me he now wants a guest list Northern Lion for one of their shows coming up in the winter. We're gonna fly out and fangirl and hype mog him. Northern Lion? Brian Kilme. No, I didn't. I don't even know if I'm allowed back into Canada. So dog, it sounded like you said that with their pinky out. Northern Lion mogs you every day. I mean, I can hype mog him though, like Dan Beckner did. Why are they talking about you on this special occasion? Is it to distract from the event being postponed? Yeah, it's pretty crazy that Brian Kilme's talking about me on the fucking America's 250th birthday on the patriotic channel. Damn, these guys have a lot of fucking angst, I guess. All right, let's get back to Benny Hanna.
To temper their rhetoric.
I'm Candace Owens' biological mom, and she is my biological son. And we're gonna get married.
Moreover, the billionaires who keep the lights on at Kick and Rumble are hardly interested in reining in the wild rhetoric so long as it continues to generate traffic. After all, much of their appeal stems from a perceived willingness to speak their minds, a supposedly moral commitment to tell it like it is, which of course only opens the door for more controversial moments, more clicks, more attention, and more money. Rinse and repeat. This less organized, less restrained, and in some cases, less explicitly political band of influencers with their fingers on the pulse of online culture and a younger, more energetic fan base at their disposal has set fire to the old guard of mainstream conservatism. And perhaps no organization better embodies that old guard than the Daily Wire and its most recognizable figure, Ben Shapiro. Since about 2016, Ben Shapiro has been a dominant force in the conservative ecosystem, traveling around the country, owning every woke, blue-haired college liberal that dare challenge his intellect, or bintellect. Does that work? I don't know. In 2017, the New York Times bestowed upon Ben Shapiro the title of Provocative Gladiator, a conservative wonder kid with grinding mechanical intelligence, as put by The Week in 2018. God, what were people on, man? Ben quickly rose to prominence as a right-wing firebrand during Trump 1.0, before gliding off the right-wing outrage machine most potent during the Biden administration, expanding his reach and making money hand over fist even as recently as 2023, when the Daily Wire finished out that year with a profit of more than $200 million in top-line revenue. For all intents and purposes, Ben Shapiro's media...
You will never convince me that this wasn't base boosted by billionaires, by the way. I will never believe that. Okay, I think all conservative media properties are straight up getting money funneled on the revenue side that looks as though it's just like individual subscriptions and donations and whatnot, but it's actually coming straight up from billionaire donations. What is this? Hasan discovers Quentin reviews. And this was my fave thing to happen on stream in a while. Hasan complaining about Quentin's long videos, only to realize his own reaction to the context puke was 9 hours long.
Empire was poised for unprecedented growth.
Remember when PewDiePie had him on Meme Review? Yes, I do remember. God, it was so ass. God, the internet was so ass. And then there was like a brief moment of solace, but it was still ass because the wokes were too woke. And then, which I much prefer to the current situation. And now it's so much worse.
But today, those prospects look a little different. One glance at Ben Shapiro's 7 million subscriber
Gonna girl shower to this stream right now? Hell yeah.
YouTube channel will tell you that Ben has seen some better days, some much better days. The Washington Post just reported in May that Ben's views have plunged nearly 70% since the end of 2024, triggering a wave of mass layoffs amidst the inner turmoil. A Daily Wire spokesperson, Brad Bishop, told the Post they had to cut 13% of their employees since the beginning of this year alone, which comes after a previous round of layoffs the company was forced to enact last year, shortly after their co-founder, Jeremy Boring, stepped down as CEO. Now they've even lost the guy who replaced him, meaning the future of the company is now less certain than ever. This also comes as Ben's former friends and allies are running circles around him. He now finds himself outpaced by the likes of Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and even his former acolyte, Candace Owens, who continues to siphon views from her one-time employer, making for a particularly personal thorn in the Daily Wire's side.
Do I have your consent to girl shower to your gym pics, King? Okay, now it feels like you're not girl showering. Now it feels like you're saying something else, which is definitely confusing me about girl shower.
Online conservative ecosystem is changing rapidly, and if Ben can't turn things around soon, he may just become a has-been. You get it? Because Ben, you get it? I mean, some of these videos have less than 20k views. The man is having to play Fortnite and react to TikToks, for God's sake. He is paying to run full broadcasts of his show as pre-roll advertisements on other videos, hoping that the viewer just falls asleep and watches the whole thing on accident, I guess? Not sure that's a winning business strategy long term, but you do you, Ben. I've contemplated the video on Ben Shapiro for years at this point. It's not like he hasn't given me a potentially endless trove of content to latch onto and attack, but as Cody Johnston said a few months ago in his video, we're at a point now where this might be the last time Ben Shapiro is even relevant enough to talk about. His predicament is a very real one, and I think it's worth examining how he went from such a rising star to a complete dud in a little under a decade. I think it speaks to the wider conservative movement that in the world of Republican politics, so-called principles aren't gonna get you as far as simply reading the room. Looking through this lens, Ben Shapiro's demise seems all but inevitable, and I hope this video can serve as a cathartic look back on one of the most putrid careers of one of the most repulsive men on the internet. Join me for the unprecedented rise and satisfying fall of Ben Shapiro. But first, I want to talk to you about today's sponsor, NoCD. NoCD is one of my absolute favorite companies to work with because it gives me a chance to talk about something that for too many years I felt I couldn't talk about at all, honestly. And that's been my experience with OCD. I've had it for about as long as I can remember. Even back when I didn't know what it was, I had already become painfully aware of the symptoms and had grown accustomed to feeling trapped by my compulsive behavior.
Ethical reacts. He's talking about his OCD.
It can be hard to describe OCD to someone who's never had to deal with it, but I remember being in 6th grade feeling like I had to obsessively wash my hands over and over again until my anxious feelings went away. I would force myself to think of quote-unquote good thoughts whenever I took a test, or else I'd convince myself that I would fail. I would have to touch every light switch of every room I entered, or else I felt like I would lose someone I cared about. Obviously, there was never any real connection between my anxiety and these rituals. Doing them wasn't going to change the outcome of something, helping, and I knew that, but there was still this part of me that said I had to carry them out in order to feel okay. And sure, giving into them would help for a little bit, until there was another one I had to do, then another one, then another one. It was just a constant in my life for way too long. All these extremely rigid rituals began to consume me. It felt like I was being truly controlled and trapped by my compulsions until I found NoCD. NoCD is the world's leading treatment provider for OCD. All of their licensed therapists to be the main experts in OCD, so they know
Wait, they do ERP?
exactly what to look for and how to help. The lessons and tools my NoCD therapist taught me always ring loud in my ear every time I'm about to give in to a compulsion. They made me feel heard, and I can't tell you how much of a relief it was to actually speak with a trained professional whose job it is to listen to my experiences. It will always benefit you to reach out and get help, and I can tell you personally that NoCD is here for you. Their therapy is 100% virtual and covered by insurance for over 138 million Americans. It also includes support between sessions, so you never have to face OCD alone. To learn more about starting OCD therapy with NoCD, go to nocd.com and book a free call with their team today. That's nocd.com. Huge thanks to NoCD for sponsoring, and now back to Ben. Benjamin Aaron Shapiro was brought into the world at the height of the Reagan era on January 15th, 1984. Growing up with three sisters and raised by deep red Reagan Republicans in the predominantly liberal city of Burbank, California, Ben's parents both enjoyed careers.
Literally violinist. Father's a violinist. Ben's a violinist. He is just like, he is a liberal in every way, shape, and form. Except he just chose to be a conservative.
Years in the field of entertainment. His mother being a top executive at a television company, with his father David working as a composer. Meaning that even from a young age, Ben had a healthy exposure to the arts. He was described as a child prodigy by Spectator in 2018, skilled in both violin and piano, which you can judge for yourself by watching his appearance at the Israeli Bonds Banquet in 1996.
Benjamin Shapiro is 12 years old. He will play for us the theme from Schindler's List. Ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin Shapiro.
It's almost kind of sweet to see a young Ben Shapiro so passionate about something that doesn't completely suck and make people's lives worse. You know, if you ignore the glaring fact that this performance was done to benefit a fascist ethno-state, of course. But if we know anything about Ben Shapiro, it's that his love of artistic expression has never once faded, as he's continued to sharpen and refine his musical chops over the years. Kind of makes me wish he had just steered clear of politics altogether and gone the route of a musician. A classical musician, okay? Not whatever the fuck this is.
Let's look at the stats.
But if a streak of creativity ran through Ben, so did a sense of unwavering patriotism. So much so that he had dressed up as John Adams every year for Halloween since the age of 5.
Oh my God. Okay, never mind. I take it back. He was fucking unbearable from the start, dude. And John Adams is dope. I'm just saying that, like, doing that as a 5-year-old, you are a turbo dork, okay? It was already predestined that he was always going to be a fucking dweeb.
Political discussions around the dinner table were far from uncommon in the Shapiro household, as David made sure that Ben, along with his sisters, were sufficiently engaged with the pressing matters of the day. But that doesn't mean Ben Shapiro always wanted to pursue a career in politics. Anyone who's seen his questionable takes on the Barbie movie or One Battle After Another knows that aside from music, Ben has long displayed a passion for film and television.
I like his mug. Did you see his?
It also kind of doesn't make sense. John Adams being your founder, that you're like your preferable founder, does not make sense with his current modern political framework. Interesting. Because he, like, John Adams is objectively one of the most woke. So, like, how did that happen? You know what I mean? Ben hasn't been very good at actually understanding people from history. Yeah, I guess true.
Mug. His mug is funny. Did you see the mug he's carrying there? It says, "Oh, for fox's sake." That is what the mug says.
Which makes sense. Not only do his parents come from Hollywood, but Ben's cousin is actress Mara Wilson, who, as a child,
Literally disowned him, by the way, so don't hold that against her. Actively dunks on Ben.
starred in such films as Matilda, Mrs. Doubtfire, Miracle on 34th Street, and perhaps the film that most resonated with me as a child, Thomas and the Magic Railroad. It's peak, honestly. Of course, it's worth noting that Ben and Mara aren't exactly on speaking terms these days, what with her political convictions being the polar opposite of his. But if you look closely at Ben Shapiro's career, you may just find a thinly veiled desire to follow in the footsteps of so many of his family members. Take, for example, this particularly cringeworthy interview he gave in 2011.
Oh my God. Jaubri's going back to this is one of my favorite interviews where he just like straight up gets dunked on by this lady who's like, well, don't you think your writing is shit and that's why you couldn't make it in Hollywood? Maybe it's not. Maybe it has nothing to do with your conservative views.
While promoting his fourth book, Primetime Propaganda, the true Hollywood story of how the left took over your TV. Wow, very subtle title there, Ben. I wonder what the book could be about. Connie Martinson brings up a time in Ben's life where he had been asked to write a TV series that Ben describes as a mix of comedy and...
Ben didn't show up. This is his entire extended family. I'm good friends with his niece and no embarrassing facts about him. Ben didn't show up to his grandma's 100th birthday or her funeral, which I assume shortly followed the 100th birthday. Like the way you presented that. That's crazy though.
And drama.
Was that a comedy? Was it sitcom?
Chat, you made it seem like you made it seem like it was the same party.
Was it drama?
It was more of a dramedy. It was based on Harvard Law School. It was a dramedy. I've written a couple comedies, kind of hour-long dramedies for, spec script.
And have they been bought?
No, because no. And there are a couple reasons for that.
Okay. So what do you think was the reason, Ben?
One is that it's hard to sell anything in this town.
Yeah, thank you.
Period. Regardless of political viewpoint. And the other is that, and especially a breakout series right from the get-go, right? I mean, it's hard to sell a spec script. You start as a baby writer. I mean, you know the process.
Yeah.
And the one thing above all that Hollywood does right now that is utterly despicable is that they keep people who are not of their political ilk out of the business. Period. End of story.
Ben may not have expected this to be a confrontational interview, but Connie certainly doesn't back down in asserting what we're probably all thinking, that Ben Shapiro and other...
I know what I'm thinking. Hollywood is anti-Semitic. And I'm not afraid to say it.
Conservatives aren't kept out of the writer's room for being conservative, they're kept out for being unfunny. She even cites her husband, a conservative who found success in Hollywood, as a prime example of this.
I find that a little hard to believe because...
Look at the tape.
Well, I'd like to see the tape, only because my husband, who's a conservative, was a very famous director at a certain point. And I just try to think, being Democrat or Republican or whatever, very rarely came into the conversation.
Well, I mean...
Although I will say we were cleared by the FBI.
They then take a bit of a detour into a wider debate about conservatives advocating against abortion, but then failing to provide child-friendly social services once they've left the womb, a conversation that we are remarkably still having today.
I do know, having talked with some of the ultra-conservative, that they are very concerned, as you said, about anti-abortion, but they don't care about schooling. Where the government would come in, there is definitely no action.
I mean, they seem to be kind of separate issues to me. I mean, you can be for the not killing of fetuses or babies, and also be for...
Back then when he didn't have... Back then he didn't have the messaging discipline. He accidentally said fetuses and then corrected himself and said, I mean babies. Woke! Classic. This is just like when there's like a compilation out there of Ben Shapiro like accidentally correctly misgendering trans women over and over again, only to stop himself and then misgender them deliberately.
Less government intervention in education. We're spending a ton of money on education. Our education has been consistently worse every year for the last 50. So
the correlation between government spending and better levels of education is completely misplaced.
Well, I was thinking in terms of the free food lunch for kids who don't have food at home. Anyhow, let's get back to television.
They spar some more over the politics of shows like All in the Family and MASH. Ben suggests that Hollywood was much more moderate in the 50s and 60s before, in a sinister turn of events, becoming liberal sometime in the 1970s, as if it were some carefully coordinated conspiracy or something, and not just a reflection of where the country was politically at that time. But I think it's fascinating that Ben essentially admits here that he had tried to get a television show off the ground at one point, only to be turned away because, in his words, his politics were too unsavory for Hollywood. Now, what I wouldn't give to actually read any of what he wrote for that TV show that never made it to production, but I think there's ample evidence.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro being an Orthodox Jew who's anti-abortion also makes no sense. He is so Christ-cucked, it's not even funny. Like, buddy, why are you anti-abortion? Why are you so Christ-cucked? This makes no sense. It's not even a part of your religion.
Evidence that conservatives have been able to find work in Hollywood, assuming they're actually good at what they do. I mean, just that year alone, Norm Macdonald was able to launch a new show on Comedy Central. And it's not like Norm had ever been shy about his political leanings. He was just talented regardless, and therefore was able to have a long and fruitful career in entertainment. Even to this day, he is highly regarded by industry leaders across the board, despite being a longtime conservative. I'm just highly skeptical of Ben Shapiro's theory here that conservatives were being turned away in mass on account of their political convictions alone, and that his attempts to break into the industry failed in any way because of his politics. Seems to me like more of a convenient excuse for not being more talented. Yet I refuse to believe otherwise until Ben lets us see those amazing dramedy scripts he wrote. Release the Shapiro cut, Ben. The world needs it. But not everybody disagreed with the central argument of Ben's book. Turns out there were a few key men living around Los Angeles at the time who felt similarly dejected by liberal Hollywood elites. One was a fringe producer by the name of Jeremy Boring, perhaps best known, in the words of Vanity Fair, for helping to produce Etienne, a buddy movie about a dying dwarf hamster. Yeah, I think I speak for everyone when I say we've all seen that one. Would it surprise you to learn that it's now found a home on Tubi? Wait, hang on, the rating is what exactly? After moving out west from a small town in Texas, Boring became friends with star of the TV show Chuck, the titular character in the DC franchise Shazam, and esteemed Fortnite Friday guest Zachary Levi, who he would accompany to the Chuck set during the late 2000s. Boring told Vanity Fair of one on-set exchange that always stuck with him. One day, I'm walking through the stairwell, and a very well-known actress, who was one of the stars of that show, stopped me and said, "Hey, is that your Bush Cheney bumper sticker on that pickup in the parking lot?" I said, "Yeah, yes ma'am." She said, "Kid, you've got balls of steel." Honest truth.
That's a real story that happened. That's a real, dude. God, conservatives and perceived victimhood. Name a better combo, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, we are so persecuted in Hollywood, bro. Oh.
Even until that moment, it was completely lost on me. And just like that, Boring became keenly aware.
Yeah, a well-known actress. And then she fucked me in the car. And then we high-fived after. It's a real story.
Of a silent underbelly of the Hollywood machine. Conservatives did exist in LA, they just weren't as vocal as the liberals may have been. He soon joined a networking group called Friends of Abe, described by the New York Times as a collection of perhaps 1,500 right-leaning players in the entertainment industry, which is where he got to know Andrew Breitbart, the bomb-throwing reactionary founder of Breitbart News. Breitbart famously used to say that politics is downstream from culture. It was sort of his guiding principle when honing attacks on the left. Breitbart felt that if conservatives could penetrate the world of film,
literally just the opposite of reverse Gramsci.
Film, TV, and music, they could then mold political consciousness in their favor. Perhaps it's no surprise then that Breitbart hired a 28-year-old Ben Shapiro to become the outlet's editor-at-large in 2012, just weeks ahead of Andrew Breitbart's sudden death on March 1st of that year. Replaced by Steve Bannon, the continuation of Andrew Breitbart's legacy was already well underway, considering it was him who introduced Jeremy Boring to Ben Shapiro a few years earlier. The two men would go on to start a news site of their own called Truth Revolt in October of 2013, before founding another website in 2015. They called it The Daily Wire. Within just 14 months of bursting onto the scene, Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring, who I
never forget when Ben Shapiro was working at Breitbart, Breitbart had a black crime tab, as in whenever a black person did a crime, it would get featured on the Breitbart Black Crime tab. Not crime, black crime specifically. Ben Shapiro later left Breitbart after Breitbart hired, Steve Bannon hired Milo Yiannopoulos to lean into the Gamergate stuff to make gamers even more reactionary, which inevitably led to the likes of Asmongold. Ben Shapiro left in that period because Milo Yiannopoulos was outed as being an anti-Semite, a neo-Nazi, and Ben Shapiro thought, well, that's a bridge too far, which, ironically enough, is a fun little story about his career as well. Ben Shapiro has always been Mr. Anti-woke, anti-DEI, except for people who are pro-Israel. And I don't even mean Jews, even though he does care about anti-Semitism, clearly, regardless of the fact that he doesn't care about any other form of bigotry and is a champion of all different sorts of bigotry. He clearly found Breitbart's anti-Semitism to be a bridge too far at the time.
Should mention like to call himself the God King of the website, in case you felt like cringing out of your skin today.
Do you remember when there were two genders and only 1.5 of them had to shave their mustaches?
We're able to boast that the Daily Wire had become cash flow positive nearly a full year ahead of schedule. They like to brag that they didn't need any outside financial backers to do it, but that's probably...
I guess after Ben left and they brought the black crime tab back.
Because their venture had always been propped up by billionaire fracking tycoon Ferris Wilkes, a noted Christian nationalist who fueled the Daily Wire's launch to the tune of $4.7 million as a part of him and his brother Dan's broader mission to, as reported by Ava Kaufman, not just slash regulations and taxes for the wealthy, but to steer the government toward Christian rule, seeking to eliminate the distinction between church and state. While calling itself a truly self-funding business on its website, the Daily Wire addressed its oil baron ties by desperately arguing that, as of July 2020, neither Shapiro nor Boring have ever met with Dan Wilkes or received any money from Wilkes Brothers LLC, which doesn't stop the site's detractors from braying about how the company is bought and paid for by the evil fracking Wilkes Brothers. Wilkes Brothers sounding, we guess, like Koch brothers, and thus more nefarious to leftist media outlets. Well, at least you guys clearly aren't mad about it. Glad you don't let the criticism get to you. Clearly, if it's the longest paragraph of your entire about page. Also, how can you blame anybody for braying when you are quite literally bought and paid for by at least one Wilkes brother? I mean, it's just the truth. The least you could do is own it. But what exactly did they do with that generous donation, you ask? Well, at the same time they were pumping out article after article on their website, some of their 2015 headlines included such gems as Congressional Democrat, 1 in 5 Muslims willing to start jihad for caliphate. Democrats love cursing. Here are the top 5 leftist potty mouths. And 2 reasons you shouldn't go back in time and kill baby Hitler by Ben Shapiro? Ben, you're Jewish! The Daily Wire also developed a presence on YouTube and Facebook during this time. In fact, if you go to their channel right now and sort by oldest, you'll find a 10-year-old video of Ben Shapiro chastising then GOP primary candidate Donald Trump as a liar.
So, does Trump...
Many people forget, but Charlie Kirk was also anti-Trump. He was first to jump on the Trump train, but he was also, of course, as is the case with Ben Shapiro and every other one of these operatives, vehemently anti-Trump. I believe they both liked Ted Cruz more than Trump. I mean, JD Vance was anti-Trump later in the game. I'm just saying, Candace Owens was anti-Trump. Candace Owens was pro-Obama, which is crazy. At least the other ones were like conservative still. They just didn't like Trump because they didn't. Yeah.
Trump a big winner? Or is he a spoiled brat who grew up in the lap of luxury, had his daddy sign his checks, and then bragged about how he is a huge winner? Trump's three biggest crowds are evangelicals, conservatives, and he's a winner voters. Trump is lying to all of them.
Which might be wild to see today, but back in 2015, when there were still seemingly plenty of viable contenders for the Republican nomination, Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire were actually fairly critical of the man who would later go on to win the presidency twice and reshape the Republican Party in his image.
The National Mall is being evacuated right now for severe weather. Shut the fuck up. Wait, is Fox News still there? Hold on. We have to see this. Fox News is live there, right?
Scheduled to end at 10:36 p.m. with a V1, and it dawns on me, this must have really been quite the undertaking in planning for not only the flyover.
What a fucking omen. What an omen.
Leonard Skinnard, Sammy Hagar, others, and then the FIFA fan area, and then the president, followed by what was going to be the most incredible fireworks show, possibly making it into the Guinness Book of World Records. So I'm wondering, A, if you could talk a little bit about what went into the planning.
People are
for
pissed. Read the
this
Bill
day.
tweet.
And also, as someone who's lived in D.C. for more than 30 years, we get storms like this. It gets really hot, really...
No. Evacuation is underway at Freedom 250 festivities in the National Mall amid severe weather notice. I can see several attendees refusing to leave the line. Antifa, baby. It's woke left sabotage. That's right. We put the fucking weather machine up. We put the goddamn weather machine up, baby. Let's go.
For your safety, please back away from the stage.
No. Breaking, for your safety, please back away from the stage. Announcement: a storm approaches Great American State Fair in Washington, D.C. No! It's a fucking ghost town now. He's going to be pissed. No! Breaking, the Great American State Fair and FIFA fan zone at the National Mall have been postponed and are now being cleared out due to inclement weather. People heading for the exits now. We've seen flashes of lightning and heavy gusts of wind. Heard one man say, "We waited in line for 3 hours. What are we supposed to do?" No! The only thing that's been open and closed more times than the Great American State Fair is the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, Jesus Christ. We live in hell now, bro. My weather station hit 124.5. Feels like temperature today now. Flash flood warnings. Dude, what the fuck? Authorities ordered the evacuation of attendees at Washington National Mall due to advanced severe thunderstorms. Come on, man. How are you in any way, shape, or form an evangelical and not see the symbolism here? This is literally divine intervention. I'm not even like I'm not a spiritual person at all. It's not a secret. I've talked about it before many times over, right? But like, if I was in any way, shape, or form a religious person, a spiritual person, I would look at this and be like, perhaps I've backed the wrong horse. Perhaps God is currently telling me that this man is a demonic entity. Don't joke, Sean Hannity's ex-producer is already accusing of geoengineering the weather. Oh my God. Several hundred people have refused to leave the National Mall despite an order to evacuate because of severe inclement weather that's approaching. Some are even arguing with Secret Service agents. At one point, a crowd of people began running back towards the stage. An officer is sternly repeating the order over a bullhorn, and the crowd is booing. Many have begun chanting, USA, USA, a federal law enforcement. Oh my God, they're going to do January 6th. Oh my God. Oh my God. July 4th will now be a day that lives in infamy, just like January 6th. Wasn't before. This is the first time. Oh, that's awesome. Evacuations are underway to get folks into the Commerce Department, other federal buildings due to the threat of severe weather. Secret Service agents on the ground are saying if the Salute to America event resumes later, everyone will have to go through security screening again. Oh, this is awesome. Is this live still? There's no movement. His fair in DC got shut down because it's too hot when he was greeted by lightning, rain, and hail at Mount Rushmore. Mother Nature hates that man. Oh, true. When he was at Mount Rushmore, it was hailing. Last paragraph, go back. One man walking by blamed the situation on liberals and the weather service. Adding, I think this is baloney. Okay. I think the Republicans should have went beast mode. Just let them fucking have fun, dude. See how many of them fall in the process. Currently trying to evade the DC storm by staying in the African American Museum with 5,000 Trump supporters. By the way, I am not confident in what that stage or any of these things that they haphazardly put together. I'm not confident that it's going to stick around if there's extreme weather, you know?
Hey, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, please back away from this.
Dude, brother, this is awesome. Oh my God. The storm is here, dude. Get ready, Patriots. The storm is coming.
Stage.
If I can everyone back up, please. I need everyone back behind that tent. If I could have everyone back behind the line of cable reefs, please.
Crazy, this is the only footage when they finally have more than 50 people. Dude, it is so fucking funny. It is divine intervention. There's nothing funnier than this because this has been going on for a week now, right? And there was literally no one there. There was no one there for a week. Everyone made fun of it. The stage was falling apart. It was hilarious. Now, finally, because the president's coming, there are people. Whether they're paid for to be there or not, I don't know. But there are people there. But now they got stormed out. Yes, the number of people that were in attendance was marginal. And yet, even then, there were plenty of people who were experiencing serious health complications. Also, it doesn't look like it's storming to me. CBS has their own TPUSA style America 250. 543 people watching the CBS live stream. Watch live America 250 birthday celebrations, performances of fireworks. 554 people are watching. And then people try to tell me billionaires make smart investments, bro. At least Turning Point USA botted their shit. It's because Zach Brown Band sucks ass.
Into the misty.
Dude, who the fuck's like, oh, I can't wait to watch the CBS America 250 special? Like, who are the 552? It's got to be people that actually are a part of CBS, right? Like, these are the people, the family members of the production, the people who are back there. You know what I mean? Their moms are like, oh, maybe I'll see my son back there. You know, that's like, that's got to be it, right? It's fucking awesome. God, what a spectacular failure. Everything this administration touches falls apart. I love it. People booing. The one L here is that I was looking forward to see Donald Trump deliver a 2-hour speech in 120 degrees weather because I wanted to see what would happen. Like in my mind, I thought for sure, like that's not going to be good for him. He's too old, too fat, too sweaty. There's just not. I wanted to see like an experiment. Like an experiment. What could happen to someone who's that old, who's trying to deliver a speech in that weather, in that climate?
Made an incorrect announcement over the loudspeaker. The correct announcement is that everybody needs to evacuate out to the African American Museum and the other safe venues outside the event space now. There's no left. Severe one here. So the entire place has to go to. No, I thought they took the stuff with you.
Crusade Hasan, you are the experiment. What ends up happening to a terrorist supporter in the USA? These got to be bots, right? Like he heard one word and he like tried to tie it back in his comment. Yeah, what a fucking what an amazing point for irony that they have to go to the African American Museum, which Trump has been deliberately trying to gut. Yeah, $50 sized hail at Mount Rushmore ahead of Trump's speech tonight.
Have any questions while we're here? Property tax. You got time for an interview?
Wait, what? Why? USS is taking apart. Wait, Secret Service taking apart security mags and everyone is no longer in the security perimeter? Oh, no, they're just. They're taking them down because they're not going to reopen it probably. Because come on, dude. They take down the fucking security mags and then they reopen the speech. And then, oh, lo and behold, another ballroom style situation takes place. Like, come on, dude. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way they didn't script this like that. Come on. Save us, Turby Derby. Patriots have started chanting USA, USA and are attempting to run back into Salute America event. Dude, it's so funny. This is not because they're unbelievably patriotic. It's because they've never been told no their whole lives. They're just like cannot comprehend being told no for anything. What is this? I call fake. Looks more like Antifa in costume. No one should be allowed to cover their faces. It's not Antifa. We have the holiday off. True. Kaya, sit. Okay. Don't shock your dog. No, I will. Bro, they should. Did you shock the Freedom 250? Yeah, I shocked the world. Yeah, January 6th, but in July 4th. July 4th, a day that will live in infamy.
That's up to the Please don't evacuate. They're not doing nothing till after the rain. Please evacuate. Hey, folks, stand up. Come on. Please evacuate.
Oh, Fox News reporting from the shelters.
For them to travel, but we still send them down on individual trips if they can, and they just deserve it. We want them to know how much we appreciate them and what they did all those years ago.
If somebody wants to help you, what do they want to? What do they do? If somebody wants to donate right now or help your cause, what do they do?
They would go to GarySineseFoundation.org. We have multiple programs on multiple fronts, doing all kinds of things there. There's many different ways that you can support the men and women that serve our country. The families, our first responders, all of that. Just go to GarySineseFoundation.org. You can see a lot of great videos and look at the program page.
I'm hoping he gets on air tonight. I want to see him on stage.
I know.
We'll see.
We'll see. You know, Mother Nature. We'll see. I think it's going to pass, don't you?
I just went out and looked. It's going to pass. I hope. You know, I keep getting complete. I'm looking at every satellite image I can get my hands on. I can't figure
God, he's looking crazy.
Which means I'm not a weatherman.
Well, we're ready either way. And Gary, thanks a lot.
Gary,
we'll raise a lot
thanks for seeing you guys. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Good to see you.
We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Great. We were on live TV.
Wow.
No idea.
Unbelievable, Brad. That's so cool. I mean, like, what you've got everybody there. That's really great.
It looks like a party.
Yeah,
Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
when, you
it's
know,
so good.
a little bit actually. Like remember after the White House Correspondents' Dinner,
Yeah.
once all the panic settled, everybody was sort of socializing, and in this case here, thankfully, it's just a rainstorm and some bad weather. But they got pulled into the perfect trailer, and they're just making the best of it.
And they're socializing with 103-year-old war veterans. War veterans.
Yeah,
A tanker. Where were you? He's like, I was in France and Germany and all over the place.
And
really.
Brett asking him, "What's the secret to your longevity?" And he said, "It's my parents. I had the best parents, and they taught me how to live," which was a great answer.
A beautiful moment. We have a lot more America 250 when we come back.
How? Like, what more do you have? You have nothing. What do you mean you have more America 250? You don't have America 250. It's gone. What could they possibly do now that it's like...
You know, not really, because I did foresee that there was going to be thunderstorms earlier today, but I'm hoping it's just temporary and they'll be able to continue with the festivities later.
Do you think you'll be able to come back, or?
Yeah, my family will, so we'll we'll find shelter and probably
try to come back. Yeah. All right. And where are you visiting from?
Actually, this is our hometown.
Okay.
So we're Virginians, but I'm a Washingtonian. I was born here. So.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Your favorite reporters on the ground at National Mall?
How's it going, everyone?
I'm enjoying my 4th of July dinner and party.
I just can't even enjoy a nice dinner without these Trump-hating losers ruining it for me. They're flying the Palestine flag, anti-Trump.
Do you think he knows how he comes across? Yeah, I fucking nailed it. I know. I'm a Charles Downhead, dude. I'm a Charles Debbie Downer. Like, I'm a down-ass bitch. That's what we like to call ourselves. I think he's intellectually disabled, so no.
Literally right outside the fireworks. So let's ask him why they hate America, and then I'm gonna get back to my 4th of July festivities. Hey, why do you guys hate America?
We don't hate America.
Why are you guys protesting dumb things? Why are you flying the American flag?
Please stop sending American taxpayer money to Israel and instead fund American education.
That guy is
American
on fun terrorist and cattle. He's like F-Trump stuff.
What? What is he trying to say? I can't even hear what he's trying to say. I can't hear her. I can't hear him. God, we gotta... Laura, give the man a fucking microphone. Get him a road mic, Laura. Too busy spending it on dog food that you're eating. God damn. I want to be able to hear what my man Charles Downs has to say.
That guy is on fun terrorist and cattle. He's like F-Trump stuff.
That's not what that says. It says
And you're
Israel.
flying a foreign flag on your American independence.
It's pretty funny that you
All you
would
guys
call
do
that
is talk
an
about
anti-Trump
Israel and stuff, but like you guys fly foreign flags.
So
So that's
that
the end of it because I want to get.
Oh, they dunked on him, so he's running away. No! Charles! Charles! Get the fuck back there and debate them. Yeah, losing a debate you instigated is good content. Yeah, and then he runs away. He's like, oh, all right. All right. That's the last I want to hear from these guys.
Get back to the 4th of July. Have a fun 4th of July.
Six up for Tyrannus!
See, these people are losers.
Oh, no. I think it may be over.
If you're going out on the Jefferson side, push to the Jefferson side of the mall. If you're going to the Madison side.
Dude. It's so funny. The National Guard just like picking up trash and, you know, doing Trump's little 250 event, moving crowds around, engaging in arrests around the reflecting pool. It's such a funny state of affairs. Thank you for your service, sir. Bro fell. Oh, wait, what?
Jefferson side of the mall. You're going to the Madison side, push to the Madison side of the mall.
No, you don't understand. He didn't fall. That's a professional, dude. He's trying to get the right angle. You don't understand. That's a consummate professional. Look at that beautiful American flag blue lawn.
Time now. If you have not started making movements and preparation to do so, you need to do it now. You're going to one.
Marx called for the creation of industrial armies that could be deployed where labor shortages occurred. MAGA communism, baby. Yeah, except Donald Trump destroyed MAGA communist dreams last night when he said you can either be a communist or a patriot. You can't be both. So, ACP on suicide watch after last night's events. Remember these guys love talking about MAGA communism? There was a brief moment where, you know, Donald Trump was doing JD Pond Don shit.
And we happened to know one of their songs, and so Rachel was like, we should sing for them. Yes. How could we not?
And do you think, because everybody that is watching at home right now is starving for the show, and so do you think that you could sing for the room again and just let us? Okay, so let's see.
We'd be honored.
If I could get everybody's attention in here, everybody in the lightning shelter, we are going to have a little bit of music here, and we've got the conductor here.
Right.
Your name was?
I'm David Hamilton.
David Hamilton. So we have a conductor. This is very. This is a.
Bro, they can't even make this. They can't even act like this is fun. Like, it's so funny. They're just like, yeah.
I think this
God,
is
this
a good
is
shot.
so
All right.
bad.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
street. He was a famous trumpet man from out Chicago way. He had a boogie style that no one else could play. He was a top man at his craft. But then his number came up and he was gone with the draft.
Oh my God, this guy's loving it. Never mind.
He's the boogie woogie bugle boy of Company B. They made him blow a bugle for his Uncle Sam. It really brought him down because he couldn't jam. The captain seemed to understand. Because the next day the cap went out and drafted a band. And now the company jumps when he plays Beverly. He's the boogie woogie bugle boy of Company B. A toot, a toot, a toot-toot attitude. He blows an A to the bar. In boogie rhythm, he can't blow a note unless the bass and guitar.
I'm back in the good old days. When I could just leer and touch the sugar tits without anybody getting mad. Come on, honey, give me a kiss right on the lips.
And sir, and what is your name, sir?
Yes.
What is your name?
Joe Schott, S-C-H-O-T-T.
And what are you doing in here in the lightning shelter tonight?
I wanted to meet these nice ladies.
Andrew sisters. Joe, tell them how old you are.
104 years.
You are 104
Okay,
years
okay,
old.
that's
Wow.
crazy.
And where did you serve, sir? World War II?
World War II, U.S. Navy. Major part of it was at Londonderry, Northern Ireland, at a naval operating base. We maintained the escort ships to the convoys, New York to Great Britain, Halifax to Great Britain. And
Bro, he's in better shape than Joe Biden. I'm not even going to lie with you. I'm not going to front. He is in better shape than Joe Biden.
Upgrade the ships that were to be in the invasion. Extra radio equipment. We had to work 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we had to have our lunch standing up to expedite eating fast. But all in all, I was a lucky guy, and I'm a lucky guy now.
Well, you and the rest of the greatest generation saved the world, and all the generations that follow are so grateful. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. 104 years old. That's something.
Goals. It really is. Yes. So lucky. Yes.
And so here we are. You know what? While we're in here, I think we want to thank you guys so much. Let's see who else we can talk to. I never have access to so many Fox personalities at once.
Yeah, because they evade you. Because they evade you, douchey.
To meet you. We are live on Fox right now. I hate to do this to you. Your remarks are a little bit delayed, but can you share with our audience who are looking forward to hearing from you what you're going to talk about?
Me? Just, I don't know, maybe Top Gun, Hollywood stuff. You know, how Hollywood has made a big impact in the military, the Thin Red Line a little bit, the film I did.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, I will let you get back to waiting out the weather.
Yes.
And we will be watching on stage in a little
pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Nice to meet you. This is crazy in this lightning shelter. Much more excitement than in the... Laura Ingram. Hi, do you have a minute? Peter Ducey from Fox
really?
News.
Wait, I've always wanted to meet you. Oh my goodness.
What's going on in here?
Well, the odd thing about moments like this, it's like a crisis, sort of, but it's not. And you're meeting great people. You're meeting legends, World War II legends, and most of all, we're remembering even in difficult moments like this. We love our country, and it's America 250, and it's a blessing to see you, all of our Fox.
We're finding out that I'm a better IRL streamer than Steve Douchey. That's what we're finding out. He's trying to do a literal fucking IRL stream right now. Yeah, Douchey, you're fucking up, dude.
What makes her proud to be an American?
Laura, Griff Jenkins wants to know what makes you proud to be an American.
I think what makes me most proud is the sacrifice of everyone that came before me. And in speaking again with these veterans here today, who are 104, 102, have, you know, clarity of mind and thought. They're so optimistic about the country. Like, if you think these people don't think America is stronger than it's ever been,
what happened to her face? She just always looks like that, I guess.
It's the optimism. It's the love of freedom.
Are they using the same backpack as you? Yes, they are.
Before, so that's it, I think.
100%. Otherwise, they would have no coverage down there.
Tonight is 98 years old.
Yeah, and looks fabulous. Sharper than, you know, I am, for sure. Definitely. We're getting wrapped here.
We are getting wrapped.
It's this constantly.
Well, we probably, maybe the weather is getting better, but we'll send it back to the studio for now. Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right. Happy 4th. Great stuff indeed.
It has been.
How about that?
I just love seeing them make the most out of a, you know, not great situation. We're still getting updates. It still is saying that we're delayed. The show will go on. Just going to be a little bit delayed. We're going to have that amazing fireworks show.
No, it's even better if Donald Trump gets to speak to nobody. Oh my God. New angles? We already seen this angle. I already watched this angle. Oh no, I didn't see this angle. Never mind. Dude, he just fucking face planted. Wait, what is this? What is this ball drop? What?
This summer, celebrate 250 years of freedom.
Miriam Adelson being escorted out of the Freedom Fair. Israeli mega donor Miriam Adelson was given VIP treatment, escorted out by security and golf cart during Freedom 250 weather evacuations after ordinary citizens waited and walked for hours to get in and out of the events. You know that motherfucker's IDF. Okay? Get down, Madam President. Yeah, that's Madam President. They're calling Fear and the most useless podcast. What?
Also, when are we getting Austin to play?
Well, let it be fucking known that I literally said that Fear Ann should play Mecha Chameleon. I have been... This is the thing. We don't get enough credit, Caroline, because the two of us together genuinely give them some of the best content ideas fucking ever.
I said I was down.
And they're like, oh yeah. I even got Hasan to say that he would do it. And I don't know, suddenly it's Friday and they still haven't done it. So...
Also, when are...
I said I would do it. What the fuck? Lying fuck. What do you mean? I said I would do it. Surprisingly, Kyle Kuzma is weighing in. This is the corner of the right that makes the conservatives look indefensible. Nothing patriotic about mass white supremacists marching under Confederate flags, talking about Aryan victory. First of all, this is the entirety of the conservative movement. Okay? This is how Cutie wants you to talk in the pod.
High School Musical 2 works surprisingly well as a Marxist text. The movie's most Marxist idea is that class position changes consciousness. Its least Marxist idea is probably that class conflict can be solved with a talent show. If High School Musical is about class consciousness, High School Musical 2 is about labor, as the Wildcats join the proletariat, working summer jobs at the Lava Springs Country Club, owned by Sharpay Evans and her family, the bourgeoisie who control the flow of wealth. Now the solidarity that was established in the first movie is strengthened by the plight of the workers. As we see in numbers like Work It Out, they express solidarity and that they can still have a great summer if they all work together as a team.
I've never watched High School Musical, but I'm with it.
But that solidarity is threatened when Sharpay, through her manipulations, elevates Troy Bolton from proletariat to petit bourgeoisie, still beholden to the bourgeoisie Evans family, but no longer in solidarity with his classmates. He no longer has time for Gabriella, and he alienates his teammates by putting them in a position where they have to serve him, and they do not have access to the same opportunities that he does. Marx writes about this type of change in Alienated Labor from 1844. Quote, the worker becomes all the poorer the more wealth he produces. And goes on to say, the worker therefore only feels himself outside his work, and in his work feels outside himself. Basically, the more time he spends on opportunities provided by the Evans family, the less time he has for Gabriella, the Wildcats, and his love of basketball and singing. His plans and dreams begin to feel as if they belong to someone else. Meanwhile, Ryan has the more radical journey. Sent to spy on the proletariat by Sharpay, Ryan learns that they're not so different, and he actually wants to perform with them. Marx describes this type of class traitor in the Communist Manifesto show, quote, a small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift and joins the revolutionary class. Ryan discovers that creativity cannot simply be purchased. Sharpay has money and sets and costumes, but her performances feel shallow and often self-promotional. Sharpay commodifies art and performance, specifically her performances. Or, as Marx would say, quote, all that is solid melts into air. All that is holy is profaned. Her numbers have razzle-dazzle, but little else. Meanwhile, through spending time with the Wildcats, Ryan learns that performance is a way to build community and relationships. Now, of course, a Disney Channel original movie cannot end with the workers seizing the means of production. Disney has merch to sell. So in the end, these systemic class problems are treated like interpersonal conflicts. It's not that Troy is a pawn in capitalism. He was just kind of a jerk to his friends. And it can all be solved with a talent show and a pool party. But it does seem interesting that the lyrics of the song at the pool party are...
The fuck am I watching? The HasanAbi broadcast, bitch. We got it all.
Stay cool.
We got it all, baby. It's the HasanAbi broadcast, dude. We got Marxist interpretation, Marxist text interpretation by describing it through... Wait, they're still refusing to leave?
They're telling them to leave, but they're not leaving. All these people here have decided to stay for the show. We're here on the ground reporting with OMG, talking to people. Some fascinating conversations here. And we're going to...
Why in the world would they be arrested? Trump needs a new Secret Service. You guys with Secret Service are not weathermen or safety people. Cut this out before you piss off the big guy upstairs and he zaps yo ass. At Secret Service, at James O'Keefe, from hardcore technologist, conservative Christian, real American. Blocked by Dan Bongino and Mark Gabrud. Wow, nothing says Freedom Fest like threatening people with arrest for not going outside. Dude, conservatives unironically don't understand like public safety measures at all. It's really funny. It's fucking awesome. They just like, anytime a cop tells them like you can't do that, they're like, I've never heard that before. Don't you know I control everything you do? You don't get to tell me anything.
150 years old. So they are part of this fabric of the last 100 years, which is so amazing. And, for them to be seen, to be recognized, and to be remembered for what they did 82 years ago is amazing.
Why do you do this?
Dog, what are you talking about? Like, listen, respect the World War II veterans, okay? Always. But to say that they don't get recognized or the respect that they deserve is insane. It's like the one group of veterans in this country that everyone unconditionally respects. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, finally, Donald Trump is respecting World War II veterans? Are you insane? It is really funny that that people are just like, it's my God-given right to be struck down by God if I want to, damn it. I think he's saying vets in general. No, he was specifically talking about World War II vets. If there's one guy who, ironically enough, would not respect World War II veterans, is Donald Trump.
Your name was?
Okay. My name is Allison Hay.
And you're going to stay to the end because?
Yes, because we drove up here from Daytona Beach, Florida, in the middle of the night. My boyfriend is a combat vet, and this meant a lot to him to come here. And we have done.
What does that have to do with anything? My boyfriend is a combat veteran. Be careful. You're talking to the future wife of a former combat veteran.
Everything, Mount Vernon. We've gone into the Smithsonian and seen the Star Spangled Tribute to the flag.
All today.
All through the past couple of days. So we are sticking it out. We're going to hang in there. We're not giving up. No man left behind.
Thanks for your boyfriend's service and yours.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for your boyfriend's service. The scene outside the security perimeter. If U.S. Secret Service were to try to establish a magazine security perimeter again in a scenario that Trump still wants to speak, he hasn't canceled. You're looking at several hours to process everyone again. Terminator. This is awesome. This is fucking awesome. It's so funny. Oh my God, what a spectacular failure. This is so funny. It's better than anything I expected it to be, okay? Anyway, let's get back to Ben Shabibo.
Attacking Trump on moral grounds in between other videos that were still very much geared toward a conservative audience. If you could
Wait, what the hell's going on at CNN? Communism News Network? They had a filthy commie on?
Mr. Mayor, last night, the spire here, the top of the Empire State Building, was blue for Taylor Swift's big wedding. But tonight, it's going to be red, white, and blue for the 250th of America.
Am I crazy? I don't think you should be wearing shorts on television. Unless you're, you know, engaging in an athletic endeavor. Hide the dogs, man. Hide the dogs and hide the knees. It's not unk take. Shut up, suit boy. What do you know? Reporter don't know about suit theory.
And you have the honors of lighting up this beautiful building. So can we count down from 5?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
All right, no pressure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yay!
Yeah!
I love it. The
Happy
lights
4th.
are on. Happy 4th. Last thing I want to say to you is,
Please.
आप कैसे हैं?
मैं ठीक हूँ, आप कैसे हो?
मैं ठीक है. TikTok.
Not bad.
That's my Hindi सीख रही हूँ. I got it.
You're on your way.
Oh, that was fantastic. Look, the lights. It's there.
Yes,
Look at the drone shot.
beautiful red, white, and blue. Some of the colors that will be shining over
Can
the
you
city.
tell Zoran to get a summer suit?
Last night, the spire here, the
This guy starts wearing suits and wants the police clothes. Keep it quiet, Unk, until you throw a tank top on for once. They're not even covering the DC disaster.
Just another day.
Dude, what the fuck? Wait, why is Chance in Boston? Yeah. I don't even understand why he's performing in Boston. Money low? Hey, chill. He's woke now. Oh, Trump, I'll deliver a speech no matter what.
Looks like how late it goes, but we're here.
He is a guy who always likes the show to go on. But my question is, does everybody in this magical bunker want the show to go on? I mean, if you're 107 years old, you could be forgiven for, I don't know, wanting to, hit the hay at some point.
I hear you. But these guys, I mean, I just talked to 3 of them. They're still raring to go, and so they're ready to get up on stage.
And you know, Brett, you mentioned that in your call with the president, you brought up the part where the President Trump said, "Hey, those guys, those veterans there with you, 100 years plus." They went through a lot of bad weather. He can go through some bad weather and get through this. And it reminds me back just a while earlier this summer, you had a 98-year-old vet, World War II veteran, David Yoho of Merchant Marine, signs up for service at 16 years old. He was just back on Memorial Day, standing in a horrific storm down at the World War II Memorial, holding an umbrella, and his message was to young people. He said, I came here and I'll stand through this storm to remind you that we gave up our yesterdays for your tomorrows. It's such an important...
Oh, God. It's like... thank you. Thank you for standing in the rain. This is a very, very important... Call Brace, he's on the ground and won't leave like the Patriot he is. I don't think he is. I'll text him. Let me see. I just texted him. Patriotism slop. Yeah. Oh, he said, I wish. He's not there.
We're so glad that we're getting a little inside view into the, as Charlie's calling it, the magical bunker. The bunker filled with our heroes and a lot of good cheer despite the weather. Brett, you've been doing a fantastic job letting us sort of catch some of that energy. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you, Brett.
You too.
All right. So again, the America 250 events are postponed because of bad weather. You can see that out there on that shot. We're going to go to Bill Malugin, who's also live here with us in Washington, D.C. Bill, what are you hearing and what are you seeing on the ground with so many of the people you were interviewing not too long ago right there at the State Fair?
Yeah, Rachel, good evening to you. Unfortunately, it looks like, at least for the foreseeable future, we're going to be celebrating America's 250th birthday all by ourselves out here. The National Mall has turned into a total ghost town. I'll step out, give you a look.
How come Bill Malugin is still allowed? Bill McSplugin. How come Bill McPoopin is still allowed to be there?
Themselves watching the nonstop military flyovers. Then we started getting these dark, looming clouds, big gusts of wind, isolated lightning strikes. They got on the loudspeakers, ordered everybody out, started clearing everybody out of here. They actually had National Guard and...
Wait, it's even funnier that it's not raining anymore. Sammy Gold found Randy fine. Ugh, gross. Dude, I don't know what's going on. But I feel like if Trump actually delivers this speech, something crazy is going to happen. Okay? This is bedlam. This is chaos. I feel like this is divine retribution. I don't know why I would, look, if I was in his shoes, I would probably not do the speech. Hogs are singing through it. Hold on, let's get the weather report.
Army Golden Knights were supposed to parachute in, and then a lot of people were excited for tonight. Supposed to get a B-1 Lancer turning on its afterburners, doing a nighttime flyover here. We don't know if that's going to happen either, so we're kind of in a wait-and-see pattern right now. But you can see behind us, this was packed just a couple of hours ago, and more people were coming in, and there is not a single soul left in here. It is just us. And then on the back side of our camera, which you can't see closer to the U.S. Capitol, there was that FIFA fan zone where everybody was watching the FIFA matches. That has been completely cleared out as well. So you are talking thousands upon thousands of people who are in town for America 250, who waited in line to get into these events, who are now out on the streets of D.C., not really sure where to go, what they should do, go back to the hotels, go to the bars. Is this going to open? What's going to happen with the president's speech? So we're just kind of in a big holding pattern right now, guys. And again, we are starting to feel some more raindrops starting to come down here.
Bill, I'm not sure.
Gonna get an FBI call if something happens now? Oh my God, dude. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of fucking warning signs that something ominous is afoot. Especially paired up with the reality that not one, not two, but 3 different presidents have actually passed away on July 4th in the past. I want Trump to be protected. I don't want my goat to be in harm's way. I'm telling him, don't do the speech, sir.
If these veterans can survive, bad weather and storm the beaches, I'm going to.
That's not a secret, by the way. That's like actually real. Yeah. Thomas Jefferson, July 4th, 1826. John Adams, July 4th, 1826. James Monroe, July 4th, 1831.
Look at like tourists, but it's like, no, it's so much bigger than that. It's so much bigger than that.
from
I need a
Every great day starts with your gut. Try new Dulcolax gummies.
Bro, it's not going to clear until 10 p.m. I'm looking at the Doppler. So what does that mean? Does that mean he waits until 10 p.m.? Because he can't speak in front of a large crowd if he just even starts at 10 p.m. This is the most... This is white culture. This right here is straight up white culture. Like when people say like, oh, white people have no culture, like this is white culture. Okay. Breaking in the song America the Beautiful amidst a evacuation because you wanted to see the president that bad. It makes sense.
What's the other big theme that we've been talking about really for the last 2 weeks? And as Congressman Jeff Van Drew said, it's good for his party that this is happening, but it's not good for our country. And that is the rise of socialism. With that, Islamists seem to have adhered to the Democrat socialists, and add that to anti-Semitism and a vehement hate for Israel. You got this guy, Abdul El Sayed, who just got endorsed by AOC, a socialist from New York, who's come out and can't answer the question, should Israel exist? Right. And if you say I'm taking money from AIPAC as a Democrat, which is a lobbyist group, the Israeli lobbyist group.
Dude, Brian, he's so in the tank, man. He is, dog, give it a rest. It's America's birthday, man. Can you take Israel's dick out of your mouth for one day? Really? On America's birthday, Brian? It's America's birthday, Brian. It's not Israel's birthday.
You're basically done as a candidate. That's where this party is right now. What's the other big theme?
God damn. It's crazy. He's mad. He's mad that people are criticizing AIPAC. All right, let's get back to Ben Shabibo for now.
Already tell from titles like Democrat America, Thugs, Rapists, and Child Molesters, Hollywood Wants to Molest Your Kids, and Captain America is gay and a Nazi. Yeah, this is apparently the kind of content that $4.7 million will get you.
This guy, by the way, is considered a leading Trump ally, Alex Jones. I don't know why! I can't understand it! Look at this! Look what's underneath here! It's another shirt! Why? Why? Because I don't want to go to the cleaners that often, that's why. Come on. Okay.
It was clear from the beginning that the Daily Wire sought to provide content to dejected Republican voters who, sure, hated liberals and Muslims as much as the next reactionary freak, but were still skeptical of the GOP's frontrunner. Of course, that audience proved to be a shrinking one, as Donald Trump smashed caucus after caucus, picking up scores of delegates and solidifying himself as the man to face off against the dreaded Hillary Rodham Clinton that November.
I'm just chilling.
Grappling with a Trump presidency on election night, Shapiro and Boring may very well have positioned the Daily Wire to go belly up, if it weren't for a new niche they were early to tap into. It's not that they were simply pro-Trump, but they also definitely weren't anti-Trump either, as Ben Shapiro was about to learn the value of becoming anti-Trump in 2017.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
Darth Vader no from this lady.
Okay, well that was forced as no way was that a genuine laugh, Ben. Come on. I know it may feel like another lifetime ago, but Donald Trump's first term in office provided plenty of material for mainstream liberals intent on demonstrating their hashtag resistance to a president who they, quite correctly, identified early on as a fascist warmonger hell-bent on ushering in the American century of humiliation. I mean, I think we can say now they were pretty fucking vindicated. You had the women's marches immediately after the inauguration, a day without immigrants on February 17th, pink pussy hats were flying off the shelves, though obviously not all of America was on board, since they did go on to elect him again just 8 excruciating years later, and there were figures in the media ready to capitalize on those who looked at the resistance movement and said, huh? Ben Shapiro understood quite well that while some Americans had voted for Trump, plenty of others had voted against Hillary. They may not have particularly cared for Donald Trump the man, but they certainly hated what Hillary Clinton represented. And unfortunately, those early years also provided plenty of material for red-pilled servants of the billionaire class to traffic in their cancerous ideology through the means of smearing the left as a bunch of hysterical crybabies that were simply too immature or uneducated to understand such foundational concepts as facts and logic.
People were wearing what they were calling pussy hats, like pussy cats, but hats, okay? And these were supposed to protest Donald Trump because Donald Trump is such a sexist. If you want to drive Americans out of your camp, a quick way to do it is just keep saying things like pussy hats over and over and over, and then talking about female anatomy. A lot of these signs are super obscene. There are a lot of kids who showed up to this thing, and there are a lot of really obscene signs.
The name of the game was to hammer the left on their supposed weirdness to get as many non-political people in the door as possible. I mean, this video alone got close to 1 million views, and that was before the world had really learned who Ben Shapiro was. As liberals were pushing back against Trump, Ben was pushing back against them, laying a new foundation from which right-wing figureheads would go on to launch their attacks. A classic strategy in the world of politics is to paint the other side in the most unfavorable light imaginable. If you can show an example of one leftist being crazy, you can smear the entire left as crazy, thus drawing a distinction between them and you as the reasonable, level-headed adults in the room, especially in the eyes of normies. A cursory glance at Ben's overall channel will show you that his most popular videos don't even have Trump's name in the title. What really got him the views were his reactions to woke SJWs, his attempts to debunk woke ideology, and of course, the debates. The many, many, many debates of Ben Shapiro. I think there could easily be an entire video devoted to Ben Shapiro's disingenuous debate tactics, but that's not really what we're here to do today. Ben's debates haven't been relevant for a hot minute anyway.
Did you fall? Wait, what do you mean? Why did you scream? It was in the video, wasn't it? There was a scream in the video and you guys thought it was me? No, I was washing my hands after I fucking put my dishes away. Heard you take a tumble? You guys are so stupid.
But if you've watched any of it yourself, you'll quickly notice a pattern. The overwhelming majority of these smackdowns took place on college campuses, meaning this Harvard-educated, heavily politically engaged debate lord was facing off against well-intentioned college students who, unfortunately, were a little too underprepared to deal with such a weathered professional. Now, does that fact alone make Ben's positions correct? Obviously not, no. The point of these debates wasn't to be right. The point was to humiliate the opponent at all costs. You certainly don't really need to change your opponent's mind. You don't even have to be civil. This is YouTube. Whatever it takes to go viral. Short, clippable moments will always be more valuable than fully fleshed out ideas and arguments.
Okay, but you're still saying these kids should not be accepted because they don't really fit in either place? They can't just
I'm saying that the Boy Scouts have a standard. You must be a biological boy to be a Boy Scout. You have to be a boy.
Fucking God! Let's go! Sorry. I got excited. When I see my goat thriving, you know what I mean? When I see my motherfucking goat thriving, it's hard. It's hard for me not to. It's hard not to get excited, you know?
To be a Boy Scout. In the name Boy Scouts.
Ben knew his role, and that role was to refurbish the old, dusty, conservative talking points that had been thrown around.
Dude, that was fucking so sick, dude. You fucking own that libtard, dude. God, oh my God, one day I want to do an epic ownage compilation like my goat Ben. Oh God. Fucking destroyed with facts and logic. You want to know why Ben Shapiro's career fell off? Not just because of Israel. Israel was the fucking final straw that broke the camel's back. You want to know why his career fell off? Because straight up, everyone on his side was just like, wait a minute, why the fuck do we care about facts and logic? No, the fuck we don't. Actually, no. My feelings matter far more than facts. Facts are woke. Facts are gay. Facts are libtarded. That's what happened. Everyone straight up was like, why are we listening to this fucking nerd? I don't want to debate. I don't want to debate libtards. I want to call them pedophiles instead. The appetite for facts and epic ownage and wanting to feel smart about destroying your interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas fell by the wayside. And it makes sense. It was living on borrowed time anyway, because Ben Shapiro never actually demonstrated facts. Unfortunately, I know this is a cliche, and I will repeat it, but truth does have a little bit of a bias on the liberal side, okay? For all of liberals' faults and failures, for the many different things I yell at them about, they are, by and large, on the right side when it comes to, I don't know, empirical evidence. Or at least they will generate the empirical evidence necessary. Republicans don't care. Republicans don't care about that shit. They think facts are woke and gay. That's what they did during COVID. During COVID, they were just like, oh, dude, all matter of science is bad and wrong. And dare I say immoral, potentially satanic. I don't care about it because it hurts my brain to think.
Around for decades, formerly weaponized by mainstream figures who were a little too ideological and old for the type of audience that Ben was going for. Ben Shapiro was Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck for a generation that had never heard those names before. He could connect with the youth in ways that were never possible for Fox News blowhards like Sean Hannity, who were preaching primarily to the old folks home. Yet Ben was still railing against the exact same issues that conservatives of the past had always been obsessed with. Feminism, transgenderism, Islam. He once famously tweeted that Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. Hashtag settlements rock. He's advocated for the privatization of Social Security, the complete criminalization of abortion and gay marriage, and of course, fewer taxes on billionaires. Broadcasting himself across all the major social media platforms, Ben Shapiro quickly embraced the role of the new, fast-talking millennial who could demonstrate to the Republican old guard that actually young people could be quite receptive to this stuff if it were packaged the right way. At least that's what the old guard seemed to take away from his rapid success. And the success was undeniable. The New York Times reported that by November 2017, Ben's podcast was being downloaded 10 million times each month, with a staggering 70% of his audience being under the age of 40. One compilation of his debates, uploaded in September 2017, is currently sitting at over 17 million views. By January 2018, Slate found
God, he really fucking banged back in the day. What the hell were people on, man? What the fuck? Yeah, generational L for faillennials is right, dude. It is kind of crazy that motherfuckers were like, I can't get enough of this fucking loser. Basically making a nerdier and somewhat more convincing case for the exact same shit that Glenn Beck, Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Jesse Waters, Tucker Carlson, and all these other motherfuckers were saying. I was one of those young boys watching this shit. I know. Many of you were. Many of you have come up to me in public, unashamed, which, you know, it's fine. We all went through different phases, like I get it. But many of you have told me this. You were literally on this pipeline. It's kind of crazy, dude. Imagine if you didn't encounter my content, become a member of this community, maybe join DSA, maybe become like a labor union organizer or whatever, as many of you have done. You could right now be sitting at home, okay? Sitting at home watching a Hasman Gold compilation being like, oh my God, these fucking Floyds. Oh, Hasman, you're so based. That's where you would be at right now. You would be on that timing right now. That is what time it would be for you. Think about how fucking terrifying that is. No friends, stuck in this dark pit of despair and sadness. Constantly fucking thinking like, oh, dude, thank God USAID was cut. Thank God the USAID funding was cut. Now titties in video games any day now. Like that's the type of shit you'd be thinking and saying.
Found that Shapiro had more Facebook engagements in December than any other conservative site or personality except for Fox News and Breitbart. He was outpacing the Daily Caller by 2.5 times and received 6 times more engagement than Sean Hannity, 11.5 times more.
I was an edgy centrist, bro. Then I watched a clip of you with the new Taliban who were slay queening and girl boss doing girl boss shit, and now I am now a jacked and leftist as fuck. Lamau, the rest is history. It is pretty crazy to think that like the Boo Boo Bennett video might have straight up saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. It's the one that a lot of people point to, but it is always funny to think like, what was the one clip that you saw of me that clicked? But I guess also at the same time, there's the opposite of it, because there's a entire industry dedicated to, making sure that the first clip you see of me is horrible. You know?
More than Laura Ingraham. By that time, his Facebook page alone was sitting at 3.5 million followers. Jeremy Boring told Vanity Fair at the end of 2018 that the Daily Wire was bringing in a total of 140 million page views a month, had 60 full-time employees on the payroll, and sure enough, they were able to bring on even more on-screen personalities in due time. By now, I have no doubt you know them, and I'm sure you love them. In 2017, the Daily Wire officially brought on Michael Knowles, a graduate of Yale and also a failed actor whose illustrious list of roles included a gay twink who has gay sex.
That's true. That's Michael. Yeah. What is your fucking, how did you find me, Mehmet Walshoğlu?
Sex with another gay man.
That just happened.
Dog, you didn't have to wear that. That's not a Speedo. That's a thong. I debated this man on COVID lockdowns.
The only reason I bring that up is because Michael Knowles, if you didn't know, is a raging homophobe who's declared that same-sex couples are unfit to have children, that their families are pretend, and has compared surrogacy to purchasing a luxury item, stating that even if they go to the baby store and purchase the eggs from one woman and rent the womb of another woman and create a child as though the child were a handbag to be purchased at Ferragamo or something, they're not fit to raise a child. He's argued that women understood the world a lot better before feminism, has decried anti-white racism, and has advocated for the eradication of transgenderism from public life entirely. So, you know, perfect candidate for the cool kids philosopher to take under his wing. 2017 was also the year that Matt Walsh joined the Daily Wire as a columnist.
I started watching when Trump got COVID and you were openly celebrating it while CNN was praying for his safety. I would never do that. Why would you say that? Why would you say such things?
Being upgraded to podcast host the following year. Walsh is a man with a similar resume, though instead of acting, his past...
I learned about you from Kayagate. Wait, really? What the fuck? That's the craziest. That's like, yeah, this guy fucking abuses his dog. I got to check this guy out. I love dog abuse. What the fuck? This is yo, my boyfriend said it was right-wing shit, lol. I was an Andrew Tate fan watching you debate him, became your fan. Oh, nice.
Consists of sitting on the side of the road and rambling to himself about the differences of consensual and non-consensual sex. No, I'm not kidding.
There are non-consensual sex.
Wait, so Kayagate actually caused me to get... There are hella people that are saying Kayagate. What? What was your thing? Last guy who did these owners compilations at college campuses died while arguing the racially motivated false statement about gun violence. I told a friend that America deserved 9/11 and he said, have you heard of Twitch? That's what you said. I broke from watching Brian Tyler Cohen, all the same scripts he used for his videos. Man's got hella catchphrases. Kayagate was only 4 months ago. Kayagate was October 7, 2025.
Which is bad. And then we have consensual sex, which we think is always good. That's what the culture says. That's what a lot of us have, most of us, it seems like that's the idea that we have. It's like, as long as they're consenting adults who choose to do this thing, then it must be okay. But the reality is that there's a lot of bad sex. There's a lot of immoral sex. There's a lot of disordered, gross, harmful sex that is nonetheless consensual. And in the Catholic Church, you have...
Wait, he's mad about... Wait, I remembered this car rant because I think this is where he advocates to fuck minors. Okay, I'm almost certain that this is the car rant where he talks about like fucking 16-year-olds. What I did not remember is him also railing against consensual sex that's immoral.
You have some cases where, like cases involving Cardinal McCarrick. You hear about Cardinal McCarrick and the controversy surrounding him. Now, there are accusations that he molested children. So, you know, that's in that category. But then a lot of the accusations you hear about McCarrick and also with other, you know, some of these other things as well. These are, in some cases, he's having sex with seminarians. These are grown men who he allegedly lured into bed and then had sex with. But as a grown man, if you let another man lure you into bed, does that belong in the same category as the 12-year-old kids?
Would you believe me if I said this was also the same guy who defended teen pregnancy so long as the teen is married and that girls are technically, quote, most fertile at 17?
Teen pregnancy is a new problem.
Yes.
In the sense that it's only recently that we decided that it is a problem, even biologically. And this is.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. America, it's time to celebrate it. President Donald J. Trump's direction, gates of the National Mall will be open at 9:45. Let's fucking go! The Salute to America celebration will move forward with the president delivering remarks at 11 p.m. 11 p.m.? Oh my God. Rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. Dude. There is no shot he makes it to 11 p.m. He is not going to make that speech. Oh my God, that is way past his bedtime. With the weather conditions, this is going to be sweet, dude. For 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A literal rain will never diminish our pride, our patriotism, or a celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world. Yeah, dude, that's the same. It's the same as those guys that are just like, those guys that died while fucking building tunnels and shit, you know, versus the fattest 65-year-old combat veteran sitting in the rain waiting for Donald Trump. A National Guard member just showed it that folks would be let back in. Security checkpoints not screening anyone yet. That's gonna get clipped. Yeah, I mean, it's past his bedtime is what I said. What do you mean that's gonna get clipped? What would it get clipped for? The fuck are you talking about? Trump is having a girl shower right now. He's shaving his pussy right now. That's what he's doing. He's shaving his nussy.
Fucking Washington crossed the Delaware when half of his fucking men had frostbite on their feet in a blizzard when a quarter of his men died from fucking smallpox, and they don't want us to get wet? What the frick? What the rain?
Hell yeah, dude. I'm fucking torqued to see my octogenarian president deliver the same exact fucking speech he's delivered 750,000 times. Yeah. I wish I loved anything like this guy loves Donald Trump, man. Seriously. The mind of a hog is phenomenal. I mean, they're just cattle, dude. They're fucking straight up cattle. But they live life so much better than we do. Let me fucking live in the mud. I don't give a shit. Trump says the storm is luck. Storms, wait, what? After the heat and storms force evacuation, Trump's now urging supporters to stay anyway, saying he doesn't care if his speech starts at 2 a.m. Storms bring luck to whatever the occasion. They also make events a little bit more exciting. We will wait it out. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning or in 1 hour from now. Looks like it's going to pass. They always do. I will be there no matter what. But the what usually turns out to be a good thing. It's Saturday night. Let's have some fun. Even if we're out late tonight. They say 11 o'clock for the speech. Who cares? Remember 2 weeks ago when the big UFC event was at 100% chance of heavy rain all week long and just minutes before the card started? Well, there wasn't a single drop, and the fights turned out to be among the greatest in history. An event for the ages. Our great veterans, especially the old timers, many of whom are there, went through hellfire and it didn't stop them. It's not going to stop us either. I'm not going to let some rain stop our 250th. I'm leaving the White House soon. God bless America, President Donald J. Trump. God. Amazing. Can you give us a history of presidents who gave speeches in the rain? I mean, I don't know. I mean, didn't Teddy Roosevelt get shot and then continue delivering a speech? So, you know. Caroline's fingers are bleeding after typing that long-ass bullshit. FDR did one in the rain in Yankee Stadium. Chance of TSA begin as TSA enters back through the gates as apparent attempt to reestablish security screening prepares to start with Trump saying he's still coming. Zachary Taylor gave a 4th of July speech in the rain, then died afterwards. Are you, what? Shut the fuck up, dude. President Zachary Taylor did not die while giving a speech in the rain. On July 4th, he attended the groundbreaking for the Washington Monument on a sweltering day where he ate a large quantity of cherries and iced milk. He died 5 days later, likely to gastroenteritis or cholera. What? How many fucking presidents has 4th of July taken out? What the fuck? What the absolute fuck, man? On July 8th, Taylor remarked to a medical attendant, "I should not be surprised if this were to terminate in my death. I did not expect to encounter what has beset me since my elevation to the presidency. God knows I have endeavored to fulfill what I conceive to be an honest duty, but I have been mistaken. My motives have been misconstrued, and my feelings most grossly outraged." Diarrhea and dysentery, but not related to Asiatic cholera, the latter a widespread epidemic prevalent in Washington, D.C. at the time. To be fair, 2 of them died on the same day, so it's not as impactful, but yes, it is a surprising amount. Yeah, no, 3 presidents have died on July 4th. 1 has apparently died due to a July 4th related eating incident. He consumed copious amounts of cherry and iced milk while attending holiday celebrations during a fundraising event, which was, the Washington Monument was under construction. Over the course of several days, he became severely ill with an unknown digestive ailment. Learning American lore? Chatter was thinking of William Henry Harrison, who died 30-odd days after giving a speech in the rain. Dude, what the fuck, dude? Was that also on... William Henry Harrison died on April 4th, just 31 days after his inauguration, serving the shortest term in U.S. history. He was the first president to die in office, traditionally attributed to pneumonia from a cold inaugural day. Historians now also suggest septic shock from contaminated drinking water. Bro, these guys were getting taken out by water and iced milk and cherries. You're a nation on a native burial ground? Yeah. Dude, that is crazy. That wasn't on July 4th. That wasn't a July 4th related incident. That was an inauguration related incident. He didn't see July 4th. April 4th was the last day he saw. Strength of a pale Victorian child. What is this? Ice milk is crazy. If you hadn't learned the history of how they used to historically get and store ice, I'd implore you to look into it. It's really interesting. Chapo's Hell of Presidents covers the poop water deaths. Ice was literally just frozen lake water. Honestly, I'm going to have some iced milk right the fuck now. I don't think I've ever had iced milk in my life. Just have cold milk, man. We don't live in the olden age, okay? They shipped ice boats from Antarctica. Oh my God. That's insane. That's so bad. We have 3 hours until Trump's speech. Let's go down the rabbit hole of iced milk. No, we're not going to do that.
Come back, probably some. Some of them have a lot of young kids they probably have to put to bed, probably.
Yeah.
But I think the president's hoping that that message will get replayed often.
There's some guys in this room that are sticking it out because they want to see the president.
Yeah.
And they said they can wait for as long as they want. There's
I talked to a guy that's 101 and you know, a veteran. He's like, I'll stay. If the president's coming, I'm staying. So he's going to be here for sure.
This guy over here is a 107.
Yeah.
Around the country, they may not be dealing with weather problems. They're doing the fireworks. They're celebrating this day. It is important in the big picture.
You know, it's one of those things, and we were talking about this a little bit when we started the show tonight, you know, that what makes this country great, what makes it distinct, what makes it different, you know, it is the idea that, you know, America's embraced a concept that was never really fully embraced before, that rights are God-given. Like I believe talent is given every man, woman, and child ever born. And when you combine the liberty, the freedom that goes along with that, you know, we have proven over and over again that America can be the smartest, most innovative, most technologically advanced. There's look at Elon Musk. There is no limit to what human potential is showing us. Look at artificial intelligence these days. There's no limit to where that will take us. Every day I'm fascinated at how, you know, more advanced all of that becomes. So, you know, all of that is when you let people, you know, dig deep within themselves, bring talent to fruition in a free environment. And, you know, that's why I think the president also went after the, you know, battle that's ongoing, which is, you know, pretty strong now, a push towards, you know, democratic socialism or redistributionism, statism, you know, all of it.
Which is clearly going to be a part of their pitch ahead of November. I mean, in that speech last night, it was prominent in that deal. But I just recently went to Mount Vernon and saw those early documents of George Washington. And then when you
Oh my God, I don't care. All right, let's get back to Ben Shapiro's career falling apart.
Me just stating, I'm just right now, I'm going to start by just stating facts. Girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yeah.
Okay? That's biological. That's a fact, all right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. So what I'm saying is that the problem is not per se teenage pregnancy. It's unwed pregnancy. That's the problem in society.
Believe me, when I went to the University of Maryland, I was a little bit older than everybody. It was like you get there and you see these like innocent girls, and by the end of the year, it's just like the stories you've heard about them. It's like this internal need to breed, and it just comes out at the wrong time.
Internal need to breed. Awesome. Another great hire there, Ben. Love the fact that Matt Walsh has sold literal plush toys of himself as a baby, by the way. Not at all strange or off-putting in the slightest. Nothing but the best at the Daily Wire, whose rotating cast of characters not only included a girl named Brett Cooper, who is essentially the gender-swapped version of Ben Shapiro, and Candace Owens, who was officially brought on board in 2020 despite a bit of a controversial past of her own, one that includes Hitler apologia, as she stated in 2018 that if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is he had dreams outside of Germany, which I think only slightly undercut some of the things he was doing.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro heard that and was like, that's my gal. Ben Shapiro heard that and was like, is she pro-Israel? And Candace was like, of course I'm pro-Israel. And Ben was like, you're hired.
Inside of Germany? But apparently Ben Shapiro saw that and said, we need her. Ultimately, Ben Shapiro was building a behemoth. Towards the end of Trump 1.0, the Daily Wire had been transformed into an influencer-driven juggernaut, hell-bent on waging the culture war on as many fronts as possible. Shapiro, Owens, Walsh, and Knowles were each raking in millions of views on their own respective broadcasts, and because of the constant cross-promotion that was going on, you could almost describe the Daily Wire as its own unique form of content house. Sure, they weren't living in a mansion together like Team 10, or making their money from OnlyFans like the MILF.
What do you think gets Ben Shapiro bricked up thinking about the Greater Israel Project? That's it. Nothing else. Definitely not his wife. We know that.
House, but they were virtually inseparable for a time.
Hasan, are you streaming on July 4th because you hate America? I love America.
Because there was one glaring issue with the way the company had been organized. If one of the on-screen talents got big enough and decided they no longer needed the Daily Wire for support, they could simply walk away at any time and take their audience with them. A harrowing prospect that Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring would have been wise to take into account. But that wasn't exactly what they were concerned with at the time. After all, they had much more pressing matters to attend to in the era of Biden. With Donald Trump officially out of the White House, Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring found themselves in a more advantageous position than ever. For 4 years, Ben was, more or less, having to put up a front to defend a president who he had always despised on a moral level. Now, the president was a Democrat, an old senile one that he could openly and viciously trash without having to worry about even the slightest pushback from his audience. In fact, it's what they expected him to do. And of course, Ben wasn't about to let them down.
Not a good look there, Joe. Not a great look at all. He's completely asleep. So, this guy is a fail. He is a giant fail.
And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
What the f?
This guy is a giant fail. Oh my God. Give him $4 million right now. Give him $10 million.
That's a great meme. Did you know that every single like creates one additional leftist tier?
I just don't understand like what people, I mean, I guess like this is the content equivalent of doing like anti-woke razors. You know what I mean? Where it's just like a more dog shit version of something you could get that's readily available, but this time it's got, you know, you're also doing it political style. Like there's also a political movement that you're a part of. Like, who the fuck will be like, oh my God, I can't wait to watch this guy go epic fail on another Joe Biden compilation?
That is just science. What's going on with this guy?
Trust me, the hogs were eating good. It's not like Joe Biden didn't give him any material to work with.
When it came spring, it came the fall, this is the God's truth. And you get in the car, there's a little frost on the window, turn on the windshield wiper, there'd be an oil slick. Not a joke. I have asthma, and 80% of the people who, in fact, we grew up with have asthma. That's what you call a fence line community.
This is the kind of person who's president of the United States.
In January of 2022, Boring announced that the Daily Wire's 12-month revenue had hit $100 million for the first time ever, up roughly 65% from 2020. Having just moved their headquarters from Los Angeles to Nashville, Tennessee, the company was prepared.
My favorite Ben Shapiro tweet about you at all time. Rare W in the Ben Shapiro Book of Takes. As a gay man, I have been reliably informed that in order to truly be in a slut era, Hasan the Hun must show hog. That's real. He did say that back in May 4th, 2022. Where did you find this? This has got to be your own tweet, I assume.
To put their massive war chest to good use by introducing a wave of new and expensive projects. And I'm not just talking about overproduced commercials for anti-woke razor blades and pronoun chocolate. I'm not really sure actually, and I don't care. In June, they announced the Daily Wire Plus, an obvious spin-off of Disney Plus, though Disney Plus never offered commentary from a doddering old transphobe who has beef with Elmo for some reason. So if that's your thing, I guess it could be worth the $7 to $21 they make you cough up. I don't know. They also announced another paid streaming platform called BentKey that featured content exclusively for kids and sought to answer the age-old question of what if Bluey were a homeschooled chinchilla voiced by washed-up reactionary comedian Rob Schneider? Yeah, nothing screams family values like that guy. Full disclosure, I haven't tried watching Chip Chilla yet and probably never will, but everything I've read about it indicates it was a pretty standard children's show with an emphasis
L for you, because that's There's great lessons to be learned there.
On respecting your parents and loving your country, I guess. Apparently, Boring didn't want to make this one as explicitly political, though he did explain that the point was to push back against what he saw as the worst excesses of the woke left. Okay. Kids go to school for 40 hours a week, and then they engage in pop culture for 40 more hours every week. That means for 80 hours of a child's week, you are turning them over to the left. Oh no, the exposure to new ideas and differing perspectives, God, anything but that. A good parent might spend 15 minutes a day in meaningful conversation with their kids. A great parent might take their kid to church for 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours a week. The other 80, they're watching Disney. They're online. They're in public schools. Oh my God, the horror. I would never allow my kids to endure the satanic dogma espoused by Disney Channel and
Oh yeah, my famous Ben Shapiro ratio. Masculinity and femininity exist. Outward indicators of masculinity and femininity exist in nearly every human culture. Boys are taught to be more masculine in virtually every human culture because of the role of men is not always the same as the role of women. To which I responded with, Ben, you're 5'3", can't grow facial hair, and weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. If we can both be considered men, you should probably be a bit more open-minded about gender expressions. It's clearly not as rigid a binary as you try to imply. It is 118,000 likes. Yeah. This was back in the day. This is pre-Elon purchase Twitter. So you look at the fucking replies and it's like all real human beings. I'm almost certain this caused Ben Shapiro to grow a beard, by the way. Zoran aura farming again?
Our nation.
Okay, we're not going to do this right now. Okay, we got to finish this.
public school teachers. Do conservatives ever get tired of being scared of literally everything? But not all the new Daily Wire projects kept their politics ambiguous. They also released a number of films, including, but tragically not limited to, the brazenly transphobic Lady Ballers, which was about a group of men getting into women's basketball by claiming they were transgender. Jeremy Boring, who has always wanted to be taken seriously as an actor, in the same way Ben Shapiro has always wanted to be taken seriously as a screenwriter, played the main character himself, and it features cameos from the nation's most universally revered lawmakers.
Excuse me, are these seats open? Never mind.
Don't you have a fucking job to do? Though perhaps one of their most successful ventures to date is Matt Walsh's equally transphobic documentary, What is a Woman? Or as I like to call it, the final boss of coworker movies. The goal was to showcase the supposed absurdity of gender ideology, but at least 3 people who appeared in the film say they were tricked into being a part of it, and that the producers had misrepresented how it would portray transgender topics. Apparently they had promised doctors and advocates that the documentary would explore the challenges the transgender and LGBTQIA face in today's culture, as well as advancements in transgender care and gender affirmation surgery. Obviously, the film wound up doing the exact opposite. As NBC's Preston Ganaway pointed out, nowhere in the film did Walsh even use the phrase transgender care, instead opting for terms like chemical castration. Since they hadn't heard of Matt Walsh or the Daily Wire before, these interviewees had assumed the filmmakers had more honest, pure intentions, and were surprised to learn their words had been weaponized to further a political agenda they didn't agree with. What I didn't know until researching this video was that the Daily Wire had also established a conservative book publishing imprint in 2021 that helped publish propaganda, books, just, normal books, written by the usual suspects. Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, canceled Mandalorian star Gina Carano, but also one of the pigs involved in the fatal shooting of Breonna Taylor. Yeah, I know. After Simon & Schuster refused to publish Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly's book on the assassination, the Daily Wire swooped in and saved the day. Isn't that nice?
What the fuck would you read from this guy? Like, what, this is so insane.
Simon & Schuster was too too afraid to tell Mattingly's story. But we're not, they told the Associated Press. And it's true, they weren't afraid to tell that story. But no matter how outrageous and provocative they got, there were always issues that the mainstream conservative brain trust at the Daily Wire refused to touch, which created a bit of a problem for Ben. A problem summed up by Ryan Broderick, who wrote, "The age-old problem with working at the racism factory, they eventually make a new racism that includes you."
No way!
I'm here with Andy No. Welcome back to Slightly Offensive.
Here he is.
T-pose on you.
Ben Shapiro.
T-pose on you. Are you going to walk across and greet him?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if he'll greet me. Are we going to go over? Let's go over.
All right.
This can't be in the middle of the street, though.
Ben! It's great to see you. Why did you give a 45-minute speech about me at Stanford, and you won't even look at me?
Hey, he's with his kids.
Come on, I'm right here. Hey, let him cross, man. I know you're with your family, but I can't get to anywhere else.
I shouldn't have to spell out for you why Ben Shapiro, one of the right's most prominent Jewish commentators, and Nicholas J. Fuentes, an ardent neo-Nazi Holocaust denier, would hate each other. They've been trading blows for almost a decade.
Fuentes sounds like old Shapiro, same tone. Nick Fuentes also says the same shit that Ben Shapiro says, including going back on a lot of his open farming of anti-Zionists for the last two and a half years, and now saying that, like, actually Muslims do deserve to be slaughtered. They all hate us. He even openly admitted that he was farming the Muslim audience to the best of his ability. Yeah. I'm not so certain he even hates Israel all that much. He just hates Jews. I think that's it. Like, he would probably be fine with a world where they all just went to Israel. You know? Like, that's kind of his unprincipled stance on this issue.
Decade now, with Fuentes telling Tucker Carlson about their first interaction all the way back in 2017.
I said, how is it anti-Semitic to just be consistent on our U.S. foreign policy? I tweeted to Ben Shapiro. I said, you know, I've never seen anything on the Daily Wire that's actually critical of Israel. And he quote tweets me. And at this time, I have 1,000 followers on Twitter.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I don't know. I probably got 100 likes on this tweet. It wasn't a viral tweet. He quote tweets me and says, to accuse a Jew of dual loyalty is the surest sign of anti-Semitism.
He immediately called you an anti-Semite.
I was like, what is this? Like, why is this guy attacking me? You know, because I don't have a platform at this time. I'm not an influential guy or anything. I was surprised at why he cared.
Yeah.
How does he even know who I am or what I'm about? And it turned out that Cassie Dillon, she had texted him earlier and she wanted him to take me under his wing. Oh, you really like this guy. He's amazing. He did this great debate. She goes, but he's a little too pro-Trump. And he goes, I'll take a look. And so they started paying attention to me, and the more critical of Israel I was, I started to get this really intense pushback from the both of them and from a lot of the people at Daily Wire.
Now, don't misconstrue Nick's position here.
So Ben Shapiro made Nick Fuentes. Dog. David Horowitz and Ben Shapiro are responsible for like 90% of the top anti-Semites in the country. David Horowitz, who died. Both are conservative Jews who were unbelievably racist. At least David Horowitz had a trot, evolution from being a Trotsky defender to neocon, which is, classic pipeline, whatever. Ben never had that. But yeah, David Horowitz and Ben Shapiro are literally directly responsible for Candace Owens. David Horowitz plucked her and groomed her into being this like conservative behemoth. And then Candace Owens was Trump speaking now in DC. No, he's not speaking now, dude. He's the doors are open as of now. He's speaking at 11. Mark Levin also is up there as well, another conservative Jewish man. Nick Fuentes openly admits in this video, in this interview, that he learned about the Great Replacement conspiracy from Mark Levin.
here. His criticism of Israel does not mean in any way that he's a friend of the Palestinian movement, or any non-white group for that matter. Anyone with even a basic understanding of who he is should know immediately that Nick's opposition to Israel has nothing to do with a selfless, progressive dedication to human rights, and has pretty much everything to do with a burning hatred for Jewish people. He's never exactly been one to hide his appreciation of Adolf Hitler and his questioning of how many Jews were really killed in the Holocaust, with his painfully unsubtle and nauseating comparison to cookies baking in an oven.
Max says, if I take 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies and Cookie Monster has 15 ovens, working 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years, how long does it take Cookie Monster to make 6 million batches of cookies? I don't know. That's a good question. It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1
Edgy boy, so edgy.
hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
This is beside the point, but I watched this clip play on Rumble next to an ad for 30% off ivermectin. So anyway, the fact remains that Ben Shapiro is, and has always been, since the dawn of his career as a columnist at Breitbart, a raging Zionist, a defender of fascism who will back Israel and all of their violent, depraved, and sick behavior to the hilt without even a second thought. We already saw his tweet from over a decade ago, lauding illegal settlements in Palestine and slamming Arabs for bombing crap and living in open sewage. His opinions have hardly changed since then, and all you have to do is take one look at his coverage in the days and weeks following October 7th, 2023.
And Tucker, by the way, then continued along these lines. He did an interview with Vivek Ramaswamy, and he likened what just happened in Israel, the kidnapping of women and their rape. He compared that to drug overdose deaths in the United States. People who are addicted to fentanyl, sticking needles.
Cucumber skin harvester, shut the fuck up. Trump is not delivering a speech right now, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my God. Cucumber skin harvester was just trying to debate me and got fucking clapped because he's not subscribed.
In their arms and overdosing is.
He was aggressively trying to spam to poop suck me and then got fucked because he's not a subscriber.
A moral blight. It is a moral atrocity and a moral evil for people to kidnap women, rape them, and drag them back to the Gaza border. Those are not the same thing. And Tucker knows that. But this is a cheap way of telling you not to look. Nobody is calling for America to go to war with Iran. The entire purpose of having an aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean is to avoid that. Of course we should care about what happens with fentanyl. Of course we should care about, we should close our border. Have I been unclear about this? Of course America should have closed borders when it comes to this sort of stuff. I'm on the same side as Tucker on that. I just don't understand why he's not on my side when it comes to Hamas has to be wiped off the face of the earth.
The rift between Shapiro and Fuentes reflected a much deeper divide taking place on the right as Israel responded to the Hamas attacks of October 7th by waging an all-out assault on the 2.2 million men, women, and children then living in the Gaza Strip, cutting off food, water, and electricity to the inhabitants and bombarding countless residential areas with attacks that persist to this day in what just about every international body considers a genocide. Benjamin Netanyahu and other members of the regime are officially wanted by the International Criminal Court of Justice for war crimes, yet they continue to be protected by the United States, first under Joe Biden and now Donald Trump. The horrifying images of Israel's siege being plastered across everyone's screens in the intervening 2.5 years have hardly improved the country's standing in the West, so it shouldn't be much of a surprise that about 60% of all adults in America now have an unfavorable view of Israel. Pew Research found in April 2026 that 80% of Democrats and Democrat-leaning voters have an unfavorable view of Israel, and although only 41% of Republicans currently hold an unfavorable view of the apartheid state, that's still a very significant chunk of the base, one that didn't exist prior to October 7th, and one that Nicholas J. Fuentes is in a better position to take take advantage of than our friend Benjamin Shapiro, who considers even the slightest criticism of Israel to be flatly anti-Semitic, no questions asked. If you in any way disapprove of Benjamin Netanyahu's open bloodthirst and warmongering, then you obviously hate Jews. Never mind the fact that some of the most anti-Israel groups in America are comprised of Jewish Americans who simply don't want to see another genocide be carried out in their name. Mr. Shapiro will hear none of it. But thanks to the power of hindsight, we can safely say that coming to the defense of a genocidal ethno-state is hardly a hill worth dying on, both from a moral perspective, obviously, but in the case of Ben Shapiro, a business one too, because not only was the divide ripping apart the Republican Party, it was also ripping apart his own company. On the morning of March 22nd, 2024, Candace Owens shocked the world with a tweet that read, "The rumors are true, I am finally free." She had officially parted ways with the Daily Wire and was already promoting her own site, which promised premium content that exposes truth, shatters assumptions, and breaks boundaries. She presented the news in a way that made it seem like the Daily Wire, aka Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring, had been holding her back from speaking truth to power or something. But really, for anyone paying attention, this revelation hadn't come out of nowhere. She had been taking not so subtle shots at her bosses as early as November 2023, when she tweeted that no one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. To which Shapiro responded with, "Candace, if you feel that taking money from the Daily Wire somehow comes..."
God, he's so fucking, he is such a whiny little bitch.
Between you and God, by all means,
Trump
quit.
live in 10
Candace
minutes.
fired back.
When mom finds the poop sock. Oh my God. Let me click on that real quick. Just kidding. Here's a 5-minute timeout, bitch.
You have been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now, and we have all had to sit back and allow it, and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. But you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it.
Ugh, I hate this. Like, oh, I'm mad at you, Christian style. Just, this is one of those situations where it's just like, I don't like any of the parties involved, so I've always taken a let them fight attitude on it, and it's been great so far, you know?
I will not tolerate it. Perhaps it finally dawned on Ben as he was reading that response that
That's right, the baiter becomes the baited. Yeah, get fucked, chatter.
Audience he had spent his entire adult life working to cultivate, the ensemble of reactionary nut jobs he'd been employing for years, wasn't all that fond of Jews, actually. Whoops, who could have seen that coming? Reflecting on Candace's time at the Daily Wire years later, Ben told The New Yorker that when they initially brought her on in 2021, they saw her as a fairly mainstream conservative who said inflammatory things. If you recall, some of those inflammatory things included, defending Hitler 2 years before Ben hired her. But then again, Ben said he wouldn't kill baby Hitler, so.
No pro-life person on earth would kill baby Hitler.
Ben says here that he liked most of the inflammatory things she said, but other stuff, not so much. He doesn't really get into specific.
Ben is 2 for 2. He did this with Kanye as well. He did this with Candace and with Kanye, and both of them turned maximum anti-Semitic in the process. 2 for 2 for Ben. Awesome.
But he does maintain that by 2023, she was spouting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, which, by the way, she most certainly was and still is. I mean, come on, she held up a copy of the Talmudic Jew.
Also, she was before she got hired at the Daily Wire. It was only when she became anti-Israel on top of her anti-Semitism, that's when Ben got mad. Never forget that. Like, there was no question on whether or not Candace Owens was anti-Semitic when she was hired by the Daily Wire. Everybody knew it. Okay? Everybody knew it already. The only reason why she was fired from the Daily Wire is because she became anti-Israel.
by German theologian August Rohling, a long discredited and blatantly anti-Semitic work that was literally used by the Nazis as justification to eradicate over 6 million Jews during the Holocaust. She had been referencing the anti-Semitic notion of blood libel all throughout 2024, had platformed Kanye West when he said that Jewish people control the media, erroneously claimed that Jews were responsible for the enslavement of Africans during the slave trade, and was at one point praised by Nick Fuentes for, in his words,
Candace Owens has just been on a tear lately. She has been in a full-fledged war against the Jews.
It's really funny because she also cooked Nick Fuentes' chances. Stole a bunch of Nick Fuentes' audience because his audience was looking for maximum anti-Semitism, which she was delivering at a time when he could not. Charlie Kirk assassination. Never forget, Candace Owens, for all of her faults and failures, straight up almost single-handedly destroyed the narrative that transgender Antifa killed Charlie Kirk. She came in hot and was like, it was Israel. And everyone was like, that makes so much sense. Why are you guys... Stop spamming this shit, please. She did that shit. And that's why I'm spiritually a clandestinista no matter what. A clandestine operator.
I understand this can be a difficult conversation.
Is Candace pro Epstein like Nick? No, she's not pro Jeffrey Epstein like Nick Fuentes is. She's pro Harvey Weinstein, which is somehow just as weird. I don't know, man. These guys are such fucking freaks. I don't even know what they're doing half the time. Felix and I have spent tireless hours trying to figure out what the fucking Harvey Weinstein situation was even. Like, that was such a weird one. Because at least with Nick Fuentes, like, yeah, he's edgy boy. He's just trying to be edgy. I don't know. That's why he's like pro Epstein, because he has to say like increasingly unhinged shit, right? But with Candace Owens, like, she didn't just take a pro Harvey Epstein stance. She also went and visited Harvey Epstein in prison and was like trying to declare his innocence. Yeah, I saw this. How it feels to click on Ben Shapiro's YouTube channel and see that he's still uploading dozens of reacting to woke TikTok videos every week. He may be old, but he still loves to dig a hole on the beach. Crushing it. 36K. Finally, good news from TikTok. 46K. What's his problem? He's not a fan. Is Coca-Cola the fountain of youth? Did I say Harvey Epstein? I meant Harvey Weinstein. Sorry. Yeah, look. It's a banger. Harvey Weinstein has been incarcerated since 2020. Candace Owens did that shit on May 20th, 2025. Like, that was recent, bro.
You know, looking back at it. And I want to thank you, Candace, for giving me the opportunity to...
Like, how are you anti-Israel? And then you're trying to fucking clear the image of Harvey Weinstein, who famously used a Israeli PSYOP service to harass his victims and the journalists that were fucking covering his story and uncovering his sexual misconduct. Like, literally, Black Cube is the service that he used. You might know the name of the service, Black Cube. Former Mossad agents made it. It's an intelligence agent. It's a private security company. Okay. Black Cube was recently in the news a couple months ago because it turns out they were trying to intervene in elections in France and also the mayor election in New York. That's the company Harvey Weinstein used. And Candace is out here being like, oh, I hate the Jews. I hate Israel. And then she's like, also at the same time, Harvey Weinstein is innocent. The fuck? But yes, Ben's channel is dead. And it's awesome. Go check out Ben's YouTube now. He gets like 10K views. Yeah, it's fucking dope. Episode 1, Diplomat, Thomas Jefferson. Episode 2, The Pessimist, John Adams. America's too important to hand over to idiots. Democrats are abandoning moderate leaders for extremists, 15K. The socialist sweep continues, 21K. Americans don't like open borders. Here's why. I cannot begin to tell you how fucking washed this man is. They want to cancel Jonathan Majors again, 19K views. Democrat meltdown over SCOTUS ruling. Democrats just declared Hasan Piker just declared America communist, 23K views. He can't even crack 23. He can't even crack 100K views on a video slandering me. That's how fucking washed he is, bro. Like, think about that. More Pegaslop is doing 10x his viewership, cutting the same video every day. A 45-minute rant being like, oh, this guy Hasan, he is such a loser. He is such a hypocrite. Oh. More Pegaslop is teabagging him, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, Trump wins SCOTUS, says send them home, 407K views. Now, the disparity here could probably be explained by the fact that they're probably bumping some of them with ads. They're probably buying a shit ton of ads to reboost the channel. And it's not working. That's why some of his videos get 400,000 views and most of his videos get 30,000. It's crazy. These clips of Democrats don't want going viral. Yep, don't worry. It's not going to go viral anytime soon on your channel, buddy.
To have when even the mildest criticism of Israel gets misconstrued as anti-Semitic. But make no mistake.
Please do the Matt Maroney, Trump's biggest donor. This bridge behind me is by Matt Maroney, Trump's biggest donor. That's the Ambassador Bridge. Paid for by Matt Maroney. What gives? What gives? Trump's biggest donor. Oh, sorry. It's not Matt Maroney. It's Matty Maroon. What gives?
Candace Owens is a raging anti-Semite and was one before Ben Shapiro hired her. He had to have known how hateful she was, and yet he continued to employ her for years until just a few months after October 7th. And while Candace may have a lot to say about the genocidal fascist state of Israel today, correctly criticizing Benjamin Netanyahu for killing children and condemning the Holocaust being perpetuated in Gaza, Candace has historically never been one to champion the rights of Arabs or Muslims, considering she was specifically mentioned in the Christchurch mosque shooters manifesto in 2019, where he wrote that the person that has influenced me above all was Candace Owens. Each time she spoke, I was stunned by her insights, and her own views helped push me further and further into the belief of
another case where like right-wingers get away with everything. Can you imagine if any fucking shooters manifesto mentioned me this clearly? Oh my God, every liberals would be like, we have to kill this guy. They would be like, free the shooter, kill Hasan instead. You know what I mean? And so would the Republicans, of course. I'd be in fucking jail.
Violence over meekness. And yet, Ben Shapiro hired her anyway. The idea that she was just gonna play along and never turn against his identity as a Jewish man is a silly one that Ben should have anticipated long before spending so many years building her up. He created this monster, and now she's gonna swallow him whole. Candace spent the next 2 years steadily building up an audience, daring to go where the Daily Wire never could by actually criticizing Israel. In the case of Candace, obvious it was coming from an anti-Semitic place, but it nonetheless resonated with those who saw the most heinous atrocities imaginable being carried out in the name of a flag bearing the Star of David. Being anti-Semitic and being anti-Zionist are two very different things. One can rightfully call out Israel's war crimes while also recognizing the reality that Jewish people are not a monolith and are not collectively to blame for the crimes of a nation state. But Candace seeks to conflate these things, and frankly, so does Ben Shapiro. In their world, you cannot denounce Israel without also denouncing Jews as a whole, and that's precisely where their rift stems from. As Israel's genocide in Gaza moved forward with the complete support of the United States, more and more regular Americans were becoming dispossessed with what they were witnessing. They turned to the internet, saw that Ben Shapiro was defending Israel's crimes, and compared that to what they saw coming out of Candace Owens, a person who seemed more than willing to call out the various and obvious crimes against humanity. Basically, she was beginning to steadily siphon off the Daily Wire's viewers. Media Matters reports that from January 2025 to March 2026, Candace was able to add 10 million new subscribers across all platforms, generating 81 million TikTok likes and 805 million views on YouTube. Her follower and subscriber count had ballooned to 24 million across all of her accounts, a staggering 80% increase since the beginning of 2025. She really was, for all intents and purposes, free from the Daily Wire's grasp, meaning there was nothing stopping her from getting crazier than ever before, especially in the days, weeks, and months following the fateful day of September 10th, 2025.
Chaos and horror on a college campus. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk gunned down in front of a crowd at Utah Valley University.
With the assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, Candace Owens coped with the loss of her friend by ramping up her trademark conspiracy theories to a whole new level. It's true that the investigation surrounding Charlie's death was suspicious. I'm sure you all remember those oddly written text messages the gunman was said to have typed out in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. Candace not only got to work pointing out the various inconsistencies in what the authorities were telling the public, but she was also quick to conjure up some theories of her own, even if they didn't make the most sense. First, she said that Israel had killed him, since he was supposedly coming around on his views on the country. His allies dispute that he was. She went on to assign blame to the French government, since she was, after all, in the midst of battling the Macrons in court after slandering the First Lady of France as transgender, even going so far as to say that Tyler Robinson wasn't even the one to pull the trigger, and that the actual killer had escaped through a trap door in the floor in front of where Charlie was sitting. Later on, she said Charlie Kirk was coming to her in her dreams.
Had a vivid dream this weekend, and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed.
And that he was a time traveler who went to
Unironically, this was one of the most dangerous moments of Trump too, and Candace Owens saved everyone from it. Lamau, I think she played a major role, but I think it was also because they were so heavy-handed. They were so heavy-handed in like martyring Charlie Kirk that people got annoyed, and then Erica Kirk was so sociopathic in her reaction that people were like, "Oh, dude, nobody cares about this. What the fuck? Your wife doesn't care about this shit? Why am I supposed to care about it? I didn't even like the guy." And I think that's what it is. It was a combination of all of those events. There were so many. I heard he wasn't shot. There was a tiny explosive device in his lapel mic, and Israel's known for tiny bomb, like the pager bombs. Dude, come on. Come on, man. Like, I'm willing to entertain a conspiracy theory if there's like a different shooter and it's not Tyler Robinson or whatever, but like, that is fucking insane. That's funny.
In school, I mean, she was just kind of saying whatever at a certain point. Of course, she had previously speculated that Charlie could have been taken out by elements within the US military and even TPUSA itself, targeting in particular Charlie's widow, Erica. In February.
Yeah. I think a lot of right-wingers are confused about all the Charlie Kirk jokes. Sure, some people just mocking his death, but stuff like this, the Kirkified memes, that's making fun of you. It's mocking the ridiculous reaction from the right, calling for civil war, making this dorky podcaster a martyr, plastering his face everywhere, and yes, making that stupid We Are Charlie Kirk AI song. Compare this to Henry Kissinger dying. There were some jokes, but they came and went. The staying power of the Kirk jokes is because the right decided he was the next messiah that belonged on the quarter because he debated it and often lost to college students. The soy pill is like unacceptable to me, okay? Because he's smart enough to know better. He's smart enough to know better, so his existence annoys me unlike any other fucking dumbass liberal on this platform because he's right here. And every now and then, when he's right, he just cooks, okay? He's correct here. But for some stupid fucking reason, he is so brain poisoned with the Hasan derangement syndrome that he literally will be like, I still hate you because you're pro-authoritarianism, you're illiberal, you're anti-liberalism, like you're blah, 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 all this shit. It's like, dude, just give it up, man. Just give it up. Just let it go. Gucci bag, friend. Gucci bag. Let it go. Just let it fucking go. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? You're still fucking you're still carrying the liberalism torch in the big 226? Check logs, extremely important. Ban me if not. Let's see. It's a ban coming, I can tell. I would sell my soul for Candace. I can change her. God, Candace is hot. I would change her. Take an hour off, dude. You're in horny jail for an hour. Bro said he would support Epstein over you in a hypothetical race. Wait, no, he did that too? I thought that was Hutch. Yeah, you guys are confusing him with another Destiny orbiter. Anyway. The soy pill doesn't hate you like Hutch does. He and Pissock would have a normal convo with you. No, he is like tweeted. He has tweeted like recently something in the replies. I just don't understand it. To me, it comes across as like insane. You know what I mean? I forget where it was, but he recently, like maybe a week ago or something, he's a huge deorbiter. Fuck those guys. Don't ever give him oxygen, please. Yeah, I think he's still very much. I can't tell if he's like a skeptic now. You look tired as well. I am tired. Some of these guys are not as insane, right? Like some of these, I think Hutch is as insane. Like when you say you'd rather vote for Jeffrey Epstein instead of me for president, or if you think that I'm like worse than Donald Trump, you're an insane person, right? I don't think this guy is one of those people. Oh, here it is. This is what it was. These guys fucking hate me and call me a liberal, then subscribe to actual liberals because I was making fun of Commie Turk. And he said, I'm a big tent guy. I just exclude social democrats. Fucking idiot. You're a big fucking idiot, Commie Turk. Anyway, maybe that's why everyone's calling me a secret commie, because I hate you too. Do you ever explain why? Serious, because I can't understand why someone with largely sensible content wouldn't hold less contempt for someone with also largely sensible content. He uses platform to spread voter apathy, and when faced with the most obvious trolley problem in the world, threw up his hands and said, no, I won't use my millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of fans to try and stop Trump from winning. Give it up. Give it up. Brother, give up the fucking Kamala dead ender shit, please. Please. It's the dumbest analysis anyone can ever engage in, okay? Like Taylor Swift couldn't get Kamala Harris to win. What the fuck are you talking about? If you still think I'm the one causing voter apathy, you're a fucking baboon, okay? Beyonce couldn't generate enough excitement for Kamala Harris. Why the fuck do you think I'm capable of doing that? And better yet, how have you not comprehended that at the end of the day, what matters is the policies? You can't outflank the fucking policies, okay? It was Kamala Harris that created voter apathy. He has signaled this year that he would not promote Gavin Newsom over JD Vance in 2028. I actually commend him for promoting these DSA candidates and putting his time and money where his mouth is, but it's ridiculous he wouldn't do the same to stop a fascist from winning. Oh my God. People like him are smart enough to know the true power they have, regardless of the party's shortcomings. This is what I mean. No, you know what this is? I think it's narcissism. Okay? I think it's narcissism because he is a content creator. So in his mind, he thinks he has like this tremendous power. Okay? It's got to be that. I don't think that way. Okay? I guess you could say I'm narcissistic on other shit. I never said he changed the outcome. I said, I hate that he has enormous resources and didn't use them. One vote doesn't matter. Why should anyone vote? Why advocate for good things if you won't change anyone else? You could easily say the same thing about him pushing for DSA policies that won't pass. He has signaled this year that he won't, that we would not promote Gavin Newsom. Oh my God. No, you're awkward as fuck in person. I know I've been within 6 feet of you. What? I think you got your power dead on, level of power dead on. Your laser focused on close Senate and congressional primaries is huge. Yeah, exactly. Soy Pill is just kind of a moron who could have been on the right side of this if he wasn't brain broken by whatever experiences ruined his ability to understand average/independent voters. He thinks he's so far left of the average voter, but that's only because he's convinced centrism is the norm because of the dumb fuck bubbles he operates in. Yeah, I think these guys have tunnel vision. I think these guys have like tunneled themselves into thinking that like near attendant actually is dead on. You know what I mean? That mentality is fucking dead on. Where these guys sincerely sit around and circle jerk thinking the average voter, the median voter is actually always looking for moderate policies on healthcare and things like that. It's like, you're a fucking idiot if you think that. I'm sorry. It's also remarkable how little they know, but that's besides the point.
She announced a multi-part investigative series.
You also have tunnel vision regarding China. Fuck out of here.
Series titled Bride of Charlie that generated about 23 million views on its own and was described by The Hollywood Reporter as Candace delving into Erica's family background and advancing insinuations about her role in his death that were widely condemned across the conservative spectrum, with Ben Shapiro being among the loudest critics.
Candace Owens is an evil, twisted human being. Because Candace Owens is either going through the throes of mental illness.
How old is Soy Pill? That's the last question I have. I'm willing to bet he must not be old enough to remember 2016 or wasn't like as active politically in 2016. Right? Because that's what it is. These guys don't realize that they're reheating the same fucking DNC nachos from 2016 when they say dumb fucking bullshit like that. We're like, Hillary Rodham Clinton would have won if you supported her hard enough. Like that's what it is. Yeah, if this is your like second election cycle where you've been sentient, if this is your second election cycle where you've been sentient, you saw 2020 and then 2024, then you don't realize that you're literally doing the same thing. Neera Tanden and I have been duking it out since 2016, okay? We've been there. We've motherfucking been there. We've been there, done that. These are things that the things I'm hearing about Abdullah Syed, about Grant Plattner, about all these candidates, about us in this movement, the DSA. These aren't new lines of attack. These are the oldest lines of attack. We've eaten that fucking dog shit and that poison over and over again. Oh my God, Warren, you called Warren a snake. What is this? Please look at the picture. He's in the propeller hat. Oh my God. So they were pro-Shoycott? I don't get it.
Or because she is a sick human being, or both, she has decided that she is going to turn her fire on the widow.
By now, the gloves were officially off, and a conservative civil war was ravaging the movement from the inside. A war that Ben Shapiro was not about to win. Ben could get mad, could criticize Candace for being a disgusting human being, and he could be entirely right on that front, but what did it matter if Candace was pulling millions of views per stream? At the same time that Ben was bringing in 400 to 600k viewers per live show, Candace was cracking close to 3 million on some of her streams, sometimes even more than that. 9 million views talking about Israel's supposed involvement in Charlie's death. I mean, come on. Ben's numbers weren't bad on their own, but compared to Candace, it was clear which of the two enjoyed more influence within the conservative ecosystem, coasting off new momentum that still hasn't slowed much. Candace was just crowned the fastest growing right-wing podcast for the second quarter in a row, as reported in April of this year by The Writing, whose president commented that Candace Owens' skyrocketing popularity defies an easy explanation. You'd think that her baseless attacks on people like Erica Kirk, the widow of slain right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, would disgust vast segments of the MAGA universe. Apparently not, because each month the podcast attracts thousands of new subscribers. She's thriving in a world where the truth is often irrelevant and outrage.
Does Haas know he was on the latest PSYOP anime video? No. Because I don't watch dumb shit like that.
Trump's logic. On December 18th, 2025, Ben Shapiro took the stage at Turning Point USA's America Fest to put the reactionary grifters and frauds on blast. He attempted to laugh.
And Candace has now been in Russia more and more, and Russia media doing propaganda about Ukraine and the war now as well. Yeah, how about Russia fucking focus on quote unquote winning this war instead of fucking trying to get Candace Owens to do pro-Russia propaganda, okay? If they're so invested in having this come to a reasonable conclusion for themselves that's positive, and you know, things are not as 100% as they seem, okay? Anyway, that's another thing that these guys always fucking get so annoying about. PV has intentionally made a push to try to ride off the coattails of more organized popular orgs like people like you and DSA, but they couldn't help their libbed up nature by trying to sink Daria and Claire's campaigns. But since they've never had actual emotion, it didn't do shit. Yeah, that was very disappointing in the fucking last week when they were like, you need to fucking make your position on Russia, Ukraine be clear, when like these demonic DNC entities were looking at any avenue of attack.
Shout at those he claimed had replaced truth with opportunism.
Is this guy ever
and he
returning?
didn't shy away from naming names.
Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning. And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years.
TV doesn't suck. They clarified it on Reddit. Your chat is just packed with reactionaries. Dude, I don't know about my chat. That was my assessment. I'm telling you what my position is. Like, I think they've done good work overall. They've promoted a lot of Justice Democrat candidates, a lot of DSA candidates, but that was I've always said this. Disagreements that are marginal cannot turn into impediments, okay? If you are going to present yourself as an impediment to a candidate like Claire or Daria Lisa winning in any way, shape, or form, even if it doesn't work, I'm still going to pull out of that immediately. Like, it would be akin to me leaning into some of the fucking ultras out there that are like, why would you ever collaborate with fucking Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders is a liberal Zionist. It's like, because I'm not a fucking psycho, okay? Because he is collaborating with me, not vice versa. He doesn't mind highlighting and promoting candidates that are to his left that are demanding an arms embargo on Israel. This is what it was. Yeah, I remember this. This was like, anyway, it's fine. I hope they don't do something like this again, but it was like totally ridiculous. Especially when the alternative is an AIPAC stooge. What are you, fucking nuts? You were like, oh, her position on Ukraine is ambiguous. Yeah, same on you with Tallarico. Exactly. Do you see me fucking complaining about Tallarico? I'm not fucking running around being like, he sucks, he sucks, he sucks. Because he's running in Texas. Who gives a shit? You know?
It's just as cowardly.
The speech that he posted to his own YouTube channel, mind you, got almost 10,000 dislikes, in a remarkable display of how far right the needle had moved by the time Ben had made these remarks. And sure, he may be morally in the right for calling out Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, but what good do morals do when you've spent your entire career pandering to an audience that ignores morality and spits in the face of sensibility? The very administration that Ben had been defending for so many years is the exact antithesis of morality and goodness, when he could no longer deliver the brand of craziness that the base craved, a base that he had spent his entire career.
I don't understand why it's bad for PV to have a position on Ukraine. It's not bad for PV to have whatever position they have on Ukraine. It's horrible for a group that has already endorsed a candidate to turn around 1 week out from a fucking major election to be like, we're rescinding our support, okay? If you can understand why that would be rat fuck behavior for numerous other people and numerous other organizations, you can understand how that could be seen as rat fucking for Daria Lisa and Claire Valdez's races. Okay? And not only that, but also their perspective on it was that Claire and Dari's opinion on Ukraine was too vague for their liking. Like, it wasn't even, they didn't even land on anything. That was just because they had in the past tweeted about the need for diplomacy. Remember the fucking, wasn't it the Congressional Progressive Caucus that also wanted to force Biden to push for diplomacy at some point with Ukraine? And then they clamped that down, or was it a ceasefire? Like, that's crazy. PV is also floating the idea of requiring a pro-Taiwan position. Oh my God, dude. Oh, this is what I mean. It's like, it's unbelievable. Like, that's an unbelievable demand to make. What do you mean pro-Taiwan? You want fucking nuclear first strike option on China? Like, who? Again, give it up. Give it up. Up next, Taiwan tracker. Anyway, yeah.
feeding into, it was only natural for him to be overtaken and outshined by someone who was willing to say the outrageous thing. What's remarkable is that Ben had always been proud of the fact that he was never one to mince words. He had long portrayed himself as the no-nonsense guy who would never shy away from reality and always tell it like it is.
If they do that, they will unironically kill their own org, by the way. Like, because no candidate is ever going to take them seriously if they're like, we are demanding a defend Taiwan position. Like, if that's something that they're track Taiwan. You give up on Taiwan just like you give up on Ukraine. Sad. I haven't given up on Ukraine. What are you talking about? Also, guys, I need you to understand something, okay? The entire Western world, including the United States of America, is fully in support of Ukraine. Making that into a litmus test because you don't think that a candidate's position is not sufficiently pro-Ukraine is insane. Can you not comprehend why that would be different than Israel, considering that 90% of Congress is pro-Israel unconditionally, whereas 90% of Democratic voters are against Israel? Do you not understand that one is an adequate litmus test? The other one is just like, how fucking pro-America can you get? Do you not get that? The Taiwan one is even more insane than that. Because now you're like demanding a further right, more militant position than like what most American politicians are even comfortable with. Okay?
That out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
What about right now, when a significant chunk of the base is more interested in hearing unsubstantiated conspiracy theories? What do you expect to happen when you continue to defend Israel at a time when so many conservatives, especially younger conservatives, rightfully hate Netanyahu? Or what about when you defend an illegal and offensive war with Iran that Israel very much pushed us into? On top of everything else, Ben Shapiro has backed himself into a corner. He was continuing to stand by his support of Israel and Erica Kirk at this TPUSA event, no matter how unpopular it was to do so, at least among the MAGA right that exists primarily online, where the majority of Ben's audience lives. By this point, Ben had lost other allies too, not just Candace and Tucker, but Jeremy Boring's mysterious exit in March 2025 also added fuel to the fire that Ben was tasked with extinguishing. Ben's girl lookalike Brett Cooper had left to start her own channel just a few months before that in December 2024. They then proceeded to replace her with one of the bridesmaids from her own wedding, someone by the name of Reagan Rohrbach. If you haven't heard of her, that's because she really hasn't done that great of a job trying to fill Brett's shoes. Again, the way he had sort of built the company meant that any on-screen personality could use the Daily Wire's resources to accumulate a parasocial audience loyal to them, then walk out the door and make more money on their own without any oversight or guardrails. Candace has done it. Brett Cooper has done it. What's stopping?
Taiwan isn't a country. Why are you ideologically invested in denying Taiwan statehood? Brother, look at the fucking ROC Constitution. The Republic of China is one China, just like PRC is one China. Ironically enough, the Republic of China is actually far greater than what the PRC plus Taiwan looks like, because it includes Mongolia. Okay? Like, the Taiwanese situation and the way that people talk about it in the United States of America is very different than what it actually is. Okay? Oh, you're talking about CPC complicit in genocide of Rohingyas. Yes, they are. They've both defended the military junta and also simultaneously defended groups against it, depending on the timing or depending on what their interests are. I know. I'm very critical of China's foreign policy. What the fuck are you talking about? This is one of them. But if you're like advocacy revolves around like I don't know, militarily defending Taiwan when no such invasion has taken place, it's ridiculous. Especially when the American government's official position is that Taiwan is Taiwan is a part of China, is the official American government position. We just deploy what we call strategic ambiguity. Every single president Every single president since Richard Nixon has said that.
Someone like Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles from forging their own path too. In the age of independent media, there's just no reason for someone, even up-and-coming names, to tie themselves to a bloated institution like the Daily Wire anymore. And the legacy media was picking up on that fact. The first half of 2026 has seen a number of articles written about the collapse of the Daily Wire, with coverage ranging from the Washington Post to New York Magazine to Puck, the latter reporting that Ben's hemorrhaging audience represented the steepest decline of any major political channel in 2026. Ben Shapiro's embarrassing fall from being the leading voice for—
Love you, don't really know your full opinion, but I'm in Taiwan. Very people here would see themselves as part of China and be an offensive thing to say. I know. The Taiwanese position on this overwhelmingly, as I'm sure you know if you're in Taiwan, is don't rock the boat. Status quo. What groups that would demand American military defense of Taiwan would actually be disrupting the status quo. It would be damaging to the status quo. I'm in favor of the status quo.
Online conservatism has been heavily publicized. The bulk of these pieces cite much of what we've already touched on in this video: mass layoffs, which have
Anyway, we don't even have to talk about it. It doesn't matter.
Count.
The Iran war destroyed the whatever American ambition remained of utilizing Taiwan against China in any way, shape, or form. It's over. It's done. You might as well, grow comfortable with that reality and hope for peace above all else. Any kind of demand to the right of that is silly. No American politician will ever take you seriously. That's it. America already blew its fucking load, destroyed its peer and near peer adversary standoff munitions that they literally designed so that they could go and fucking quote unquote militarily defend Taiwan in a hypothetical scenario where China would militarily invade Taiwan, which there's no evidence that they would do that. We had to fucking panic ship THAAD batteries out of South Korea. Okay? Who's going to be on board with losing? Who's going to be on board with turning Taiwan into Ukraine and then also losing?
The departure of key talent, a shifting of the conservative ecosystem as a whole, and of course, the fact that the Daily Wire was burning through money, partly on account of all their massively ambitious projects, not just the movies and shows we covered, but also one of their more recent projects, the Pendragon Cycle, a blatant ripoff of Game of Thrones that, to the Daily Wire's credit, does look pretty stylish and sleek, but that's only because it cost about $3 million an episode to make. You guys couldn't just put that money into hiring younger, more culturally aware podcasters? What the fuck are these priorities, dude? Well, Ben told Dylan Byers in May that he had anticipated 2026 to be the best advertising year in the history of the Daily Wire. Again, I don't know how great of a strategy it is to run your entire show as a YouTube pre-roll advertisement so that people can post about it and make fun of you on Twitter. Is that
Yeah, that's also literally why some of his videos get like 600,000 views.
Really sustainable, Ben? What about trying to do this whole painful "how do you do, fellow kids" routine where you sit down and try to not let your age show while you play Fortnite?
Okay, so now this is the warm-up. You got 52 seconds. So you can see you walk around, move around, back up a little bit.
I'm literally right here.
Now back up just a tiny bit. There you go.
There you go.
Wait, no, forward a little more. A little more, back up.
You're the politics guy, Ben. Just do politics. Who cares about this shit? Tucker Carlson, another ardent foe of Ben Shapiro, summarized Ben's latest predicament in a recent appearance on Megyn Kelly's show, categorizing the likes of Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin as being—
Yeah, Ben is more of a gamer than me.
on the outer fringe of the outer fringe. Nobody watches this stuff. There's no audience for this. There is no constituency for it. These are not major figures in American media. They're tiny. I mean, your average porn video has 1,000 more views than any of these people get, so they're a joke. Which must be a difficult pill for Ben to swallow. Ben Shapiro has always wanted to be taken seriously as a media figure, ever since his days of working for Andrew Breitbart, who hammered into his proteges that politics was downstream of culture. If you could just influence the culture, you could have influence over politics. Though as of now, Ben Shapiro appears to be influencing neither. And while he may be getting lapped by his former employees, make no mistake, Ben is still very much a player, and he's not about to go quietly. And on May 15th, Ben took to Twitter to post his most viewed video in a long time, annoyingly captioned, "All the haters can kiss my ass."
I'm betting there are a lot more rational people in this country than conspiracy-mongering nutjobs.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where Ben Shapiro finds himself in mid-2026, completely alienated by a swath of his former allies, holding on to a decaying business that's leaking money by the day, an audience that constantly demands more blood than Ben can give them. He's tied himself to a sinking ship, and he appears to be willing to go down with it rather than break for a lifeboat.
I will tell you exactly how it works. On the left, in independent media, the more resilient you are with your worldview, the more, people trust you. And if you're lucky enough, and if you push through, and if you're successful enough in like getting people to understand your worldview, maybe one day you can have a large enough audience, and your audience will continue growing. On the right, it's the opposite. If you have any real moral conviction, even if it's an immoral perspective, on the right, if you maintain that position as the audience is moving, you're fucked. Okay? Tomi Lahren was an up-and-comer. She was everywhere on the Republican side. And then one day she made the mistake of speaking out against abortion bans. She said, "I don't think that we should be, restricting women's access to abortions." That was it. Okay? She came out as pro-abortion, and that was it. Her career was fucking over from that point on. It took her like basically 6 years to recover from that moment. She got clobbered for it. They backpocketed her on Fox News. And it took her like literally 6 years to come back to the front office. Okay? Same with Ben. Ben cares about Israel. And for the longest time, it didn't matter. Because for the longest time, the Republican Party was openly pro-Israel. The independent side was pro-Israel. They didn't care about it too much. They didn't know about it too much. We now live in a very different media environment. So Ben can't stop being pro-Israel because he actually cares about it. Everything else he can, cast aside. But this is the one thing he cares about. He cares about anti-Semitism growing to a certain degree. Obviously, it's fine if they're pro-Israel, even if they're anti-Semitic. And he cares about defending Israel. So his audience was like, fuck you.
The world of online conservatism, or really the world at large, has mostly passed him by, as evident by the numerous replies that read, "If it wasn't for Candace Owens trending, I never would have seen this hilarious video of you. Israeli spies can kiss my ass. You're telling most of America to kiss your ass. A very Jewish message," says Dan Bilzerian, a name I haven't heard in a very long time. This reply alone got 29,000 likes, signaling clearly that perhaps Ben's entire mission was futile from the start. He spent his career attacking almost all minority groups, incorrectly assuming that his following of racists and bigots would simply overlook the one group Ben never criticized.
I'm betting that there are way more people in America who believe in truth and virtue and freedom than people who revel in grievance and demoralization and stupidity.
You're talking to racists and bigots, Ben. You think they aren't going to come for you and your people too? By going hard in the direction of anti-Semitism and Hitler apologia, Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are, in a weird, depraved way, actually presenting a more consistent worldview than Ben Shapiro is. Now, it's a worldview that sucks and is incredibly harmful, but it's one that doesn't exempt a whole group of people the way Ben's does. A classic example of, well, I didn't think the leopards would eat my face. They were always gonna eat your face, Ben. No matter how you feel about it, that is the fact of the matter, which I'm afraid leads us to an uncomfortable truth, one that can be summed up in a phrase coined at the height of our subject's influence and popularity that still rings true today more than it ever has. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Thanks for staying up for the president. Is the kind of patriotism I aspire to. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch him live. Ironically enough, because I'm gonna go spend time with my family. We've officially hit 8 hours chat. No more half day Hossie. Full-time Hoss fucking back, baby. Only 3 years until stream hits 10 hours every day again. I know. Speech is in 15 minutes. I'm going to go watch it with my family. My brother is bringing a projector. Unpatriotic as fuck. Fuck you. No, I'm literally... I'm going to be watching it with my family because we're all patriots. Anyway, love you guys. I'll be live tomorrow. You're going to regret this so hard when... Okay, dude. I have to.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
Love you guys and see you tomorrow.
All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.